Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're listening in the world. Welcome to Headingley. It's the beginning of day 3 of the first test match between England and Pakistan, and we're moments away from the first delivery. It'll be bowled by Mohammad Abbas, with England in the driving seat. They've only got 2 wickets left, but they do have wicketkeeper Jamie Smith at the crease, and they lead by 195. If they get that lead above 200, here's a little statistic for you, then in the past it's happened 22 times that a team has led by 200 or more in Headingley test matches on first innings, and 14 of those 22 occasions have led to an innings victory for the team 200 runs ahead. So England have won their last 6 test matches at Headingley, so it is bit of a fortress. Here's Mohammad Abbas, first ball of the morning. Forward comes Jamie Smith, playing it defensively out into the offside, fielded by Saud Shakil. Smith 16, Jofra Archer yet to score. England 366 for 8, leading by 195, and it's a very good morning to Darren Gough.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Manners. Have they took the new ball? I don't think they have they? Very surprising.
Is it?
I don't think it is. I think
No. Is it surprising?
I think it is surprising. When you've got someone of his quality with 900 first-class wickets,
Yeah.
Give him a new ball. Use the facilities.
Maybe he's just loosening up. Here's Abbas, bowls. Oh, and that one hits Smith on the pads and is deflected out towards slip. Fielded there by Abdullah Shafiq, and there's no run. 366 for 8. He might just be having 2 or 3 balls with the, deliveries with the old ball, and then he'll snap.
Okay, might do, but let's just think back to the first ball of this test match. What happened? Right, it doesn't matter. You should be loose from the first ball. New ball in hand. The batter's at his most vulnerable. First up, get him a new ball in his hand.
Comes off the bat a bit quicker as well, though, doesn't it? Anyway, Pakistan have got a slip and a gully. 3 men on the offside, saving 1. A deep square leg, Abbas in, and Jamie Smith, looked like he was trying to cover drive that, and it's gone out to deep square leg. I could be wrong. He might have just closed the face of the bat at the last moment. I think that's just a very sweetly timed inside edge for the first run of the morning. He looked like he was trying to cover drive that, didn't he?
He did indeed. It is a slowish pitch, and sometimes when you're driving, it's not quite there. That can happen. But remember, they used to say sign of a good player when you've got lots of inside edges on your bat. That's a load of rubbish, isn't it? Surely. Just means your head's falling over.
Well, there is a theory that if you're going to give one edge away, the better players give the inside edge away rather than the outside.
Depends
edge.
if it's a thick inside edge. If it's a thin inside edge, you get stumps knocked over.
Here's Mohammad Abbas again to Jofra Archer, beats him outside the off stump, kept low. I agree that it is slightly peculiar that Pakistan. I mean, the possibility is that they're saying that this ball is old and soft, and our best chance of restricting England and not giving them too many more runs is with an old, softer ball. But they're 196 behind.
Or they're telling us their best bowler is the part-time spinner.
Yeah, well, Ali Osman can bowl with a new ball, surely. That's 2 straight from Mohammad Abbas, and a nice-looking clip off his pads by Jofra Archer, but only as far as square leg.
Well, I said that last night, if they were going to give him a go with a new ball, 1 over. I thought, because a lot of his deliveries, he looks like he did a lot of players for that skid on. Right? He skidded on, didn't he, said about us. He looked like he did Dan Lawrence a few times. He ended up getting Harry Brook with one that skidded on. So perhaps they're thinking, but spin might be their best option of taking a wicket.
Well, I would say that Mohammad Abbas would be a better option, surely. Here is Abbas again, and pushes Jofra Archer, or Jofra Archer pushes it straight back to him, dips a hand to it and takes the pace off it, and there's no run. The first over of the day comes to an end. Abbas takes his sleeveless sweater from umpire Al-Hodin from South Africa. 367 for 8. Jamie Smith 17, Jofra Archer 0. So, I mean, this is just about person personal achievements, isn't it, for Jamie Smith and Jofra Archer? I mean, England are 196 runs ahead. You know, there's no sort of game plan here, is there? It's just go out there and have a bat, lads. Ali Usman. Hang on, what was that? First spinner to take a wicket.
First opposition spinner to take 5 for since 1972. Did he say 72 or 78?
Yeah, 72, yeah. Did you see who it was? I missed that.
I'm amazed at that. Amazing stat. You think about some of the spinners that have come to this ground. Shane Warne on a few occasions, by the way.
That's right, yeah. Ali Usman is in with his left arm spin, and it's driven down the ground towards long off. Easy single. Jamie Smith takes it. Yeah, why not? So 14 out of 22 200+ leads have led to an innings victory. And in all fairness, and with due respect and deference to Pakistan, it does kind of feel like it's going to be number 15. They have to bat a lot better than they did in the first innings. Here is Ali Usman again, by a quicker one, and beats Jofra Archer outside the off stump.
Well, this is why, and they've decided that their best option, they believe, is a left-arm spin. There is a little bit of turn there, which is going to be exciting enough for Dan Lawrence and Joe Root. You would say part-time spinners. It won't be too rude, would it?
Oh yes.
No, they're good part-time spinners. Joe Root's a very good part-time spinner. The next one is defended by Archer.
Absolutely. So I think he's a better spinner than he probably gets credit for, but he is a part-time spinner. Not something he does every day of the week.
Here is Usman in once again. Archer drives nicely down towards long off. I still find it slightly peculiar that Pakistan have got a long off there, but no worries. Yeah, Gary Morgan, good morning Gary, says since January 2023 England have only batted 90 or more overs 11 out of 40 times in their first innings.
Doesn't surprise me. They've normally got 400 on the board.
Yeah, that's true. Clipped away off his pads down towards deep backward square leg, and they go through for an easy single. That's interesting. It is interesting though, isn't it? Just to see, you know, Gary's putting the stats on the board. So that's beginning of Bazball, isn't it? Jan 23. In first innings, England have only batted 90 or more overs 11 out of 40 times. I mean, the golden rule used to be, you know, 100 overs. You first innings, you got about 100 overs, pushed out towards extra cover, provided it's not a minefield of a wicket. That's guided towards extra cover, no run. 370 for 8. The lead is 199.
I reckon they're going to take the new ball. They've got to, surely. You've had a little look at the spin, see if we can get a wicket up first up. Got one to turn past Jofra Archer, but surely they're going to take the new ball. I'll tell you what though, I have been impressed by England, and I'm not saying it's going to be the change now. Even Harry Brook got dropped on one, we know that. But that innings he played yesterday was what I want to see him play like. Still had aggression, 91 from 93. I can't remember him hitting the ball in the air. Do you know what I mean by that? Sometimes he does those shots where he tries to hit it over mid-off or mid-on. He just played good cricket, positive cricket shots. That's how I think people want to see Harry play. He's going to score quickly anyway.
Mohammad Abbas still with the old ball, runs away from us from the football stand end, and that's a nice looking drive from Jamie Smith straight up to mid-off. That's exactly right. I mean, he played that
reverse sweeps. I didn't see a reverse sweep off him. He
played that one rasping cover drive, which was in the air, but it went so quickly that, you know, cover just, I mean, it was 10 yards wide of him.
Yeah, he probably didn't mean to hit that in the air. He just wasn't quite there, and he hit through it, and he hit it hard enough to be safe anyway. There we go, new ball. I knew he had to take it this over. He had to. Nothing's happening. This guy can bowl, and we've not seen the best of him this Test match, but you don't get 900 first-class wickets, well, nearly 900 first-class wickets, if you can't bowl. What's he got now, 898? Got one this game, has he?
He's got one for 61 at the moment.
So he's got 898.
898, yeah. Here's Mohammad Abbas once again. Runs away from us, and on the back foot, Jamie Smith guides it away through the vacant gully. There's a man on the on the gully boundary, Ali Usman, that is. And that is the 200 lead for England. 371 for 8. It's a long, long, long way back for Pakistan.
And speaking as a bowler now, Manners, I mean, when you take the new ball, you don't mind seeing the better batter just take a little one. I'll have a little go at number 10 and 11. Time to tidy up your figures. Finish with a little 3-4.
Yeah. Here is Mohammad Abbas. 2 slips and a 4th slip. Short and wide, and not that short, actually. Archer tries to thump it through the offside off the back foot. Misses it. Keeps low. Taken by Mohammad Rizwan. And the answer to the question, Goughy, is Ashley Mallett. Australian off-spinner. Took 5 for 144.
Wow. I am amazed at the quality of spinners we've had come to this ground over the years, and not one of them's got a 5-4. Probably because Seam have dominated, right?
Yeah, well, exactly, yeah. But often spinners haven't been picked here at Headingley. Clipped away nicely by Jofra Archer through mid-wicket. Good looking shot, and there's a long, long chase on from Muhammad Ali out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. And Jofra Archer, not prone to running especially quickly between the wickets unless he has to, is able to stroll 3.
Good 3 as well. Did stroll it as well. I'd love to see, I mean, I'm sure he can tell us, but the stat on actually spinners at Lords getting 5-4. Probably second innings I can see him come into it, but I think something like 80% of the wickets, it might be more, 87% of the wickets or something at Lords Test matches of late have fallen to seamers.
Here is Mohammad Abbas again, and it's turned away on the onside by Jamie Smith for another single. Gary says he's just confirming that Ashley Mallett 5 for 144 in July 1972 for Australia against England. Ali Usman is the 11th overseas spinner to take 5 for. Gary, you don't have to give us all 11, but just
can we guess them? Because we've got to think back to 1972 before that. I've no chance. I was only born in 70.
Bishan Bedi.
Yeah, good shout.
Gary, just give us a couple of selected names, ones that we might have heard of. Don't worry about those pre-1930, because Goughy and I might not know who they are or what they bowled. Mohammad Abbas in outside the off stump. Jofra Archer has a little dabble at it and misses it. But only 11 overseas spinners taken 5 wickets in a Test match at Headingley. It's good stat, that. And gee, 1972. I can't even pretend that I know anything about that Test match.
I know nothing until the 80s.
You were 3 and
Literally
I was
football,
5.
Yeah, football and cricket came into my life at 11, basically. So before that, I have no idea.
Yeah, like I said,
I know some of the names. If someone said the names of players in the 70s, obviously West Indies side in the 70s and stuff like that. But it became my life in watching sport was really from the 80s. You know, 82 World Cup at football, 81 Tottenham winning the FA Cup and stuff like that. You know.
1979, Arsenal winning the FA Cup.
Well, that's Sunderland.
3-2.
Sunderland played for Arsenal that year.
Yeah. Graham Ricks.
Remember him?
Yeah, I certainly do. Pushed away defensively, square of the wicket on the offside by Jamie Smith.
That's why I'm lying a bit. I remember that a little bit. I do remember that. I remember the game Sunderland because he had like fuzzy hair, didn't he? Which was the trend back then.
That perm.
Perm, yeah. Oh, Kevin Keegan had the
perm?
Back of the head perm. I had it as well growing up because of Kevin Keegan and Glenn Hoddle. 2 guys that had it. Chris Waddle had a little bit of perm at the back. Before he
I was so
out.
naive that I thought Chris Waddle's was natural. Whether he had a frilly mullet. Here is it's Kuram Shahzad, and that's pushed away by Jamie Smith out on the onside, up towards mid-on, fielded by Shan Masood. Shan Masood has got a massive role to play.
Huge man. He's the one player. I was going to say, to be fair though, he has changed his style of play. He used to be dogged, you know. He used to go out there and defend and really defend his wicket. But now, since coming over here and playing his county stint over here with Yorkshire, and he went to Leicester and Derbyshire, he's played a more attacking brand of cricket.
Here is Kuram Shahzad again, bowls. That's too far down the leg side, and it's flicked away by Jamie Smith very nicely down to the long leg boundary fielded by Mohammad Abbas, and they go through for another single. Jamie Smith is going along nicely in singles at the moment. He's 22. Jofra Archer has 4. 377 for 8. The lead is 206.
Well, one thing that could be in Pakistan's favour when they do get out to bat eventually is it is cold again here at Headingley, and I think if anything it's going to be seam movement rather than swing. But it'll be interesting if England do come out and bowl and they do get seam and swing, because Pakistan have found nothing, no consistent seam or swing for a day now.
Shahzad again, and Jofra Archer just pushes that very nicely through extra cover and takes a leisurely single once again. Batting rather nicely is Jofra Archer. You'd have been had this situation a few times. Absolutely, completely free hit at number 10. You know, come out, no expectation, no need to bat time, no need for runs. You've got 200 lead anyway, and you can just...
I didn't have that many times at all. Not with a 200 lead.
You know what I mean, though? I mean,
Yeah.
what an opportunity for him. He can bat for as long as he likes.
Yeah, it is. I used to love coming in night watchman, especially in first-class cricket for Yorkshire. He had a great opportunity to score.
Shahzad in again, and Jamie Smith tries to play that chop through the gully. There's a man at deep backward point, or rather sarcastically calling it the gully boundary, but it is on the line of gully. That's exactly where he's fielding. That's Azan Awais in that position, the young left-handed opener, 21 years old. First bowler in the first innings, first ball of the Test match. Only the second Pakistani ever to be dismissed with the first ball of a Test match. So that's a record that he won't necessarily... Yeah, well, it'll be one that he'll be able to dine out on in the years to come, I suppose. Steered away by Jamie Smith again. That bounced a bit from Khurram Shahzad, and it's he's ridden the bounce well and guided it away behind square on the offside through the gully. Oh, here you go. Here are some names for you. Lance Gibbs.
Remember him?
Hugh Tayfield.
Is he
great
Australian?
South African. Lance
South
Gibbs, West Indian left armour. Hugh Tayfield.
Bill O'Reilly, Charlie Grimmett.
Athol Rowan, another South African leg spin, left arm spinner.
I'll be honest, mate. I know about 3 of them.
Bill O'Reilly and Clary Grimmett, both leggies. Charles McCarthy, never heard of him. Short, pulled away down towards long leg. He's got underneath that one and has hoisted it beautifully for 6. First 6 of the match. Bouncer from Khurram Shahzad, and Jofra Archer has just helped it on its way. What a beautiful execution of the, well, it's kind of a pull rather than a hook.
A swivel, wasn't it? It was a nice little swivel, and that's amazing start. First 6 of the match, and that goes to show the way Harry Brook played. Actually, the control he showed, and I can't remember hitting one in the air, but that one is a bit of a swivel shot from Jofra Archer. We know he can hit a long ball as well, by the way, Jofra. We've seen it in the IPL, we've seen it in the 100, we've seen it numerous times. And that's his more natural game, I would say, Jofra Archer. He likes to hit boundaries.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot, fantastic execution. Here is Mohammad Abbas now. He's new ball, remember, steered away by Jamie Smith behind square on the offside. Goughy, one of our regular listeners, Rhys Jenkins, has messaged in to say that he's listening to us from Rio de Janeiro, and he wants to know where your gloves are. Where are Goughy's gloves?
Well, there were Harmy's gloves that I used. There were his golf gloves. I don't need them on today, but it is cold again, and I have brought a coat today. I'm better prepared.
You were very underprepared yesterday, I'm afraid.
I cannot remember being that cold at a cricket ground. I'm trying to be as honest as I can. It was freezing up here at 7 o'clock last night. Oh, that's a slog from Jofra Archer. Mohammad Abbas, length ball outside the off stump, and Jofra Archer has just had a heave at that, and he's received a comment from the bowler, and Jofra just grins back at Mohammad Abbas. To be honest, I don't think the bowler can say anything when they've got a 200 lead, England. And by the way, Rio de Janeiro, beautiful. I was there for the World Cup, Football World Cup. Fantastic, loved it, beautiful.
He gets around us, Rhys. He's messaged us. That's at least the 3rd country that Rhys has been listening to us in. He travels a lot, that man. Is full and wide down the leg side. Morning, Jarrod Kimber, Lance Gibbs, Hugh Tayfield, Ghulam Ahmed, Athol Rowan, Thomas Burt.
Tell us
what
who
can
they
you
are,
tell us
Jarrod.
about him? What about Charles McCarthy? What can you tell me about them?
Charles McCarthy was a leg spinner for England, wasn't he? One of the few leg spinners in England.
No, not England, because these are the overseas spinners who've taken 5 wickets at Headingley.
Did you know?
Was he a leg spinner though, wasn't he?
I don't know.
You're not going to believe this. That 5-4 by Usman was the first time an opposition spinner has taken 5 foot at Headingley since 1972.
And that's Lance Gibbs.
No, Clary Grimmett.
I don't think it was Clary Grimmett in 1972.
Ashley Mallett.
I'm not sure he was still around in 1972. Ashley Mallett, the Australian off spinner.
Yeah, 1972. 5 for 144.
So what that really shows you is what happens when you put covers on wickets. Because the covers start to come in about 1980, right? And from that point onwards, there's no more finger spinners taking any wickets, and there's no wrist spinners really outside of who would be the last wrist spinner on that?
No, they take them everywhere else, Jarrod. They just don't take them at Headingley, opposition spinner.
Yeah, but if you look at England, in the old days, England would often play a couple of spinners before the covered wickets came in.
That's short, and it's almost like a slow bouncer. Jamie Smith was in position to hook it and then had to wait for it. It actually looked like a slower ball bouncer.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, which is interesting there, because one of the things people have talked about is Smith was one of his weaknesses in Australia was against the short ball, and he wasn't quite sure whether to duck, play it, or hook it. And it was an area that Australia definitely attacked. And if you remember, he got caught out a couple of times, didn't he, on the boundary? But it was mainly Boland who did him. And that one was when he was going to duck, and then he ended up flashing at it. Opposition teams will be looking out for that.
Here is Mohammad Abbas again. Bowls. Oh, down the wicket comes Archer. He's on the charge now, and he's played the running slog through mid-wicket. Chase on for Muhammad Ali, and he gives up. You know, I think Muhammad Ali just misjudged that. The outfield has dried up now. You know, rain from yesterday. It's back to its traditional quick Headingley outfield, and Muhammad Ali thought he had that one covered, and he got the angle wrong initially, and he tried to cut it off, and then he chased it in the belief that he was going to overhaul it, and he's just given up. He wasn't 3 or 4 yards to go.
Manners, he wasn't diving. I don't think he wanted to dive with the weather we'd had and sliding around. But the modern day cricketer from around the world, most of them on that occasion would have done the slide. I would have put money on most of the England boys definitely doing a little slide there. It's something they practice nearly every day.
I don't know who Charles McCarthy is then.
I don't either.
You know who George Faulkner is though?
Aubrey Faulkner, I know.
Yeah. He took 6 for 17 here, the leggy.
Yeah. Here's Shahzad in. That's a poor delivery down the leg side, long way down the leg side.
Hugh Trumbull is the off spinner from Australia who has the cafe at the MCG and was the best bowler in the world for a couple of years. I think he might have got 2 hat-tricks, I want to say, Hugh Trumbull. He certainly got a hat-trick. But he was basically a little bit like the faster spinners that England had years later, like a little bit quicker through the air, get him on a wet wicket.
Definitely an old-fashioned name, that, isn't it? Hugh Trimble. Not like a Darren Gough, is it, or a Steve Harmison. Hugh Trimble, originally from England.
I'm assuming.
Lead of 220. Oh, that's top edge. He's gone for the pull shot. He's got a top edge. Shan Masood underneath it, takes the catch. And a wicket
for
the
Darren Gough.
persevering Khurram Shahzad. Shan Masood, it's a cold day. He's not wearing a sleeveless sweater. He is wearing long sleeves. But the fingers will be cold, and you could see that he just looked like a man who wasn't particularly warm or particularly happy that he was having a skyer to take. Short ball and Khurram Shahzad. I mean, it's been an arduous innings for Khurram Shahzad. In fairness, there was a very good article written about him by your, should I say, colleague or employee?
Both. Friend.
Beram Kazi wrote a very good article about him yesterday, but so he barely celebrated. And that's the end of Jamie Smith. He's gone for 25, 392 for 9. And Khurram Shahzad 1 for 111 from 19 overs at the start of the day. So a second wicket for him. And as I said, he has at least persevered through what has been an arduous test match for him.
He has. He's kept going and he's picked up another one. Well, he picks up another one and he's only averaging 40 with a ball. So that's the way you have to look at it, right? As a bowler, sometimes you break it down. It'll be same as Mohamed Abbas now. If he can pick up one of these, this last wicket, he ends up with 2 for rather than 1 for. And sometimes as a bowler, you have to think like that, you know. You run in, you're trying all the way to the end to improve your figures, to improve your overall average, because you've gone past the point of thinking we're in the chance of winning the game. So it does become a bit personal, you know. It's your own personal pride and how much personal pride you've got.
New batsman is Josh Tongue, and he's on strike. 2 slips in a gully. Khurram Shahzad in, down the leg side. Little leg glance from Josh Tongue, hits him on the pad. They take a leg by, confirmed by umpire Chris Gaffney.
Just so the difference between the two teams. Remember how well England bowled at the tail. You know, they golden ducks straight at the stumps, really put pressure on them. And you've got Josh Tongue batting, and the first ball you bowl is a down the leg side delivery, which is quite poor. Just on Smith and the pull shot you were talking about before. So obviously he's gone out again. I think one thing that teams have worked out around the world is he pulls up.
Yep.
And so there's always a chance of him either getting a top edge or just getting slightly under it. And I talked to a team about it not that long ago, and they just felt that he can't not play the shot, and it's always going to be in the air. So yes, he'll hit a bunch of sixes, but eventually you probably get him anyway.
Yeah, I don't think he likes ducking. So I think if you get your line right to him, and that line, it's proved to be a weakness over the last 12 months.
Khurram Shahzad in again, bowls. Archer plays a beautiful extra cover drive, but misses the ball.
Where was the test match?
Edgbaston.
Yeah, Edgbaston.
Hooked 3 consecutive sixes and was out attempting a 4th.
I think it was one of the Indian players then I was chatting to, and they just said, we just felt he'd keep going.
And then he did it in Australia on a couple of occasions.
Yep.
Yeah, Melbourne was one of them, I think.
But it's, the way he pulls just feels like he sets up to hit it up. And so you just think, well, you
with
can't
the big
keep
boundaries.
Yeah, you can't keep getting away with it.
Yeah, it was imprinted in my memory that those 3 consecutive hook sixes went for the 4th, and I remember thinking at the time, asking whoever I was on commentary with, is he compulsive? Can he not? Well, that's cut away by Jofra Archer. Oh, he is running back hard for the second, and he had to as well. That was very good fielding from Muhammad Ali on the cover boundary. He really attacked the ball and threw beautifully from 60 yards over the top of the stumps. Mohammad Rizwan took the bails off. Archer realised that he had to change down a gear and accelerate. He's come back for the second. 395 for 9.
Yeah, it was a perfect throw, wasn't it? Over to the keeper. Rizwan took it, bails off, but it's pretty quick, Jofra Archer. When he wants to be, he can move.
He just very rarely wants to. Here is Khurram Shahzad again. Ball. Oh, that's a leading edge, and it's gone away for 4. Thick outside edge, I suppose. He was looking to play it away through mid-wicket, turned the face of the bat, closed the face, hit the kind of leading edge, outside leading edge, and has rushed off past second slip down to the unguarded third boundary for 4.
They actually had someone back, didn't they? But he was too fine, so he's got away with that one.
Well, I'll tell you what now, Mohamed Abbas, he might have bowled a few overs this game, but he's running up there to get a ball at Josh Tongue. New ball in hand, he's got 1 foot, and he's desperate to end up with a little 2 foot. And I think it might be his last chance. I have a feeling the wicket's going to fall pretty soon. There's going to be a few shots played from Jofra Archer without a doubt. Abbas 1 for 74. You could tidy that up with a little 2 for 74. You think that's not a bad day. Could have been better.
You get out of it then, don't you?
You get out. I'd have been happier with 4-4 on this pitch, but I'll take 2 for.
2 slips and a 4th slip now as Josh Tongue plays defensively. Straight back to the bowler. I said this yesterday, and I'll say it again. I know it might be a commentator's curse, kiss of death kind of thing, but I think, that Josh Tongue's a really above average number 11. He's very organised.
Yeah, I think England's tail's pretty impressive. I think from 8, 9, 10, 11, I think they all can hold a bat. I don't think there's any Phil Tufnell in there, or Peter Such.
It still feels like you slag him off when you say he's an above average number 11.
I know what you mean. Outside the off stump, and I think he played at that, and he's beaten. Maybe he missed it by a long way, so he could have been playing inside the line.
Are there many terrible number 11s at the moment? Nahid Rana doesn't. He can't make a run, isn't it? Isn't that his famous thing? I'm trying to think.
He made like 7 out of 7 noughts in 9 or 10 innings. Who are the worst international Test batsmen?
It was New Zealand's number 11.
Oh, he's good.
Willow Rourke.
Willow Rourke.
Oh,
yeah, no, we
he's
like
the Rock.
him.
Willow Rourke.
Oh, he don't have a bat lift, does he? Jason Gillespie, innit?
Willow Rourke.
No, he can bat a long time. Can't score any runs, but bat a long time. That's good ball from Mohammad Abbas. Too good for Josh Tongue, who grins. He's well beaten. Well beaten.
He scored runs at Trent Bridge, and up until that point, he had the lowest strike rate in 30 years of Test cricket. All O'Rourke, but very good defence, as you said. No backlift. It's Hogarth and Gillespie. It's just shoveling the ball back to the bottom.
Do you know, every time we talk about Gillespie, I still cannot believe Jason Gillespie, right? And I played with him here at Yorkshire. I still cannot believe he's got 200. He got 200.
He was hard to get out, though, wasn't he?
He was hard to get out, but not a 200 man. I mean, he was a 20 man, I would say.
He batted 5 sessions.
He was a 20 man. How many 50s did he get?
450 balls.
Maybe
Two,
I think.
and one of them was a double 100.
Oh.
Driven by Josh Tongue. There you go. I told you he's better than a number 11. Straight back over the bowler's head. Take that. Straight back. Absolutely perfect. Then it brings the 400 up. That was a proper cricket shot.
Absolutely. To a good bowler as well. And that sums up the pitch for me. No real pace in it. It don't look as though there's any demons at this moment, but we'll have a look when England bowl on it, by the way. That was a bit of a leg cutter, wasn't it, from Abbas? Put his fingers over the ball. But I'll tell you what, Josh Tongue, technically that's as good as you want. That's as good as you want, and it's coming from number 11.
It's as good a straight drive we've seen from anybody. 2 slips and a 4th slip, still no short leg. 3 on the offside, deep square leg, mid-on, mid-off. Oh, beats the outside edge. Mohammad Abbas. Look, you hit me straight back over my head, and then you can't hit my best ball. It's gone fizzing past the outside edge. Jofra Archer has 22.
It was actually beautiful to watch him there. He got back to the top of his mark, waited for Tongue to look at him, pointed out to square leg to go out for the bouncer, and then kept saying, no, all the way back, made sure that Tongue couldn't miss it, and then just went, I'm just going to bowl my normal ball anyway. And Tongue was half on the back foot and just not ready for that ball.
To be honest, I don't think any of the batters will be worried about the short ball from any of this bowling lineup of Pakistan. It's the slowest Pakistan attack I've ever seen. I'll be straight with it.
Down the leg side, and there's no run. I think it's the slowest Pakistan attack since the 1950s.
Yeah, I can't remember.
No, seriously, Jarrod, they weren't
they had Imran from about 69, 70.
70, yeah.
So he was rapid then when he first came.
Yeah. So and then, and he was quick until about 84, 85, and that's when Wakaran was himself come in. So yeah. But they did have a couple of attacks. They have had some pretty military medium attacks at times, like for one-off games in the last 10 or 15 years. Their bowling attack outside of Shaheen and Nazim Shah really hasn't been sexy for a long time, has it? You go back.
Well, Afridi, I mean, Shaheen Afridi.
But that's what I'm saying.
I still can't believe Shaheen Afridi's not here, by the way. I'm amazed. No matter what they think, whether it's a personality issue, whatever, he has too much power, I think, with his franchise he's part of. But to be not here in this country and bowling on this sort of pitch, I'm absolutely gobsmacked.
403 for 9 then, England in first innings as Jofra Archer is beaten past the outside edge. A lead of 232. Ball breaking through the surface there. Some quite high, light grey cloud overhead. There was the threat of rain. The forecast for today seems a little bit better than it was yesterday. Might be a shower around 3 o'clock, at which point Pakistan will be deep in their second innings. A flat-footed waft really there from Archer, taken behind the stumps. Harmy's back, Jarrod's here, and unfortunately Pakistan continuing to plumb new depths when it comes to fielding. Muhammad Ali running past one earlier today, escorting the ball to the boundary. No ball as well.
I reckon Karim Shahzad's bowled about 5 or 6 by now, hasn't he? It feels like he's bowled a lot. They've bowled 7. I reckon he's bowled most of them.
Yeah, there's they're not coming out of this first couple of days with many crumbs. This is pushed up to mid-on by Archer, who moves to 23. He's going at a run of ball. Josh Tongue has just unfurled a delightful cover drive, straight drive, for 4.
I mean, they're giving Archer a single, and Josh Tongue's 5th ball of his innings, he's just banged it straight over the bowler's head for 1 bounce 4. So I don't think he's going to be blocking too many, Josh. I think if it was up, it's going to be off.
Yeah, I think England want to get out and bowl now, right?
Yeah, we've just seen Joe Root talking to Marcus Trescothick on the balcony. He's got whites on, full England cap on. He's ready. They're primed and ready to go. I just hope Jofra is as well.
Yeah, it was perhaps the worst display we've seen from Jofra Archer in terms of bowling. 4 more. Josh Tongue has timed that to the boundary. No follow through, just presented the bat to the ball and timed the pants off it.
Giving him a single. He's 8 from 8 with 2 glorious punches down the ground, 1 aerial, and this one was a just took a Yorker out, but with the ball being new, even going up the hill, fielder had no chance of stopping it. Yeah, I think from Jofra's point of view, I think with a chance of a couple of days off, I think it might get him revved up, hopefully.
Down the leg side this time. There's been a lot of that as well. 409 for 9. We've seen some double teapots. Seen some angry gesticulation. Seen some slapshot fielding. It's only day 3.
And you look at, I've just seen a picture of the bench at underneath the change rooms of the Pakistan group, and there's not a lot to come from a change point of view other than Baba.
Oi, that's it. Innings over. Josh Tongue beaten by a ball that was pitched up. Catch a deviation into the right-hander. Stumps splattered. End of the innings. England bowled out for 409. The 3rd wicket for Shahzad. Finally gets it up there. And Archer's left at the other end. Ooh, that really jagged back, didn't it?
Good ball, good ball. It's a beaut to a tail ender. If you can bowl a ball top of middle, top of off, top of leg stump to a tail ender, the likelihood is if you do it often enough, you will get him out. Through the gate, no chance for Josh Tongue. Bat and pad a long way apart. That's why you're a number 11. You can play the big shot, can hit the ball, but sometimes the defence becomes in question, and that there, pitched outside off stump, snip back, hit the top of the leg stump, good delivery, and what is it, 239, the deficit. It's a long way back for Pakistan now.
Yes, it is. I think Gary Morgan sent a stat out this morning. I'm not sure if it's already been mentioned on commentary, but it's, the chances of a... Let's have a look.
14 times, wasn't it?
Yeah, when a side gets a first innings lead of 200 at Leeds, they go on to win the Test by an innings 14 out of 22 times. And Pakistan are going to have to bat really well.
They're not convincing me that they're going to turn this into a sort of 4th innings game.
And also that delivery there. This pitch is still giving plenty. And the pitch is actually breaking up. There was a delivery.
Yeah.
The ball took something out the top of the pitch.
Had a bit of turn, haven't we, as well?
Yeah.
So, I mean, look, it's going to be tough for Pakistan. They went off with a lack of energy then. They were waiting for Mohammad Abbas to come over so they could walk off as a team. And he looked like he was like, I'm not interested, guys. I'm sorry. I'm disappointed in the way that you all played. And so he did not run over to them. So they looked disjointed as they were waiting. I think that shows you, Mohammed, though, with Shahzad, 7 no balls, 5 of them were from him in the innings. He bowls to Josh Tongue. First ball, he gets it down the leg side. We see a beautiful delivery from him. We see the 2 terrible ones to Jordan Cox, or 3 terrible ones he bowled to Jordan Cox at the start of that spell. his best ball is fantastic, but his worst balls come just almost as often, and they are terrible. So it isn't a skill problem, it's a repetitive problem. And if you're going to have guys who all bowl at 127 kilometres an hour, they have to be accurate.
Yeah, that's the thing. The 127 kilometres an hour, you've got to be accurate. The ones down leg side aren't really that. I never really got bothered about the ones that went down leg side. Not hurting anybody. You're not hurting the team. You're not hurting the team. You're not hurting your bowling figures. You're just, at the end of the day, you've wasted a lot of energy, you as a bowler, and you're thankful your keeper's agile enough to go and get it. I never
but
really.
you were bowling 2 yards quicker than these guys as well.
I get that, but it's not something that you, as a bowler, I'm going to lose sleep over. I'm going to lose sleep over if I bowl a wide off volley that I've been banged for 4 when I've built up a huge amount of pressure on Jordan Cox, who's first come into the crease. These are, I think there are. It's like seizing the moment, understanding the situation. When we are strong, we keep the pressure on. And I think that's probably the disappointment from Mohammad Abbas walking off, looking around his teammates to think every time we build up a slight bit of pressure from either end, we released it in one massive go by. I'm not sure what the stats are on it, but and I'm just thinking sort of off the top of my head, which I'm very, very good at. But I think there was a lot of 9s off and over, 10s off and over, a lot of double figure overs in that England innings.
Way too many overs where there was 2 or 3 boundaries.
In and over, yeah. So all of a sudden you're building up. I would go as far as to say there's quite a lot of maidens bowled. 2 ways. We got this. This is going into another tangent of a different subject. But England looking at the difference between this innings and the Bazball innings. But if you look at where we've described it, Pakistan not bowling as well, there's probably more maidens in this innings of Pakistan's bowling than against a Bazball team in the last sort of 3 or 4 years. So is that England's change being evident? Is that Pakistan, which I think bowled some decent spells at times and then released the pressure in big overs, because the run rate was still quite high. But you put all that into the melting pot. England, I think England will get 400, and Pakistan really didn't build up enough consistent pressure on a wicket, which they probably should have.
100%. I think when they first came out, I know they're a bit unlucky with that LBW in the first over. But outside of that, if they just kept that intensity up, I think they could have at least put pressure on England. But unfortunately, even when they got those 2 early-ish wickets, they just never kept pressure on for long enough. You look at the Root-Cox partnership and then the Lawrence-Brook partnership, they just seem to get into their partnership so easily, and Pakistan just didn't go anywhere. And a lot of that is, as you said, to 2 and 3 boundaries in an over.
And drop catches. Brook
and
dropped
drop
again.
On 1. Yeah, I mean, they could have had England 205. Like 204 for 5, I think there would have been if Salman Ali Gough had caught Harry Brook.
Yeah. I mean, they had bizarre drop catches. Mohammad Rizwan dropped a catch while he was appealing.
Missed the run out while the ball hit.
Because of his buttocks.
Yeah, up the hoop. So,
here's a question for you. Would England win the county championship?
Yeah, go comfortably.
Where would Pakistan come?
I think they'll be languishing on about 7th next to Surrey.
Oh.
I had to get that in,
Sound
sorry.
like a dig?
That was an easy dig, yeah.
I'm surprised. Would they even be in Division 1?
Yeah, they'll be in Division 1. I mean, you've got Mohammad Abbas.
Got enough batting, don't they?
They've got enough batting.
I don't know.
In Championship cricket, but I don't think they'd win it.
Well, what did
England would win it.
Shafiq, Shan Masood, Baba, it's a pretty good county batting lineup, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Mohammad Abbas taking 90% of your wickets, which he did for Hampshire back in the day.
Okay.
I don't think Pakistan would win it.
Division 1. No, I don't think Pakistan will win it.
They'd be in Division 1, but I don't think they'd win it. I don't think Muhammad Ali...
Guys, just be careful. Someone might be listening to this.
Yeah, I've seen that, gentlemen. I didn't understand that, by the way, but...
I missed that. Go on.
So Stuart Broad said, this is a poor Pakistan team. England should win 3-0. Right?
Which is true.
And someone but said, how dare you call this team poor? We didn't call you poor when you lost 5-0 to England and everything. And to that I say, Salman, we don't care what you say.
No, but we all called England poor when they were getting beat in the Ashes.
Exactly. I don't remember English people holding their tongues during the Ashes, guys.
The one thing I will say about Pakistan, and let's get Salman back into the equation then. The Pakistan cricket, having been in Pakistan many times, Pakistan cricket is so passionate. It's a big country, it's a big area, and it's 100% cricket like India. They play a lot of first-class cricket in pockets of Pakistan, and they produce some unbelievable players on the world stage. I can't believe this is the best 11 players in Pakistan.
Can I just add to
that? I really
that,
can't. I'm struggling to understand that this is their best 11.
Can I just add something to that? Because you see a West Indies put a team out, which actually got a pretty good bowling attack at the moment, actually, fair to them. But we've seen West Indies sides over the last 10 years play Test cricket, and very often than not, scratching my head trying to work out who some of the batters are. They don't seem to appear in any other form of cricket apart from the West Indies Test team. But at the same time, you're watching domestic T20 leagues all around the world where some of the best players in these teams are from the Caribbean. Now we know why, and the politics in and around why a lot of that isn't the case with Pakistan, and that's not really what I want to talk about. What I want to talk about is where are the best Pakistani players? Because you can look at West Indies and say, well, they're not playing Test cricket, but they are playing there. But that's the thing, Harmy, to expand on that. It's not like I'm watching Pakistan play Test cricket and think, what a shame that, this leg spinner has taken the money to play in the CPL rather than playing for Pakistan. What a shame that 95 mile an hour fast bowler is playing in the MCL rather than the Pakistan. They don't appear to be the players in any format. How is that possible?
Yeah, and I think I'm trying to say this, not to having a go. I'm trying to say this with all due respect. You've just mentioned the county championship in England. We can't throw sort of too big of a stone here because we're languishing 7th in the World Test Championship. And I look at some of the players that England have got at their disposal and think we should be a hell of a lot better than that we are. I look at a lot of teams around the world. Sri Lanka haven't got a very good Test team. Bangladesh have come on the rails and beat Australia.
They've won a Test.
They've won a Test.
They've also lost to Zimbabwe recently.
Absolutely.
Right?
And you look at Australia. Once they're sort of Fab 4 bowling unit, because Scott Boland's a similar agent, so there's 5 there. What does Australia look like? I look at Pakistan. I love Pakistan. I love the culture, the country, and the people that play there because of the passion they have for cricket. And I mean this with all due respect. All right, and it's a slight concern when you look at what Pakistan, the size of the country, the passion for the game of cricket. Bumping into Azhar Ali, and he was in our hotel this morning. They've had some great players play for Pakistan. I can't believe with the structure in their country at the minute that this is their best 11.
I don't know, Jarrod. I don't know if you're off or how long you're sticking around for.
I'm about to go. I didn't see Azhar Ali this morning.
Did you say you saw Azhar Ali or Babar Azhar?
No, Azhar Ali.
Azhar Ali.
He had been to Scotland. He's travelling. He's been to Scotland. He came up and I was waiting on Sir Alistair Cook as ever to get all his kit and get ready to come to the ground. And Azhar Ali played for Worcester.
He definitely played. Yeah,
Worcestershire. Yeah. I got the right one. Just recently retired.
Yeah.
He was in our hotel this morning.
We're not denying it. I just didn't see him.
I'm second guessing me.
The only reason I was doing it is because my son was there, and my son's a massive cricket fan, and I was pointing out every cricketer that was around.
He was at standing reception with 3 of his mates. He'd been around Scotland. And
are they heading off? Are they staying tonight?
No, just came for I think you've only just come for today. I think coming down through and passing through. I think so. Anyway, you had me second guessing there.
We're watching you second guess.
I mean,
look again.
Imagine if they had an Azhar Ali in this team, and they spent the whole time when Azhar Ali played saying he wasn't good enough. He might be the best bat at the moment. Anyway, I'll let you guys have that.
I'm going to speak to Jarrod when he comes back before lunch, because I do have a theory that we are about to embark on the worst period of Test cricket in terms of the quality of the individuals, and I'd like to ask him when there's a comparable time in history. So have a think about that. Ollie Robinson to open the bowling from the Kirkstall lane, and he's bowling to Azan Awais, who was on a king pair.
King pair, golden pair.
Golden pair, is it king? No.
King pair, isn't it? Yeah.
First baller in first innings. He survived the first ball in the second. In fact, Ollie Robinson will probably be slightly annoyed that he didn't force him to play there.
Yeah. Just now, Ollie Robinson's come around the wicket. He got the wicket of Oh, it's from around the wicket. He got Sean Masood from over the wicket.
Yeah, Gough was spitting, wasn't he? Round the wicket then, and this time he is forced to play and defends up to, is it Joe Root at mid-off?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Gough was, and will, I'm sure when he comes back on comms duty, bowl over the wicket and get the swing back in to the left-hander. And then you can get the one past the outside edge. You can trap him in front if it comes back. And then if it doesn't work after 3 or 4 overs, then you go round the wicket.
Absolutely. But it just seems to be the modern day fashion of bowlers to bowl around the wicket, because modern day batters play away from their body and you try and get the ball going away from off stump.
3 slips Gully. There's a short leg as well. This is left alone. It's Gus Atkinson at backward point. They seem to be shuffling the deck a little bit when it comes to Slipcorden and Gully backward point. We've had Jofra Archer at backward point.
Yep.
Who else have we had at backward point in this test match?
We had Josh Tongue at backward point. We've had, it's just a bowler. Because Joe's going to field where he did, and we talked about it, and the rendition of Jerusalem's being played, England players are, give them their applause. But because Joe's going to field it either mid on or mid off, it means that one of your bowlers is going to have to field at backward point or in a catching position.
Robinson continuing around the wicket, and good bounce here, but Azan Awais is on the front foot and just blocking this down to the offside. So we've got Ben Duckett at first slip, so he's in there ahead of Joe Root. Harry Brook at second slip, Jordan Cox at third slip, Dan Lawrence Gully with Gus Atkinson at backward point, Emilio Gay at short leg, Root at wide mid-off, Archer at mid-on, and Josh Tongue down at fine leg. Is again forward is Azan Awais. He's batting quite far out of his crease, and this is pushed out to extra cover, no run. I mean, today should be the best day of the 3 for batting. It was so gloomy and murky, and there was rain, and floodlights had been on for much of the first 2 days, and it was stop-start as well. So Robinson could bowl a couple of spells without, he had a forced break between them. Also, dare I say it, has the pressure been taken out of the game, because there's no way Pakistan can realistically feel like they're going to win this game this time. Again, good connection from Azan Awais. This is pushed to backward point. Gus Atkinson just flexes his knees. He's getting ready to bowl at this end. And Pakistan have got through the first over unscathed. Yet to get off the mark, 0 for 0. And it'll be Atkinson, who I thought bowled... actually, is
Archer.
it? No, it's Archer. It was Atkinson. Actually, who opened?
Archer.
Oh, no, it was Archer.
Archer
of course.
bowled.
He bowled 2 overs. That's
he
right.
bowled 2 overs. It wasn't very good. And Joe, brilliantly, I thought it was excellent captaincy. Joe hold him off. Yeah, I can't afford you to get... I've won the toss, so bowl first. I need you to be right on it. And if you're not on it, I've got 2 other bowlers who would love to bowl at this time, and hold him off. I thought that was good from Joe. So hopefully Archer, he's seen what's happened in the first innings, and now we will see a better one.
Imam ul Haq about to face his first delivery of the second innings, and he plays inside the line. Short leg has just been pushed out, more square leg now. But apart from that, it's identical field to the one that Joe Root employed for Ollie Robinson's first over. And Archer is also bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Imam ul Haq.
Bounce from Archer, good to see. Looks as though he's got a little bit of a spring in his step. Good delivery from it. It looked good. It wasn't really effective, but it looked good. Positive signs for England.
There's Archer again. This is too wide and left alone by Imam ul Haq, who's like a lot of the Pakistani team, and we talk about the negativity around this side. Well, article written after their collapse in Trinidad in the first test match against the West Indies last month. Or actually, was it earlier this month? No, it was last month. And dare I say it, the majority of the Pakistani batters' second innings averages do not bear up, do not bear close scrutiny. Gonna have to hope they bat a little bit better. There's Archer in again, still too wide. This is arrowed in, touch fuller, but again, allowing Imam-ul-Haq just to... It's what you want as an opening bat, isn't it? Just to get a few deliveries you don't have to play at.
Absolutely. Archer there. Second ball 86 miles an hour. Third ball 87 miles an hour. Again, I'm not a big fan of looking at the speed gun for any other reason than to see if they're in rhythm. Jofra Archer's a 90 mile an hour bowler. If he's touching around about that 87, 88 mile an hour, you know his knees is pumping in the rhythm. In the first innings, he was around 83 to 86, and you could see he was a little bit off.
And again, left alone. This is even wider from Archer. Imam-ul-Haq's faced 4 deliveries, and he hasn't had to play at any of them.
Little set-up though. There's a little set-up. He dragged his length back the first ball. He's bowled a little bit wider. He's saying to him, well, who is more natural, wanting to sort of put bat on ball. He was getting a little bit closer to off stump. He's probably trying to see if it's swinging away, and he's trying to see if it's swinging away, whether he goes to the in-swing or he just goes that little bit closer to off stump.
Oi. Oh, he's got the glove, has he? Imam-ul-Haq has been given out. He's ducked out the way of a short ball which has followed him, and he hasn't leant back quick enough. The ball has just kissed the glove and gone through to Jamie Smith, and for the second time in the match, Pakistan are 0 for 1.
Similar length to the very, very first ball. But this one, you watch this again, Jon Norman, it is a cross seamer. The seamer is a little bit more, it's not a full cross seamer, but it's not a wobble seam ball. It's an effort ball into the ground, and I wonder from Jofra's point of view, from experience of bowler, as a bowler, sometimes when your fingers are right up against the seam, it might be just slipping out the side because of the lacquer and the newness of the ball, the slippiness of the ball. There, Jofra looks as though he's just grabbed the back of the seam, and as he's grabbed the back of the seam, because he wants to grab the seam, it's not a seam up delivery, it's a 3/4 seam ball, which you then get right behind it, you bowl it into the surface, it's to get through your action, and it hasn't quite bounced as much as what Imam-ul-Haq thought it was going to bounce, and it's just followed him because obviously it's not seam bowled upright, it's gone with the angle, it's clipped the glove, and Jamie Smith said thank you, and it's a great sign for England that Jofra Archer has picked up a wicket in his first over.
Yeah, brilliantly describes Steve Harmison. He did suggest there was a little setup going on there.
He's just talking about it now with Josh Tongue. He's just talking about it now, and I think what he's saying to Josh Tongue, a little bit what you described, he's not quite getting it off his fingers with the lacquer of the ball. Sometimes you get a lacquer of a ball which makes it a little bit more slippier than other times. Sometimes it looks. You
used to talk about that.
Yeah.
If you weren't feeling it, you'd go cross seam.
Go cross seam and
hold the
ball. Just
hold the seam.
More, yeah. So you can drag something into the ground. You have to be careful because you do bowl it a bit shorter when you do it like that.
Archer into Shah Massood, who gets off the mark first ball with a 4. Guided down to fine leg. Pakistan 4 for 1. And at the end of a really good over for England, a wicket. They're 9 wickets away from victory. And Pakistan, it's been a sorry test match for them so far. And so it continues with Imam-ul-Haq dismissed for a duck at the start of the second innings.
Just clipped the glove, didn't it? Sponsor's logo over the glove. He's trying to get out the way. Imam-ul-Haq, he's not sure. It just hasn't bounced on him. He's expecting that to go past the Pakistan badge on his chest, just above his left, above his heart, just above his chest on the left-hand side of his shirt.
Here is Robinson, start of his second over, and he beats Azan Awais with a delightful delivery that's bowled on a length. And the problem for the Pakistanis is that Ollie Robinson can move the ball both ways, and it's nigh on impossible to know which way it's going to go, certainly at the start of an innings. There was a good piece he did with Ian Ward and Sky Sports about how he just canters the seam one way or the other, applies a little bit of pressure on the index finger or the ring finger, and it really, how you pick that up, and it can go one way or the other. Only Robinson knows, and he's in now. This is a touch wide, and Azan, who's still yet to score a run in this test match, lets this one go through.
It's interesting when you hear You hear bowlers do that. Yeah, they don't know. As a bowler, you don't know which way it's going to go, whether it's going to go in or it's going to go out. But what you do is you find a process and a formula that you know when you hold the ball in this certain way and you bowl through and you finish your action, that the ball will deviate because this is where the ball's going to land. The ball's going to land on the seam. The thing with Robinson is just unbelievable accuracy. So if he's asking the question,
and high release point as well. Runs here though, and this is confidently struck. Won't reach the boundary at third. Gus Atkinson certainly doing a better attempt at hauling the ball in near the boundary than his opposing fast bowler Muhammad Ali did earlier today, when he just kind of ran alongside the ball to allow 4, and that means that Shan Masood will have to face up. Ollie Robinson dismissed both batters at the crease in the first innings. And, very early on day 1, 6 for 2 Pakistan. That scoreboard, it does me over. 7 for 1 in second innings.
It's a nightmare in that situation. When you're a fielder in that situation, you're arguably blowing it you just want it to go for 4, because you're going, Gus Atkinson knows as the ball's going past him, that's not going for 4, because if I run my fastest, I can stop that. You want it to fly off for 4, because when it dribbles and it goes past, all of a sudden I might have to dive, I might have to run into an advertising board, I might have to jump over an advertising board. All these things come to the equation when the ball's just dribbling into the boundary. It's an absolute nightmare.
7 for 1 then, and over the wicket comes Ollie Robinson. Shan Masood just withdraws the bat at the last minute. This is going across the left-hander. 3 left-handers at the top of Pakistan's batting order. So why has Ollie Robinson switched to over the wicket? I know that's how he got Shan Masood out in the first innings, but why is he bowling round the wicket to Azan Awais and over the wicket to Shan Masood?
Possibly a bit like the Emilio Gay. You see the front toe. The front toe's going more towards cover point. So Shan Masood's right foot, his front toe's going towards cover point. He's planting his front foot and he thinks he can just hit that blue front pad. 4
slips in place here for Shan Masood, and Ghali backward point. Short leg's been taken out, and this is left alone.
So like the Emilio Gay, they talk about Emilio Gay planting his front foot and getting squared up. Shan Masood does that a lot. His front foot goes right across on an angle towards off stump. And so because of that, he can't get his bat coming through straight back down the line of the ball. So I think that's why Robinson, if there's any hint of swing, he can get the ball coming back on towards the pad, and the bat can't get to the ball because the pad's in the way.
So he'll bowl a touch fuller to Shan Masood, beaten past the outside edge. Great ball there again from Robinson, bang on it again.
Touch fuller, and if it doesn't swing, it does that, and he clips the outside edge.
I knew you were the person to ask. Army's off. Gough is coming back in. You up, Goughy?
Yeah, good start, wasn't it?
Very good start.
This is a big wicket though now for me. Shan Masood, a player who's a very good player, used to English conditions. Played for Derbyshire, played for Yorkshire, played for Leicester. 3 of the counties he's played for in this country. Good player, averaged 55 at Yorkshire. But you got Archer. Didn't bowl so well, did he, in the first innings? And that can sometimes happen when you've played a lot of one-day games, a lot of white ball cricket. You just don't get it right with your wrist. But he's definitely fired up. There's a spring in his step.
There is now, and he flicks it away through the leg side, does Azam Awais, and they go through for a couple. Just for the benefit of the many who will be listening, Goughy, who are cricket aficionados, cricket fans, cricket followers, cricket supporters, but not necessarily cricket players. Can you explain simply why the bowling action, the wrist, whatever you like, is different from white ball cricket to red ball cricket? Why? I mean, you it's obviously clear to you, as it should be. That's quick from Archer. bounce outside the off stump, left alone by Azam Awais. But why would the bowling action be different from white ball cricket?
No, what tends to happen, it's just you're bowling a lot of Yorkers, a lot of slower balls, and your wrist position can be slightly different. Your front arm comes away a little bit more, and because you're doing that effort ball to bowl that Yorker. So then when you come back to the red ball stuff and you're trying to keep your wrist upright for outswing, for in-swing, it can sometimes, you might be just slightly off, fraction off, and it just affects the way you bowl. And if you noticed, he bowled a lot of balls, which is unlike Jofra, down the leg side in the first innings. And I think it just took him a time to get going. And I said some guys take a little bit longer than others to get back into their rhythm, but you can tell the rhythm he's got now.
Pushed away, square of the wicket on the offside, just behind square actually, on the offside. It's a lovely shot from the 21-year-old, and he's got 4 runs. It was very full and very wide. Didn't need to hit it. You just, with that pace of Jofra Archer, all you need to do is offer the bat to the ball.
So what tended to happen with me, Manners, when I played a lot of one-day cricket, going back to red ball, was my front arm, because I used to bowl the Yorkers and like Wakar and Wazim, I put my arm across my chest and I used to then sling it open to be more open. And when I did that then in a red ball, I used to throw it down the leg side.
Outside the off stump, left alone by Azam Awais.
So it took my bowling coach, used to send me a message, text, because obviously he wasn't at some of the grounds we were at. When we were allowed phones back in the old day, he'd just say, always said your front arm's a little bit weak, get your front arm going through strong and through. And that's all I needed, and then I was back on track. And I think both of the England bowlers, you watch Josh Tongue the way he started in the first innings, and Jofra Archer, you could tell they'd played a lot of white ball cricket, and especially Josh Tongue, he'd bowled more than Jofra.
3 slips gully in a leg slip and a short leg, and this one is flicked away to leg slip and caught by Jarrod. Archer has a second. The leg slip brought into action. Captain snaffles the catch. Pakistan are 13 for 2, and that was a fielding position that has worked to perfection. I can't be absolutely certain of quite what the plan was, but he wasn't fielding there by accident. And Jarrod, no, isn't that good when a plan comes together?
Well, look, a little bit fortunate. I think he was there for the short ball, wasn't it? And if you watch the ball there, it was very much a wobble seam delivery from Jofra Archer, slanted into the leg side. He did nothing wrong, the batter, really. I mean, sometimes it's going to go a little bit aerial, and it's gone straight to Jarrod, who took a great catch, actually, because it came pretty fast. And unfortunately for Azam, after a couple of good shots, he goes for 9, and they're in trouble here, aren't they, Pakistan? We said we'll see what it's like when England bowl in the second innings, and there's been a little bit of seam movement, and they managed to pick up 2 wickets. And Jofra Archer is back on track. 2 for 10. He's got Jofra now.
Didn't take a wicket, of course, in the first innings when Ollie Robinson and Josh Tongue took 5 apiece. But he's made a flying start in the second innings. And I have to say, Goughy, sometimes, often actually, the number of wickets you take aren't necessarily an accurate reflection of how well you're bowling. But I think we can safely say that Archer really has bowled 2 very, very good overs. Quick too. He wasn't at top pace. Not only was he spraying a few down the leg side in the first innings, but he wasn't hitting close to 90 miles an hour most of the time. He's more like 85, but he's quick today.
Absolutely. He wasn't at the races, and sometimes that happens as a fast bowler. His rhythm didn't look right. He wasn't attacking the crease, and we're sitting here now. I can see there's a huge difference just watching him now, the way he's charging into the wicket with purpose, with aggression.
And he is into Abdullah Shafiq, and this is quick outside the off stump, and it doesn't bounce as much as Abdullah Shafiq expected, and he was all set to just sway out of the way of it, and it didn't get up high enough, and he suddenly had to drop his hands as well, make sure he didn't get into trouble. Beautifully bowled, Jofra Archer. Very impressive start. 2 for 10. Pakistan 13 for 2. England bowled out for 409 this morning, with Jamie Smith making 25 and Jofra Archer himself making 23 not out. Pakistan with a monstrous deficit of 238 on the first innings, and they're now 13 for 2, and Ollie Robinson's bowling with everybody in the slip cordon. Well, almost. We've got 4 slips and a gully. Actually, where's Emilio Gay going? He's just left short leg for Shan Masood. Okay, so yeah, I think he wants a mid-off. There was no mid-off for a second.
Look at this fielder there we've got here at deep backward point. Well,
forward comes Shan Masood, pushes it up to mid-on. Jofra Archer does the fielding.
Well, it's like a gully line,
Deep
but it's
gully.
deeper. It's a very deep gully.
Gus Atkinson.
Yeah. So it's not going to be, that's for a slash, isn't it? Outside off stump. Attacking field from Joe Root. I actually found that, with Joe, when he captained last time, England, I think he got a lot of unnecessary criticism. He actually was an attacking captain, as in his field placings. And I know Ben Stokes got a lot of praise for the way he did things. But I thought he was an attacking captain, Joe Root.
4 slips and a gully, beats the edge. Ollie Robinson past Shan Masood's upright bat, upright stance, and into the gloves of Jamie Smith. So this is, this is like a West Indies 1983 field. 4 slips and a gully. They at one point, because Emilio Gay was at short leg as well, and I'm thinking no mid off. Ollie Robinson, it's like he's not Joel Garner, Michael Holding. So then they thought, hang on, actually we do need a mid off.
Well, what he's telling you is, but England's bowlers are bowling straight, Here
is Robinson again, bowls. Masood leaves alone outside the off stump, no run.
Because if you're going to bowl with any width, or you're not quite there at your best, you're going to go through the covers, right? Or you're going to get it off the back foot through the covers, or you're going to get it leg side. Pakistan couldn't do this field because the way they bowl was 2 sides of the wicket. Now, with Ollie Robinson, we saw in the first innings, he bowled pretty straight. And again, we talk about Ollie Robinson bowling over the wicket to the left-hander if the ball's swinging. There's not much swing around. It's more been seam movement, so now they're going to go to his preferred option. He's going to come round the wicket to Shan Masood. Joe Root's now taking himself out. He's going to put square leg squarer, and he's put himself, guess where? Into that leg slip position.
So now just 3 slips and a gully and a leg slip as Masood again. He's played at that, but he seems to have missed it quite comfortably. He looks totally unperturbed. Just makes me wonder whether he is one of those players who plays inside the line. Oh no, hang on a minute, that seemed away. No wonder he missed it by so much.
Well,
that's like it's gone like an off break.
It's skill, mate. It's skill, and this is why I was so surprised. But Mohamed Abbas, with the amount of wickets and the skill factor he has not been at his best this Test match. Because Ollie Robinson is making the ball talk.
Here he is again, bowls Masood, turns it away off his pads, this time down towards long leg, and it'll be fielded by Josh Tongue. Gee, you and Harmy both said yesterday there's been a bit in it for the bowlers, but when Ollie Robinson bowls, there's more than a bit with the new ball, especially. I mean, how does he make it nip so much?
Well, it's skill. You'd say the same about how did Jimmy Anderson do it. Stuart Broad wasn't really a swing bowler. He was more of a seam bowler. But Jimmy was swing and seam, wasn't he? If he didn't quite get the seam position right, he used to nip back and do people through the gate. And Ollie Robinson's a very similar bowler to Jimmy. I don't think he's obviously not as quick as Jimmy and a bit taller than Jimmy. But he's very similar. It's high skill levels.
Robinson in again, bowls, and Abdullah Shafiq is forward. Plays up towards mid-on, fielded by Emilio Gay. 224 behind. Pakistan having lost 2 early wickets. They're 14 for 2. Shan Masood needs to make 180 here for Pakistan. He needs to bat. He needs to finish this innings not out for them to have any chance.
That'd be his career best, wouldn't it? Test best by a long shot. He needs to get 100. Let's be straight. Pakistan need 2 players to get 100. Now, can they do that? We've had no one in the game yet got 100. Ice is what? Harry Brook, 91. So we've seen there's a delivery out there on this pitch that's going to get rid of the batter. We saw it. And Harry Brook had a life on 1, by the way. So there's something in this pitch, and it tells you with the scores we've seen from both sides. There's been a lot of 50s and 60s. And there's always something there for the bowler on this wicket. And it's a good pitch to bat on, but there's something there for the bowler.
3-slip Scully in a leg slip, and Masood is beaten again outside the off stump. You just have to be completely phlegmatic about it. With the new ball at Headingley, third morning, nice bowling conditions, you are going to play and miss. In fact, not phlegmatic, be grateful. Be grateful. You need some luck while the ball is new. This Jofra Archer, are you showing us the wobble seam?
Yeah,
on the screen.
Yeah, his wobble seam ball, if you think of a flying saucer, that's the way it's going to look to come out of his hand.
He's in again, beats Masood again outside the off stump. As an opening batsman, you just play the line. Just play the line. If it moves, well, I hope you don't edge it and move on to the next ball. That's what Masood's doing.
So for those watching on YouTube, so this straight ball, his wrist is going to be upright, right? It's going to be straight out of the hand. So his wobble ball, which he bowls quite a lot of, and in fact a lot of bowlers around the world are doing it, their wrist drops, so it comes out of the hand like the old-fashioned reverse swing delivery, so it's going to come out like a flying saucer, so it's wobbling down the pitch.
Here is Archer once again, bowls, and Masood turns it very nicely off his pad. Sweet timing. Races away to the square leg boundary. Archer just a wee bit too full and too straight. He doesn't mind that. He'll give the batsman the odd boundary. He knows he's got a couple of wickets in the bag. Just keep allowing the new ball to do its thing. What I don't understand is Gus Atkinson. His wobble ball seems to come out with the seam bolt upright.
Well, Jimmy's did, but I'm just saying the difference of Jofra Archer's, I'm explaining Jofra's wobble ball is slightly different. It wobbles a lot more, but if you look at, Gus Atkinson's.
Masood drops it down into the offside, sets off for a single, and Amelia Gay can't prevent it. So, yeah, I always thought the wobble seam, in order for it to wobble, had to come out with the seam slightly off, at a slight diagonal. You're just so maybe even 10 degrees below straight upright.
Yeah, and I think if you look at Ollie Robinson and Gus Atkinson and Jimmy Anderson, they all did the wobble ball upright seam, and then they come over with a finger. But with Jofra, obviously he feels more comfortable dropping his wrist at an angle, so it comes out like that. He finds that easier, and I think I would have bowled it like that as well. I would have found it a lot easier to bowl it like that.
Archer again, it's over pitched and driven, and there'll be 4 more from Abdullah Shafiq this time. Made a very composed, impressive 61 in the first innings, comfortably the top score before he was bowled by Ollie Robinson. So Abdullah Shafiq needs to, double that would be good. And Shan Masood also needs to add to his collection of centuries. Shan Masood has 700s and 14 50s in Test cricket. Pakistan really up against it, but that old running analogy, don't look at the finish line, take it one step at a time. Just make sure you don't trip over the curb. Don't worry about what happens in 6 hours time or 26 hours time. The scheduled end of the Test match. Nudged away out on the onside. Darren Kazi, very good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon to you as well, Manners. Coffee. I love the hoodie. Really good colour.
Well, I've got a bit of pink and you've got a bit of pink in yours, right? Yeah, matching bit of pink.
Yep, real men do wear pink.
I know that.
Yeah.
One of my favourite colours. Blue, favourite colour. Pink, second favourite colour.
Yeah, I think for me, baby pink, the one you're wearing, right up there. Love a bit of yellow and a bit of green as well. But no green today for Pakistan. They're in the red. It's been quite a tumultuous morning for them. First, Jofra smashes them for a 6. And now he's broken through twice early on in Pakistan's second innings. And in the words of my colleague Rob Barron, they are folding like origami veterans.
The art of paper folding. Well, let's hope that they are able to put a bit of cardboard into that now and make it a bit more difficult. Pushed away defensively as Robinson is in once again. Talking of real men and their habits, do you remember years and years ago, 5 or 6 years ago, this may have passed both of you by, but Ben Stokes did an interview in which I use this very much in inverted commas, confessed to preferring ladies' deodorant to men's deodorant. And I thought, Ben, I've been doing that. I remember as a young boy.
Yeah, a lot of men do that.
As a young boy, I remember thinking, why did women get all the nice smells?
I don't wear their perfume. I use a unisex aftershave. I know that sounds because it's not aftershave, it's cologne, isn't it, or whatever it is.
Yeah, eau de cologne. Yeah, pushed away defensively by Jon Norman. But I'm talking about roll-on deodorant. Like all the pink tops smell far better than all the blue tops.
Absolutely. Yeah. I don't do that, but I use a thing called Molecule. Have you heard of Molecule?
No.
And it's got 01, 02 or 03. So 0, and it reacts to your own hormones in your body. I love it, and a lot of people.
Is
so
it
many
scented?
compliments.
Is
I
it
get
scented?
so many compliments. Yeah, have a sniff, mate.
Oh yeah.
You like it?
It's not bad.
Yeah, it's nice. It's expensive, but it's nice.
Here's Ollie Robinson outside the off stump, left alone.
Not sure I have enough molecules in my bank account to afford that one. Coffee.
Yeah, it's probably about a night's accommodation in Headingley.
How long does it last?
Oh, the bottle it lasts ages. You don't put that much on, do you? You don't need to.
Okay.
Because it's good quality.
I've been steadfastly sticking to the same brand of roll-on deodorant for 20 years. It's not expensive, but it smells nice.
You're a man of habit, aren't you, Manners? Man of habit.
Kind of thing. Yeah.
Yep, you definitely are. I've known you a few years now, and I would say you're definitely that.
Predictable.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that.
I know what I like, and I like what I know. Here's Ollie Robinson in again. Tucked away by Jon Norman. This could be another boundary, and it is. Geez, timing it nicely. Don't bowl at Jon Norman's pads. Yeah, we've just seen him play and miss, 4, 5 times at sort of 4th, 5th stump outside line, outside the off, and he bowled in at his pads, and he's good.
He is unforgiving when you bowl him on his pads, and Jon is a very good flicker of the ball. His flicking prowess is right up there. He's quite easy on the eye when he's on one, and he is former Yorkshire captain. In fact, both of these guys, Abdullah and Jon, have played for Yorkshire, so they would be a bit used to these conditions. And I mean, Jon never got to captain Pakistan here, but I hope that he can show some resistance.
Here's Ollie Robinson around the wicket to Jon Norman. It's back of a length, not in at the pads, but in at the body, and he plays the tuck and the clip very nicely. And he's got 2 more here rather than 4 more. Actually, Jon Norman averaged 54 in 2 seasons for Yorkshire.
Nice, unbelievable player. And listen, I'm a massive fan of Jon, and I keep in touch with him on a regular basis. In fact, keeps in touch with me and my wife. So we're good friends with him, and I really like his attitude. I think he's a fantastic human being. He's a good player. I think you're right. That line just outside off stump is the line to bowl to him. Nick off.
4 slips waiting for that nick off, but this one nips back, and Masood not only manages to defend it, to kind of pushing it down off his rib cage down to his own feet. He then picks it up and does the fielding for England as well. A couple of years ago, Harmy and I had him on following on, and he spoke very movingly about losing his sister, and about the
effect it had on him. Yeah,
and the sense of perspective that you gain. That you realise that cricket's not everything.
Well, he posted about his sister, didn't he? I think coming into this series, and it's something. He was very close to his sister, who had difficulties, didn't she? And he had a massive effect on him personally.
3 slips and a gully. Short and wide uppercut by Abdullah Shafiq. Beautifully played. Really, really top quality. I think that there are too many players in Test cricket who don't make use of that. Nobody on the 3rd boundary. You've got 3 slips. With the right ball, make the right choice. Don't have to put any effort into the shot. You just steer it.
I mean, it is aesthetic brilliance from Abdullah Shafiq. Elegance personified on most occasions, but here he's really smart as well. He sees that gap. He makes full use of that length. And I feel like he's got a really high ceiling. He just needs to work a few things out.
Here's Archer again. He goes full and straight, and it's tucked away by Shafiq behind square on the leg side. They'll go through for another couple. Runs are coming thick and fast in the last 20 minutes. That doesn't matter as far as England are concerned, because they have a first innings lead of 238. Pakistan are 35 for 2, still trailing by 203.
Do you know, we're looking at Pakistan, they've been disappointed in this game, and they've been disappointed for a while, but I look at their side and I still think it's got so much promise. I think Emmanuel Ak is a fantastic player. I think he can dig in and get big scores. I like Abdullah Shafiq, but there's no doubt about that whatsoever. Shan Masood, Babar Azam, that is a good batting lineup.
Nudged away defensively off the back foot by Abdullah, no run.
I would say on paper, they do look solid. Mohammad Rizwan was one of the higher performing wicket keepers in the circuit in Test cricket not too long ago.
What's happened to Fakhar Zaman? Is he past it now? Is he past getting back into this side? Because he's another terrific player.
I think the thing with Fakhar is that he did play a couple of Test matches, but he just kind of prioritized his white ball career, and he would really want to play that 2027 ODI World Cup for Pakistan, right? That could be his last swan song, and I do think ODIs are his best format, so he'd probably be looking at that. But yes, I feel like the talent is there, the application lacking at times.
Short, banged in and nudged out on the onside, and there's no run. Harmy and I, again, speaking of following on, interviewed Mickey Arthur last week, and he said that he felt that the problem, I think you may have endorsed this actually, well, maybe you said it first, but he said that the problem with the PSL and you know, the white ball formats is that that I don't know, the level of sort of fan appreciation bordering on reverence goes to the players' heads a little bit, and they forget how to play Test cricket or how to want to play cricket. Archer in, that's a beauty. It's full, it's not drivable, but Abdullah Shafiq trying to defend it, well beaten outside the off stump.
That was an absolute seed by Jofra over there, and I think the main challenge for Pakistan cricket right now is how to do the balancing act. You've got these T20 leagues, you've got Test cricket. The first class structure is, you know, it's always in flux, and that needs to be consistent. Like the Ranji Trophy, the Sheffield Shield, the County Championship, you have a certain level of heritage and prestige involved, and Pakistan they always change their system.
Well beaten outside the off stump again, Archer, by Abdullah Shafiq. Archer extends his follow through so that he's almost level with the batsman, beaten him twice in that over with full deliveries which left the right-hander 35 for 2.
What I will say, and I absolutely agree with you, I just think when you look around, you see Australia, you see South Africa, you see England, they still play a lot of 3 and 4 day cricket, right? Well, 4 day cricket. But you go to Pakistan, although it's played, it's secondary, isn't it? There's so much white ball games. Even back in my day, the amount of one-day internationals Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka played compared to England was off the charts. We used to play 7 a year, and India and Pakistan and Sri Lanka were playing 25 a year. So that's why we were always against it when we came to World Cups. We didn't have enough experience, so every team we played against, they had over 100 caps every player, and our most cap player had probably 40 or 50.
Gus Atkinson's into the attack, and he's taken over from Ollie Robinson. He's around the wicket, bowls, beats Masood, first delivery outside the off stump. I don't know why England don't just bowl everything to Jon Masood on a 4th or 5th stump line.
Spot on. That's a line to him, and that's his weakness, without a doubt.
Yeah, it's not rocket science, I suppose, to figure that out, and I think they have figured it out. But to Gough's point, Pakistan cricket seems to not be prioritizing red ball cricket, like with the proliferation of white ball and especially T20. It seems to be, or at least they seem to project that red ball cricket is on the back burner, and a part of the reason is the finances. You cannot deny that.
Atkinson into Masood, back of a length. He's pushing it up towards mid-off Joe Root fields.
Well, the simple answer is, let's be straight, and we don't get it in county cricket unless we go to festival grounds like Scarborough. We're not going to get the crowds. The crowds don't come in. It's got to be a certain age the audience can come in and watch a 4-day game, right? Unless it's the weekend. So if you're starting a game on a Wednesday, which when did the county championship? Yesterday, Thursday. So you've got first day on a Thursday and Friday. Unless you take 2 days off work or unless you're retired, you're not going to be able to go.
Here is Atkinson again, bowls. Masood turns it nicely off his pads up towards mid-on. This time Archer fields, they scurry through for a single. 36 for 2.
So basically, the red ball system in Pakistan is such that they've got 2 separate tournaments now. One is the Qaid-e-Azam Trophy, which is supposed to be prestigious, but isn't really still because they keep changing it. And then you've got this President's Trophy as well now, where departments play. And Gough you wouldn't want to tune in or turn up for a game played between a bank and a gas pipeline company.
Hospitality.
Waterworks.
Perhaps hospitality, I would, yeah, but I don't think I'd be going and sitting in the stand for it. You're right.
Here is Atkinson again, bowls to Abdullah Shafiq, pushes up towards mid-off. A conversation that all three of us missed between Jon Norman, Jarrod, Kimber and Steve Harmison was, where would Pakistan finish if they played a season in the county championship?
That is a really, really intriguing question to ask. I think the conditions would matter a lot. Pakistan don't have a really good pace attack right now.
Well, you've got a variety of conditions, because you start at the end of winter in in April, and you finish at the end of summer in September, and you play all around. Let's put them in the first.
I think they do well. I honestly do.
Would they win it? I don't think they'd win it.
I don't know. I think, look, as the season goes on, in August they've got the spinners. I think the seam bowlers with Abbas, if they had Shaheen Afridi and they had other guys who they could bring into the side, I think they would have a good chance. I'm not going to be sit here and say Pakistan are a terrible side. I think they've been way off the mark in this Test match. But I look at their team and I see talent. And it just needs managing properly, and they need to pick the right players.
Here is Gus Atkinson again outside the off stump, and it's left alone. I mean, this is the slowest Pakistan seam attack, fast bowling attack. Well, it's not even fast bowling attack. It's the slowest since, the 1950s.
1930s.
Well, Pakistan didn't exist back then, Gough.
Exactly, right.
But I think if they were to play if Pakistan were to play their home games at the Oval, let's say in the county championship, that's where the spinners come into play, and I suppose that would be a good home ground for them.
Oh, that's a very good point. Where would their home go? Yeah, okay, all right.
Probably
if they got to choose their home venue, then I'm improving their chances.
Put them at Taunton, yeah? Taunton would be the place. They would be hard to beat at Taunton on those sort of pitches. Now, if you put them at Old Trafford, it'd be good at Old Trafford as well. They won't want to be here at Headingley, I don't think. Old Trafford, Taunton, where else does it turn? Southampton.
I tell you what, Goughy, if you actually somehow manage to, shift the dynamics of the world and get Pakistan to play the county championship, they would become a better team because of it. Because what they lack is a professional structure, and professionalism is an absolute necessity in today's game, right? Like in Pakistan cricket, back in the day, probably got away with it because cricket hadn't been professionalized to that extent. Now it has been, and you guys were praising Shan Masood, and he's a wonderful bloke, a good mate of mine as well. But what is he above everything else? A thorough professional, which is why he gets his runs, and that's how he applies his trade.
Well, he's well trained as well. He's played county cricket, and I know a lot of more Pakistan players are coming and doing it now, and rightly so. It's a great education. Shan Masood played for Derby. He was brilliant for Derby. Did he get nearly 2,000 runs or something in one season? I saw him and I said, we're signing this guy. And he came to us. He was here for 3 years. He was fantastic. Then he went to Leicester, where he picked up a couple of injuries at Leicester. But he upped his game by playing county cricket, and a lot of these guys did. I remember for us when I played for Yorkshire back in the day, and we had Greg Blewett came and played for us, Damien Martin played for us, Darren Lehman, Michael Bevan, Mike Elliott. All these guys played for us and got educated and became better players because of their stint in county cricket.
I think we can all sit here and agree that Pakistan does not lack talent. It's always been there, it's there right now, it will be there in the future. How do you nurture that talent? How do you inculcate that work ethic into them? I think county cricket is a great avenue, but right now the PCB has limits on the number of NOCs as well, right? And guys like Babar Azam, for instance, they are more inclined to pick up a white ball T20 gig as opposed to coming and playing in the county championship. That's the bit that needs to change, I reckon.
Just if you're wondering why we're not describing any action, there isn't any. Drinks is just coming to an end. They've had the players have had the first drinks break of the morning. It's slightly longer than usual. We've got 2-hour 15-minute session, and Pakistan are currently 36 for 2, having lost Imam ul Haq gloving a lifter bounce, a short ball from Jofra Archer to Jamie Smith, His 5th ball from Jofra Archer. He went for a duck, and then Azam Oais, the 21-year-old left-handed opener, guiding Jofra Archer to leg slip. So kind of in at the body sort of delivery. Joe Root took that catch, and now Abdullah Shafiq and Shan Masood at the crease on 10 and 17 respectively. 36 for 2, still trailing by 202. Drinks are taken. Archer is in. Masood pushes out towards mid-off and then sets off for an impossible single. Joe Root had that covered at mid-off, and fortunately Abdullah Shafiq sent him back.
Right decision as well, by the way. But Shan can be a little bit like that. Shan is been part of plenty of run-outs when he was here at Yorkshire. He likes to go, when he punches off that back foot, he's off, because he's so quick himself.
Got a question for you, Goughy. You've had some experience coaching in the PSL. As far as system goes, what are the improvements Pakistan can make as a whole?
There's Archer in. Masood leaves alone outside the off stump. No run.
I think it's just that professionalism. The players, the talent, there's no doubt Pakistan have got some serious talent. You watch the PSL and you see some of the players. I remember watching, first time I saw it, Kustal Shah. This was 4 years ago I saw Kustal. I thought, this guy can play. I wouldn't mind having him part of the Yorkshire squad, especially in a one-day game. He bowls his spinners, he can bat, he hits a long ball. And these guys, for some reason, they're put in for 2 or 3 games and then they're out. And they try someone else.
Here's Archer again, down the leg side, and flick and a miss from Shan Masood, and a very good take from Jamie Smith diving to his right. One-handed grab, prevented 4, probably buys actually, and I'm not sure Masood didn't make any contact with that.
So what I'm trying to say is, one big thing for me is continuity in selection. I think there's too much chopping and changing. You see a player, he has 2 or 3 bad games and that's it, he's out, and then they put someone else in 2 or 3 games and he's out. You need to have, as a player, a bit of continuity and a bit of confidence in your ability, and I think if you show that, you'll get the rewards.
Here's Archer again, bowls, that's full and wide, and a very late attempted cover drive from Shan Masood. He's so late on it that he misses it. Goughy's been bewildered about the lack of, or the absence of Shaheen Shah Afridi. I said, without being able to go into much detail, because I don't know the details, but I said I thought that was more of a relationship situation than a form, or is it a bit of both?
I would think that Shaheen actually was drafted back into the test team, but what he struggled with is that he can't hold a length. He keeps going for that magic ball. He's lost a couple of yards of pace.
Pushed away defensively by Shan Masood, but he will set off for a single down towards the long leg and turns the second down. Emilio Gay fields a couple of yards of pace.
So what I will say then,
he's bowling medium pace now.
Do you know why though? Because he's played too much white ball cricket, and he's become obsessed with it. It's very dangerous, like all left-armers. When you start off bowling that first over, he picks up a lot of wickets, don't he, in his first over. But then again, what I say is, but you become weak. You don't realise, but your wrist becomes weaker. You have these certain positions you get into when you're trying to bowl fuller Yorker balls, slower balls. What he needs is a period of just playing with a red ball, getting some overs under his belt, getting his fitness back and rhythm back, and off he goes. But he doesn't. He's always back into another white ball game.
Archer, back of a length, nudged away by Shafiq through square leg for a single. Does he want to do all that though?
I think he does, but the issue is that there's just too much cricket going around, and he is Pakistan's ODI captain. He was a better white ball bowler, but I agree with Goughy. The more you play with the red ball, the better you get. And it's not like Shaheen can't hold his length. I'm sure he can figure that out. It's just that he needs to toil in that first-class circuit. He would do wonders, or it would do him wonders, if he were to get a contract at county cricket. But there's one really fascinating thing, Goughy, and Manners, that I've noted, and I was having this conversation with Jarrod the other day. In England, there is too much reliance on the pipeline, where you've got the system and you only look within the system. And in Pakistan, the system is basically the under-19 players, and every other time you're looking outside the system for the diamond in the rough. And you probably, as a good, board or administration, need to look a bit of both of those things.
Gus Atkinson in the ball to Abdullah Shafiq.
Who leaves it alone. Carry on, guys. Or are you two off?
No, what I was saying, I'll give you an example. I signed Darius Rauf, right? When he literally just coming on the scene, and he came to us, he was outstanding. I promise you, the first 2 county championship games, he was like different level. He got 5 for his first game. Second game, it was a flat pitch, he got 4 for. Then he came in against Kent, got 5 for in the first innings. And do you know what he said? Second innings, he said, I'm not bowling, I bowl too many overs now. And then from that moment, he didn't want to play red ball again. He said, I just want to play white ball.
Atkinson continuing. Oh, he struck in front. Atkinson likes it, but looking like it might be doing a little bit too much. I'm not sure they're going to review this one. Gough is off. Sounds like I've missed a good chat there.
Well, just to sum it up for you, I suppose, John, white ball cricket, especially T20 cricket, it pays the bills these days. So I don't know how much I would blame the cricketers either, because you've got to make a living, and Pakistan's cricketers are some of the most underpaid cricketers in the world.
Yeah, the problem is though, Bayram, we were asking, if you were to put together, I haven't seen the top 20 T20 or top 20 50 over cricketers, but how many Pakistanis are in the white ball? At the top of the game in white ball cricket. This is squirted out to gully, where it's fielded by Dan Lawrence. I asked a question about all the different backward point fielders that England have employed in this Test match so far a little earlier on, and then I was off commentary when I saw that Gary Morgan had just supplied the information.
I know Jofra's one of them.
Yep.
Ollie Robertson's
Can you
a weird
name them?
choice.
There's 6 of them.
I would say it should be Emilio Gay. Is he on there?
1. Archer's 2.
Ollie Robertson's 3.
3.
Jordan Cox.
No. Defended back to Atkinson.
Okay. Dan Lawrence.
Lawrence is 4.
Would they have used another bowler? They wouldn't have used Root. I've said Gay. Josh Chung?
5.
So why are all their bowlers at point? What's this new theory they've come up with?
And then the 6th one was used today.
Don't know if I...
Atkinson.
Oh, I should have
the
just kept saying
over.
bowlers. I'd forgotten about another bowler.
First over of the day. Which is where the conversation came from, actually. So yeah, 6 backward point fielders. There's Atkinson, one of those 6, coming in, and that's a pretty decent defensive block from Abdullah Shafiq, who is 11 not out, scored runs in the first innings. And Shan Masood has played a lot of cricket here, of course, it's been mentioned. He's 18. Ollie Robinson yet to pick up a wicket. He beat the outside edge of the bat, Shan Masood's bat, on numerous occasions, but wasn't successful. The 2 wickets going the way of Jofra Archer, who's been relatively expensive, 27 from his 5 overs, but he's bowled really well, much better than the first innings. And Atkinson new to his spell. This is his 2nd over, and this is pushed out to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Emilio Gay. So when you were last on, Jarrod, I said to you I was going to ask you a question. Bayram's an excellent person to be in the commentary box with us for this, considering it's right up your strata in terms of the podcasts and the content that you push out on ComBox in good areas. Are we about to enter, in terms of the quality of the individuals playing Test cricket, one of the worst eras in ever? Certainly the last 50 years. Let's go back 50 years. Let's go back to 1980.
Okay.
From 1980 onwards, if you were to hold up the Test playing nations and say the individuals playing this game, maybe during the Packer years, maybe the Packer years has affected things actually, but in terms of the quality of the individuals, are we about to enter the worst era in the 50 years?
So what I would say to that is that I believe every era of cricket is a little bit better than the previous era, as in, training, diet, fitness, and
professionalism.
Yeah, so I just think that if the cricketers from today, Ollie Robinson is not a particularly fast bowler, and we mentioned that he's not a fast bowler all the time. I don't think he would have been out of place bowling for most teams in the 80s. We wouldn't have even mentioned his pace all that much, I don't think, in the 80s, for instance.
It is Robinson, back for a second spell, and this nips into Shan Masood. Is hit high on the pad, no run.
So with that aside, let's take that bit apart, the fact that cricket has got better over time. There's a couple of very special players coming through that I don't think we can overlook. Marco Janssen, I think, could be absolutely anything. Suryavanshi, we have no idea, but is another player who could be absolutely anything. Jaiswal. So there's 3 at the top of my head. You can even throw in someone like Dual Brevis if he develops the way that we want. There is, though, outside of that, perhaps in the next 5 years, not as many obvious stars coming through in world cricket as we have seen at other times. Is that fair to say?
Well, that's the point I'm making. Jamie Smith up behind the stumps for Sharma Sood, who's deep behind the crease, pushes this out to cover, and it's Dan Lawrence who is alert to the fact that Sharma Sood wants to get off strike. We've had a period of the big four, and they're not being replaced as far as I can see. Possibly Brook for
I was going to say, you've got
Brook for Roots.
You've got Brook,
but that's it.
You've got Jaiswal.
Well,
and you might have Suryavanshi coming through.
Yeah, but India have lost a couple of big ones as well, right? I'm not sure Jaiswal could replicate Kohli.
I think Jaiswal could have a better test career than Kohli, and certainly a better test career than Rohit Sharma.
Cut away, 4 runs from the bat of Sharma Sood. And that was played with something approaching a flourish.
It's looked good today, Shan Masood. A bit susceptible outside off, but he's cashed in on his shots. To Jarrod's point earlier, I do believe that from a professionalism perspective, and diet, nutrition, all of that, we are at a high point, and it's never been this way in the past. You could even throw skills in that, just in the sense that the amount of variations and types of deliveries and types of shots that are available to these cricketers, they've never existed before.
Well, we saw someone try and stop the ball with his foot yesterday, and we all laughed.
Robinson again, this time defended up to mid-on. I mean, I can't say that I saw the pinnacle of professionalism in fielding in this test match.
But you know what I mean? Like in 1980, no one would have even noticed that someone used their foot. That was just a very normal thing. So, we're well beyond that level of of the sport. But yeah, no, you're right. So but stars-wise,
so if you were to split the facets of the game into bowling, batting, and fielding, yes, I would say there have been worse periods of the game. Here's Robinson again. This is pushed out to mid-wicket, no run.
I suppose the big question to ask over here is that can modern-day test cricketers, bat time? If they are in a situation where they are not going to win the test match and they have to play out day 5, can they do that anymore?
Can I flip that on you? Were cricketers in the 1980s particularly good at chasing 300 on day 4 or 5?
That's a solid point.
Right? No one ever says that, do they? They'll go, modern cricketers, they can't do this. What about the things that they can do that the older cricketers couldn't do?
Has that got anything to do with the pitches, though? Just in the improvement in pitches? The fact that the game seems
It's also run rates, right? They can score quicker.
And why is that? And another cut shot. Another 4 runs, this time in front of square. Archer chases gamely, but the ball was always going to win there. And Sharma Sood moves to 26.
I think there's lots of reasons. The game has completely changed in the shape of how it's played and everything else. But my point being is, I don't think it's as simple to say that if you can't bat out a draw now, that cricket isn't as good. If you were chasing 400 on day 4 now, would you pick any team in history, or would you pick a modern side? You're probably going to pick modern teams, right? And it's the way that they think about it.
The team that chased 400 was a 1990s team, wasn't it?
No, it was Sarwan's West Indies.
2000 team.
No, there have been. I'm saying 400 in a day. You wouldn't pick a modern team. So you would only pick a modern team?
Yeah, possibly, right? yeah. I mean, it hasn't happened, though, is it?
No, but the point being is we know that...
Atkinson, driven. No great timing there, but does beat extra cover, so Joe Root is going to have to turn and chase. It's Abdul Shafiq, I think.
You look at the test matches that England won against New Zealand and those chases and the India chase. I'm sorry, just in history, those are particularly hard chases, and because of the over amounts, probably fairly unlikely. You see what India did against Bangladesh. You see some of so the game has changed. But to come back to your actual point, there seems to be a lot of players aging out. We don't seem to be having a lot of stars. We haven't mentioned Shubman Gill, I think is probably worth mentioning as well.
Rachin Ravindra?
Blocked out to point this time from Shafiq, who's 13.
I think Rachin Ravindra is a good player. I'm not... how much better than Ross Taylor is he going to be, though?
Or Kane Williamson.
Well, he's not going to be as good as Kane Williamson, is he?
Exactly. That's the point.
And I think that is very fair.
I suppose he has time to develop, though, because he's got father time on his side. And how old would he be? Like 24, 25?
26. 27. He's a bit older than that. But yeah, he's got time.
I see, but by this stage, Kane Williamson was already on the way to being Kane Williamson, wasn't he? Like, Ratchan Ravindra is not.
Left alone this time. Yeah, I can't ever see a world where well, I don't know, maybe.
If he imitated Ross Taylor's career or did even slightly better than Ross Taylor, I wouldn't be surprised. But he's not going to average 50 in Test cricket, I don't think, for that. And I think that's sort of what John is saying, is that there's a, you know, if you take away the 5 or 6 sort of obvious players that we've already mentioned, there does seem to be, like, I mean, who's going to be Australia's next star? Like, no one really has a clue.
Australia could do well with the Pathum Nissanka, for instance, right? Like, he'd fit in like a glove in that team.
And who's going to be even Sri Lanka's next star, right?
Well, this is where the point of the argument comes from, really, as Shafiq just pulls this towards Emilio Gay, backward deep square leg, and it's 49 for 2.
There's a lot of younger under 21 players around the world that there is some hype on. But they're not going to be stars in the next 3 to 4 years, are they? They're going to be stars in the next 6 to 7 to 8 years anyway. But yeah, there's clearly, you know, I know Australia's got a couple, England's got a couple. You know, obviously India has some as well. South Africa, New Zealand. So there are some players coming through, but those are more than 5 years away.
Yeah, New Zealand, for instance, they've got Ratchan Ravindra, and then everybody else is 34. Atkinson coming round the wicket now to Shan Masood, the left-hander, who just pushes this out to extra cover, fielded by Jarrod running round. 50 up then for Pakistan. They actually performed pretty well for the 3rd wicket in the first innings, and they're doing a decent job in the second. They trail though by 188 runs. Archer with 2 quick wickets at the top of the order, and here we are. So yeah, so you've got a Pakistani side shorn of stars, you've got a West Indies side shorn of stars, you've got an Australia side which is just all over the place.
Which will be short of stars.
New Zealand are a couple of years away before they lose Latham, Conway, Nichols, Mitchell, Blundell. So that's 5 of their top 6.
Henry.
I mean, I suppose I'm focusing more on the batting, I suppose. This is a single taken back with a spell.
I think it's bowling as well, though.
Yeah, I do as well.
I mean, they do have... you look at New Zealand, they have Ratchan Ravindra and Willow Rourke coming through, and then obviously it's the next generation who are not yet in the side. Australia have Cameron Green, if Cameron Green finally comes off, and Jai Richardson, who's 29, so he's not young.
And also had a lot of injuries.
Yeah, and he's not going to play a lot. I'm trying to think. I'm not... South Africa have Marco Jansen, Brevis, Stubbs. I'm trying to think, there must be another young batter out there as well. Am I missing one?
Did you mention Stubbs?
Yeah. So that's 3 pretty good players. You'd be happy with that. Obviously, India's not a problem. Pakistan's best young player is
Abdullah?
How old is he? 26-ish?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But also, one last point that I want to make before I go off. Young cricketers would prioritize white ball cricket because it pays the bills. So they might not want to play the longer format.
I'm not sure that there's any evidence that there's a lot of stars coming through that either.
Here is Robinson. This is left alone by Shafiq.
If you're a young batter, though, Jarrod, you want to hit the reverse ramp right now.
Yeah, but again, go and have a look at the ages of some of the best players in T20 cricket. There isn't a bunch of 22-year-olds who should be starring in Test cricket. So, like if there was a case of I think what John's saying is there's a bunch of 22 to 25-year-olds dominating white ball cricket, what you'd be saying is correct. We're not actually seeing that either. Maybe what we are entering, John, is Test cricket or international cricket's era of parity.
Left alone again by Shafiq.
There is no obvious best team in the world.
Oh, look. I read your Substack a couple of weeks after Bangladesh beat Australia, and you were talking about the number of overseas victories, right? In terms of competition, I'm all in.
So but if you have a parity, maybe what you don't then have is a bunch of dominant. There's no super team, but maybe there isn't a lot of superstars either.
And that's the problem. The quality isn't there, and that's what Test cricket is supposed to be about, the quality. Here's Robinson. Ooh. Squared up a touch. He was onto that touch too soon.
I don't know if I agree with you that, that Test cricket doesn't have quality. If you look at some of the bowling we have seen this summer from Ollie Robertson, from Nathan Smith, from Matt Henry,
they're all very similar types of bowler, by the way.
Yeah, well, but that doesn't mean they're not quality.
No, I know it is.
I know you're looking
right.
for something. You're looking for the next Nahid Rana, who also should be on our list as a potential star in the future as well.
You want all the, goes back to the edged and caught. Been probing away as Ollie Robinson, and he's finally got the outside edge. Ball before last. Abdullah Shafiq was just a touch too soon on the ball that maybe just stuck in the pitch a touch, maybe went away. And I'd like to see a replay of this dismissal. It's a thick outside edge. It's a decent catch, actually. If it did a great deal, actually. It was just maybe onto it a touch too soon. Wasn't playing with the straightest of bats, pushing that up towards mid-on. And it's Harry Brook who's completed the catch.
It's one of the things with Abdullah Shafiq is he does play outside the ball, and as you say, well, the reason he plays outside the ball is he's trying to push it towards leg quite a lot. I think if you have a look at that, his head fell over a little bit and he was outside the line, and so his hands were pushing to the leg, but his head was outside on off stump, so he wasn't watching it completely onto the blade. And look, they were just probing, and eventually they got the edge. It's what Ollie Robertson does. It's why he's of such high quality.
And in a way, Abdullah Shafiq got out in a similar way in the first innings, but this time the ball went past the inside. He's almost trying to have two bob each way, isn't he? His head kind of came outside the ball and he was beating it on it coming in. In this case, he's trying to play it to leg and it's beaten on the outside edge. So
he doesn't get many outside edges. I think Gary mentioned it the other day. Was it 14 outside edges to 32 inside edges in Test cricket over the last few years? I put that in my analysis piece as well. I thought it was a really interesting point. And he is a very good player. He sees the ball very early. He's very elegant. He's very compact. But there's just his head position and where he's trying to hit the ball don't always match up, I think, with the talent of a player he is. But, he's
also coming up against a phenomenal bowler.
Yeah.
And when you talk about quality, I know there is. I think there's more reason to be optimistic about the bowling in Test cricket than there is the batting.
Well, maybe what you're really saying then is this is a bowling era and we just have to kind of accept that we're not going to get a lot of high batting averages.
Yeah, but but to counter that, a short delivery. Oh, he takes it on.
He almost hooked that onto his
Shaquille nearly drags that round back onto leg stump.
It was like a Pakistani bouncer from the
last innings. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that, but with the element of surprise, which was missing when Pakistan were doing it.
I think it was a good idea by Ollie Robertson.
Yeah, I'm totally in.
There's no way anyone was expecting that delivery. And
even Rob Barron was backing that to happen.
I was hoping they'd show the replay. I wanted to see how close that was to him bringing it back onto his stumps. It did seem away a little bit. We could just see Shafiq actually just miming with his hand. He thought he had it. It seemed away, but unfortunately his bat was slightly in the wrong position.
Yeah, one of the reasons I was thinking this is, first off, after watching the last couple of days, is over the wicket comes Robinson. This is tucked away by Shah Massoud, who moves to 28. When the Cummins, Hazelwood, and Mitchell Stark is a case in point. Where are the other Mitchell Starks? So it's great to see Nathan Smith come through and Ollie Robinson and Matt Henry. I love that. I love watching that. The mastery of those type of bowlers. But I'd much rather see Mitchell Stark or a Jofra Archer.
No, look, I completely understand that. We are in an era where the wobble ball has taken over.
Has wobble ball ruined cricket? If you want to find out the answer to that, head to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel videos and we answer that. We talk about that, right?
Well, the best bowlers are the most accurate with the wobble ball, right? And that isn't always the case in Test cricket traditionally, although accuracy is obviously a hugely important thing. There are other skills, like Harmy is a perfect example of someone who probably was very well suited to his era and maybe wouldn't be as suited to this one. But the point being is that it has produced a lot of, I don't want to say generic, but the one kind of bowler, which is the Muhammad Abbas, Ollie Robertson, right?
Which isn't that interesting to watch all the time, left alone by Shah Massoud, is it?
Well, I love Matt Henry. And I love his
Headingley.
arc.
Do you know what?
But there were times he was bowling this summer where I was just like, he's bowling the same ball again,
Exactly.
he's bowling the same ball again, he's bowling the same ball again. If he doesn't get a wicket, I'm bored. And if he doesn't get hit for 4, I'm bored. And I do understand that.
You just need you need the point. I'd rather be watching Shaheen Afridi bowl in this Test series than Muhammad Ali and Quresh Shahzad. He would be more expensive. Pushed out to extra cover, right? He might not take a wicket, but he's better to watch.
I'm not sure he could have been much more expensive, to be fair.
But the point is, it's a different type of bowler, and it just adds to the game, and it's better to see those kind of bowlers coming through.
Yeah, look, there is an element of the way that cricket is being played at the moment. And to be fair, England's attack isn't really like that, and Australia's attack isn't really like that. South Africa's attack isn't really like that. But there are a lot of the best bowlers coming through in the world are 75 to 83 kilometres an hour, even 85, 87. And they nip it in both directions, and they're impossible to play. But it's not always the sexiest thing.
No, it's not. Ooh, that's a big shot from Shah Massoud. Too close to cut. And Gus Atkinson, I don't know how he hasn't picked up a wicket in this Test match. Beats the inside edge.
I would say the biggest problem I have with the wobble ball as a delivery is actually that most wobble balls go straight.
Well, that's the same thing I find with left armers. You know, how many wickets has Jadeja taken over
Yeah,
the
but at
years?
least he's spinning the ball. Do you know what I mean?
But it's the one that just... Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
no, what I'm saying is Jadeja's normal ball is not the one that goes straight. That's the variation.
Yeah, but the one that takes a wicket is usually the one that goes straight. But that's...
But I'm okay with that because that's a bit like Warne's flipper or Warne's top spinner or whatever. My issue is that we grew up watching outswing bowlers, right? And so, or Harmy, where there were multiple different options of being bowled, right? You know, multiple different options. The ball wasn't just going straight in a line, it was curving.
Yeah.
It was pitched in this area, now it's being pitched in this area and everything else. And we are getting to a point, you even see it with the batting. I was watching it with England yesterday. They just knew exactly where Pakistan was going to bowl the ball. And as long as Pakistan didn't get it right 3 times in a row, they were going to get a boundary off one of them.
Yeah. Atkinson in. Massoud, he's just beaten the touch straighter.
But I don't think that's a lack of quality. And that would be my only argument with you. It's a lack of variety. And we've seen, I can't remember if we talked about this on the podcast when we talked about it, but it is something we're seeing with a lot of sport. Like you see football where the shots are being taken in football matches.
I think there's a huge similarity with that. I totally agree that you see so many more goals now with a right-footed player running down the left into the area, cutting back, and then curling it around the keeper. You never really you did see that goal, but it's all percentages.
Yeah.
I don't think that's to the betterment of sport.
I don't know if it's not to the betterment, but I understand what you mean. It's not for the variety of sport.
Another attempted cut from Shah Massoud. He's frustrated. Straight to Amelia Gay at a backward point.
The football and the basketball ones are really interesting when you look at the shot maps.
Yeah.
And so if you look at football, it used to be spread. And now it's not. They know the best places to take the shots from, and they try and get the ball there, and they take the shot. And basketball was the same. Basketball, you used to shoot from all over the court, and now you basically shoot from inside the lane, or you shoot from outside on the three-point. And so there is an element of that. Having said that, I would say that Shahzad is probably not quite a Test-level bowler. I'd say he's maybe just under that. He can swing the ball both ways. He can seam the ball both ways. A couple of generations ago, a bowler of his talent probably didn't have the ability to have as many weapons in his armory. But you're also right, it doesn't really matter if most people aren't using all their weapons, they're just bowling the same ball over and over again. I actually think this is going to sound fascinating, but T20 bowling is more interesting than Test bowling at the moment.
Robinson continuing, and this is just tucked away by Shaquille. Will certainly pick up one, and he'll come back for a second. The ball fielded just inside the boundary at fine leg.
And let me explain that. If you're watching a Test match, you're mostly watching figure spin, right? And you're mostly watching right arm, medium fast to fast medium seam, bowling the wobble ball. That's the vast majority of what we see. If you're watching T20 cricket, you're seeing back of the hand slow balls, knuckle balls, leg cutters, off cutters, whatever, all these different kinds of slower balls.
Yeah, that is interesting actually. Smith continuing up behind the stumps, and this is touch fuller and punched to Jarrod at mid-off, no run.
You've generally got one, at least in the game, one genuine swing bowler, like a Bhuvesh Kumar just absolutely cut up the IPL last year. But you know, a David Willey type, if you want to go back, a Jason Behrendorff type, depending on how much you know about T20 cricket. You've generally got a wrist spinner or a mystery spinner, maybe both.
Of course, yeah.
And a left-arm wrist spinner.
Look how much cricket Adil Rashid's played in England.
Right, and so it's so much more interesting T20 bowling than Test bowling.
This is cutaway behind square. That was in Shakil's arc. Waited for the ball nicely. And then just cut this back past Jofra Archer, who's at backward point for 4.
And it's unfair to compare this Pakistan team to the last great, actually the second last great team that they had. But if you go back to that bowling attack in the late 90s when Pakistan was absolutely incredible, they had 2 genuine right-arm fast bowlers. They had a left-arm fast bowler who was also a swing bowler. Waqar Younis was also a swing bowler as well, I would say. They had a world-class wrist spinner. They had a world-class off-spinner.
Here is Robinson, left alone this time by Shakil.
And this team has 3 right-arm medium-fast seamers who all basically do the exact same thing, and a left-arm finger spinner.
Sounds like you're kind of arguing my point now.
I don't think I'm arguing a point, because I don't think it's about quality. I think it's about variety and interest. That's where I think you're wrong.
Doesn't variety and interest equate? Sorry, what are we saying here? Yeah, doesn't additional variety and additional interest equate to the quality of the product?
Quality of the product, not quality of cricket. I think the cricket is
the same thing.
No, I don't. I think entertainment's very different than cricket.
I think that entertainment comes from the quality. I think there's a direct.
No, I don't.
This is pushed out to wide mid on, no run.
I disagree. If every bowler was Scott Boland and Mohammad Abbas and Ollie Robinson, the quality of cricket would be exceptional. But I don't think it would be entertaining.
That's just one.
But that's my
version of the word. I suppose we're getting semantics.
That we are. I think we're just looking at the difference. But I do. You know, the general point. I definitely understand where you're coming from. It's just got a bit samey.
But that's, yeah, I think we're kind of arguing the same point a little bit. Yeah, absolutely. If you had those 4 bowlers, the quality would be very high. But there would be no quality of left-arm 90-mile-an-hour bowler and no quality of, you know, leg spinner. And that quality would be missing. But, yes, there would still be quality. Yeah.
And there's a touch of nostalgia in this as well.
That's how this all works.
Yeah, partly because you are from the 90s and it was a more variety led. I mean, bowling attacks, they were trying to be like that, right? Everyone wanted as many different options as available to them. But, you know, Australia had a lot of right arm seam. You know, they had Paul Rifle, Damien Fleming, Glenn McGrath. Slightly different to each other, but they're all right arm seamers. None of those are a genuine fast bowler. But then they had a leg spinner who turned it sideways, right?
And Ian McGrath, the best bowler that's ever.
No, I'm not. He's incredible, obviously. But what I'm saying is there are a lot of those. You know, how many South African attacks just had big right arm bowlers coming in bowling the same delivery over and over again? So there is a nostalgia when you look back and you kind of get confused. Is that a famous football person on the screen?
It's Gareth Southgate. Well, you have to hesitate at cricket grounds to say it's Gareth Southgate, because have you ever seen that beaten Shan Masood? He has played a miss. So he's played inside the line, actually. There hasn't been too many attacking shots that he's been beaten. There was a cut shot in the last over where he was beaten by a ball that just didn't get up as much as he expected. He's been beaten past the outside edge a few times now, playing inside the line. Yeah, you do have to be a little bit careful, because there is a guy, there's a pilot who used to fly to cities around the world. Oh, that's a poor shot. Flat-footed waft. And a ball that just went across him, and lucky not to have got the outside edge.
Is that Goughy's friend? Is it that pilot?
No, I don't think so. No, his nickname was Gareth, because he was the spitting image of Gareth Southgate. Like, I tell you who it is. It's the guy that used to turn up dressed as a queen and walk down and wave and have all the Queen mask on. And
I've always thought Gareth Southgate and the Queen looked similar.
Maybe it wasn't a mask. But yeah, Gareth Southgate, there he is up on the big screen, the former England football manager. Cricket lover.
Did he play when he was a kid? I know a few of the guys did, but I don't remember any stories about him.
No, I don't know if he did. Punch drive to Joe Root, and Sharma soon sets off in a centre-back.
Neville brothers did.
The Nevilles did, yeah.
There's a few others, isn't there? Who's the goalkeeper that commentated?
Oh, yeah, no, you're right.
He definitely did.
Who was the commentator? We had him. Who was it? I turned into Joe Hart.
Joe Hart. I'm pretty sure Joe Hart played cricket when he was a kid.
Joe Hart did, yeah. No, I was thinking
we're talking
else,
club
actually.
cricket as well. I'm not talking just played cricket.
Fumbles here as well.
Oh.
Harry Kane can hold a cricket bat. Tottenham, well, no, former Tottenham, Bayern Munich striker. Atkinson in. Backward point's been taken out now. It's pushed back onto the boundary. And this is pushed out to Joe Root. So, yeah, I just got the feeling that once those three depart, Cummins, Hazelwood and Stark, suddenly you're going to be left with a test game where I think that Australian team is, because India are always going to be able to put a team out, those two big teams have kind of kept the standards high, however you want to describe it, quality, standards, variety, whatever. When they go, they're not going to be able to make up for the batting which has fallen away, and they're not going to be replaced. And suddenly, if you haven't got a strong Australia team, left alone, short delivery, and Shah Massoud, after the ball has gone past him, thinks, well, could have probably uppercut that. You know, who knows? Who knows where this England team's going?
No, I get that. I would say though that I would say the 1980s is one of the most interesting ever periods of cricket, and England were terrible and Australia were terrible. And India weren't particularly good at that point.
India weren't very strong.
New Zealand, West Indies and Pakistan came together. Now, I'm not expecting those three teams to take over in the next couple of years. But I actually think that was better for the game, ultimately.
Oh! Again, flat-footed cut, plays late, ball ducks into Shah Massoud, and he's beaten again by a ball that's beaten him for pace and maybe didn't keep up quite as much as he expected.
He's got to stop playing that shot. It's I know this is the new positive, Shah Massoud, but the only options there are an edge to second slip or to drag it onto his stumps. That's essentially what that shot is made for.
Oh. I mean, he's in absolutely no position to play that shot either, is he? It's almost an afterthought shot. Yeah, I mean, the Pakistani and West Indies and New Zealand teams of the 80s, fantastic, right? But you still had Dan Lawrence's. Did someone just say Dan Lawrence?
I heard
the quality.
I
of
heard his
going
name,
down.
and then I thought, why is he being announced? Is there something wrong?
Dan Lawrence, you've left your car parked outside. Can you please move it?
With the parents of Dan Lawrence, please report.
Oh, this is good and unexpected. What time is it? Because it is an extent. Oh, we've got 4 minutes until the lunch break. That's why.
It must be
what
close to lunch.
What are we going to do for lunch? Because I don't know if I can face that trip to the Vietnamese again.
I did stack up the breakfast this morning.
I haven't had anything. I'm quite hungry. Slip in place with the short leg. Archers at deepish backward point. Ball that keeps low, but it's very wide.
Spun a little bit as well.
Shakil, yeah, we did.
I think if I'm England, I want to give him a single here and get Shan Massoud on strike.
There's Lawrence is in. This is straighter and blocked out to short cover, no run.
Because I think Saud Shakil will block out the over, whereas I think Shan Massoud will probably just bat normally and give you a chance of a wicket here. So I don't know if Dan Lawrence is a good enough part-time spinner, but if I was there, I'd say, can you just bowl one on the hip, just so he can turn it around the corner for one, or short and wide so he can cut it out to the sweeper.
Yeah. Archer's been put out at mid-wicket, and that's Jordan Cox now at backward point with a player on the boundaries. There's two wide and left alone by...
Yeah, because he's left two of the ball he defended was a good ball, but he's been able to leave two of these. And I think that Shan Massoud, in the way he bats these days, he would still try and have a go at them.
Dan Lawrence approaching the crease in a style reminiscent of your dance moves on day one.
Yeah, it's like he gets pinched in various parts of his body on the way in.
Yeah.
There's some in the...
You know when I told you to stop dancing? That's what you look like.
I just assumed it was because it was moving you emotionally.
Have you ever seen that Seinfeld? This is very wide delivery and short, and it allows Shaquille to decide at the last minute, oh, maybe I will play at this ball, and he just clumps it to backward point on the bounce, no run. I think we're going to get another over, aren't we? Yeah, we will. Last ball of Dan Lawrence's first and possibly last over of the match. And he does draw a defensive shot from South Shaquille, comes forward and defends in and around middle and off, and punched out to cover, and England will have one more over.
He got an applauded for that.
I didn't understand that applause.
I mean, it's a maiden. It's a maiden.
No, come on.
I'm
that was
assuming
not an applause for a maiden, surely.
It has to be. There can't be any other reason.
I am feeling uncomfortable, Scott. That applause might go onto my uncomfortable list.
Because
what was that applause for?
I think it's because it was a maiden.
I think it might have been because he got through the over so they can in time for another one.
No. That's too knowledgeable a crowd.
You never get you don't get applause for a maiden like that.
Oh, well, you don't get applause because you've rushed through your over ever.
I think we might have missed something.
Give me the list of the 5 times you've seen someone applauded for rushing through an over.
Atkinson in, pushed out to mid off, no run.
I've seen people applauded for maidens, even ones like that were absolutely terrible.
I think I've seen more batters applauded for blocking out a maiden than I have seen bowlers applauded for bowling a maiden.
No, you get a gentle applause for a maiden.
That was more than a gentle applause. That's the
Western Terrace tax.
Manners, what was that applause for?
Maiden, he said. In case you're checking,
he had to think about it
because he wasn't sure why you were asking such an obvious question.
No, it wasn't. It was just the Manners pause. Atkinson again. This is forward comes Shah Massoud, pushes this out to Joe Root. I don't know. It seemed like quite an exciting. It's a good crowd here though in Headingley.
Yep.
They do engage with the cricket in a way that I don't think you get anywhere else. I know the Hollies stand can be louder, but I think in terms of just getting excited about cricket, I think this is the best ground in England.
I think the Holly stand is less interested in the cricket than the Western Terrace.
Yeah, I think the Holly stand just want to get on it and on the backs of the cricketers and just go a bit football. Block back to Atkinson, still with that wicket. He's going at 1 run and over.
I hope he gets a good applause for his maiden.
I bet you he doesn't. I bet you there's no applause.
It will be because it'll be lunch
for the maiden bit.
He did get applause for the maiden before when he almost bowled Shah Massoud.
No.
I think you've got a blind spot.
All I'm saying is that
I'm uncomfortable about your uncomfortable list now.
Have you seen my uncomfortable list?
No, of course not.
Yeah, just jealous you haven't thought of it first. Push back to Atkinson, no run.
I'm
2 balls away for a standing ovation for the maiden.
For the rapturous applause of this maiden.
One thing that is better about cricket, so they were showing the highlights from the 96 series here, and there were some really good bits about it. I mean, the Pakistani, and I get it. You're coming to the cricket in the 90s, and you've got Wakar and Wasim and Mushi and all the rest of them to cheer on. You're going to be getting stuck in more than we've had it over the last couple of days. But I swear there's a bigger crowd here now for Test cricket than there's ever been. Left alone this time by Shah Massoud, 1 ball away from that maiden. Do you know the other thing with the Wednesday start? Isn't Saturday at Headingley fancy dress day? So that's not going to happen.
I saw a collection of Waldos. Do you call them Waldos or Wallies here?
Wallies.
Wallies. I saw a collection of Wallies, which I haven't seen, but they were passing me on when I came into the ground earlier.
There's some fox hunting.
Is that fox hunting down there? There's definitely I don't know what that pattern is, but there's some blues and some yellows here.
Oh, there's
ducks. There's ducks. There's definite ducks. But yeah, it's certainly not fancy dress day today, is it? Looking at the crowd.
Last ball of the session. Atkinson is in. Shah Massoud shoulders arms.
Maiden.
And the applause will tell you that was a fine maiden to end a fine session for England. They march on towards victory. 2 full sessions to come, 7 wickets needed. Pakistan need 180 just to make England bad again. Shah Massood unbeaten at the break. He's 28 not out. Sail Shakil is 5 not out. 2 wickets for Archer and 1 for Robinson towards the back end of the session. And it's looking unlikely that we'll be back here on Saturday for Fancy Dress Day. We will be back though in 39 minutes time for an applause as we will pick up commentary once again here. 3 of the first test of 3 between England and Pakistan.
It's okay, I'll sort it out in a minute. Don't want it. Wow.
After a successful first year, the Toyota Gough Prize draw is back to help local clubs keep scoreboards ticking over. Purchase a ticket at the Toyota Gough Prize draw and support your local club. Each club will receive 100% of the funds it raises. Ticket bundles start from just £5, giving 5 chances to win. And Toyota is again providing a prize pot value of over £200,000. That includes 3 brand new Toyota cars, international match tickets, and money can't buy experiences. So buy a ticket to support local cricket visit toyotagoodcricket.co.uk right now. Terms and conditions apply. And Vitality. Are you ready to score big for your health? You can win a hospitality experience for you and 3 friends. For an England home fixture of your choice in 2027, we have to get a quote for Vitality Health or life insurance. It literally takes minutes. Find out how at vitalitysportshub.co.uk/cricket. And the KB Snacks and the premium crisp brand Tyrrells, a proud team partner of England Cricket. To celebrate this iconic partnership, Tyrrells have created a brand new limited edition flavour, English ham and mustard, inspired by the flavours of the Great British Picnic and the charm of a summer's day at the cricket. Made using only the finest potatoes, this limited edition is free from anything artificial. Its great flavour speaks for itself. Check the Tyrrells website right now, where you can pick up a pack before it's too late.
Are you coming over with us?
a few moments ago mentioned that cricket once again raising funds for local clubs this year, with a chance for you to win some prizes as well. So do search online and get involved and welcome yourself to Brecon Toyota car or money experience set for 2027. And that's not all Toyota will do, because just behind me you can see we have our trusty catching cradle, which has been in operation during this Rothsay Test Series, where we're bringing England Pakistan to the field during the interval as well. As you can see behind us, we have our teams lining up. What a fine assembly of teams we have here. It's going to be England against Pakistan. We have two semi-finals. Each team has two players. They take each other on. They have 2 lives each. If they drop the ball, they lose a life. It's the last team standing. They're going to go through to the final. We're going to lead off. Sometimes it can be in Pakistan in the final. Sometimes it can be just a one-sided event. But that's the beauty of this. Stay with us again. It's really more exciting. Right, we've got our 2 teams in the first semi-final up for grabs. Who are going to get put into place. We have our 2 umpires at each end that will adjudicate whether it's a fair delivery or not. First of all, before we get this exciting proceeding underway, anybody supporting Pakistan? Not bad, not bad. Anybody supporting England? Yes, quite interesting. Right, we are just about ready to go then. There's various rules in place throughout, but it really is quite simple. So we'll get things underway in 3, 2, 1. So every capture counts. Look at our umpires. Is that going to count early doors? No, it's going to be a wide. Umpires are not expecting that sort of decision first up. That's also been given wide. So it must be a fair delivery. 2 highly qualified umpires at each end. We will determine whether it's a legal delivery or not. 2 lives each player. Oh, we can give it right down there. Let's give it a wide as well. So Toyota's good for cricket, as we mentioned, giving you the opportunity of winning some fantastic prizes this year. And in the process, the 5 Mountain final proceeds go to a local club. So when you enter, you stake your own club. All funds will go back to cricket community. So well worth noting. Wickets will be going galore. Lost 1 line each on the Pakistan side. That's just frustration. That's the umpire. Not wanting to make a decision here. It's been given a wide. The jury's even 158 now. Now the catching cradle as well, which is just out behind the east stand, is available for you throughout the day. Hop along there and take on our unique catching day there. 10 balls will be dropped. Catch all 10 gives us a chance not only to get a bucket hat, but also, oh dear, it's another life gone. As well as the bucket hats, there's also the opportunity to win tickets for an international next summer. Right, we're down to 1 player for Pakistan in this first semi-final. Oh, he's given it out. So it will be England that win our first semi-final. Delighted to do that. So Pakistan doing a fight back again here. Did we get teammates today? We did. Harry Brookside. Okay, so Harry Brookside at right now. That's where he's in the government. Okay, here comes our second semi-final then. Oh. Smart starts. So we're going to reset the lights on each team. Resumption of 1:58 this afternoon. Further reminder that showing here at the end of September in that Metro Bank ODI, the lighting still available for that match. Go to the Yorkshire website for full details. Look for a decision of the umpires to be given wide. And of course Yorkshire still with Gloucester County Championship fixtures to play here. They're scoring going down at Hampshire in this match at the moment on the used pitch. Still plenty of cricket to come here on the domestic stage as well as the international. Meanwhile, 25 still intact here for the second semi-final. Start side very, very calm here. Look for a decision. It's going to be wide by our Swedish umpire, Ethan. Oh, great dedication, but it's been given out. So we have Pakistan through from our second semi-final to play England in the final. And the team name Butterfingers for Pakistan. So only fair that we should have another try of who's supporting him. Everybody supporting Butterfingers and Pakistan. About 5 people. Anybody supporting Brookside, England? You want probably about 40. Anyway, right, we're ready to go. This is the action-packed final. Oh, Butterfingers living up to the name, down to one life. Oh, another one gone. So already controversy in the final, and we're white. Official play times today, that seats will be loaded as well at about 40. Playing go until 7 o'clock tonight, 6:30 our schedule close. 7 o'clock tomorrow the day's overs, after the lost time on the first couple of days. Oh, that's a great match. Such dedication when you think of what prize actually is. Well, that's a wicket, so we're down to 1 on the England team. Butterfingers looking strong here. The pride of playing on the Headingley turf, if nothing else, on this lunchtime. Oh, wicket again has been given. So, 1 life left for England. Wicket given there, so we are down to the last couple of lives here. Wide's been given from our ICC Swedish umpire. Highly qualified. I think that's great. Very Accompanied by the body army, give it up for the win, Jack Grass. And if you like orange ticket access to future England internationals, we have to do is join the We Are Really Cricket Supporters Club for free today. For a chance to meet you to get early access to tickets. Find out more and join online vcb.co.uk. The We Are Really Cricket team have been around the ground this morning. Let's see what they and you have been up to. Vice returning for the afternoon session, Chris Gaffney and Dean Parker. And time to wander back England side, led by Jarrod. To resume for Pakistan, Shan Masood on 28 and South Jamil on 5.
Welcome back to Headingley, wherever you may be listening in the world. It's good to have your company. We're about to start the second session of day 3 of the first test match between England and Pakistan, and England are in a dominant position. Really, you would imagine they'd be expecting, not that you should expect anything in test cricket other than 100% effort, but you would imagine that their supporters at least will be expecting them to complete a 3-day victory, and second day was severely curtailed. We didn't even start till 2:45, but Pakistan will resume on 59 for 3. Still 180 runs in arrears, so really up against it. England were bowled out for 409, resuming on 366 for 8. Considerable tail wag this morning from Jofra Archer in particular, who made 23 not out. He then took 2 quick wickets as Pakistan began with a deficit of 238. He removed both openers. Azam Awais for 9, Imam ul Haq for a duck, and he's back into the attack. First ball after lunch, outside the off stump. It's left alone by Shan Masood, and Darren Gough's alongside me. Goughy also going without lunch today, I see.
Breakfast, no lunch so far, but hopefully Johnny Norman.
You had no breakfast as well?
No, not at all, mate, but got a big meal tonight. I'm looking forward to tonight. Friday night special, the Darren Gough jalfrezi and the Darren Gough starter platter. So a restaurant in Wakefield I'll be popping into.
3 slips at a gully. Here's Jofra Archer around the wicket, bowls to Shan Masood, who drives nicely through mid-on. That was 4 from the moment it left the bat, and Gus Atkinson knew that, so he didn't waste too much effort in chasing it. He just went to fetch it. For listeners and viewers, by the way, who think that Goughy's somehow being ironic, no, that's actually what it says on the menu.
I've got a picture of the menu on before that.
It's
I'll show you.
brilliant.
You will love.
So it's an Indian restaurant in Wakefield,
Yeah.
where you're a bit of a legend.
Yeah, it's a popular dish as well. It's the most popular 2 dishes on the menu. I think it's more for the taste than the name.
Here is Archer again, and Shan Masood has played sorry, that's
Shakil.
Saud Shakil has played a lavish cover drive, hasn't time to hit the toe end of the bat up to Joe Root at mid-off. So, what is it again? The Goughy jalfrezi?
The platter is amazing. Man, as you would be absolutely in dream world. It's got everything from fish pakora to chicken tikka.
I love a platter.
To shish kebab to pork chops, lamb chops. It's got everything on there.
Defended now by Saud Shakil to Archer. So how many people is it designed for? It's a
The
sharing
platter,
platter, right?
yeah, I would say
2 very hungry people.
If you're very hungry, 2, but I would say more 3. And there's a group of 6 of us, so we'll be having probably 3 of them because they all can eat, and they're all my age. We went to school together, so I'm going out with all my schoolmates tonight. But this is a big 10 minutes. Just going back to the cricket for a minute, massive 10 minutes for Shan Masood and Shakil to get through.
Here is Archer again, and on the back foot, Saud Shakil punches one to mid-off. It's a sprawling diving stop from Joe Root. That's a horror, because he's dived in the dirt on one of the worn old wicket ends, and as we know, that's like diving on concrete.
Well, not bad for the ball to be stuck in that area there. If you want a little bit of reverse swing to dry out one side of the ball, but I think it's a good pitch now. I think it's flattened out nicely. Now that hardness of the new ball, there's still a little bit there, obviously. Always will be a delivery here at Headingley, no matter what the situation of the game is. But I think we had a bit of talk about what the spread would be if you were talking about what scores. I think online it was 215. I'm still going 275.
Pushed away defensively, back down the wicket. Archer does fielding off his own bowling. So the spread on Pakistan's score
in the second innings was 215 after the loss of the last wicket. It was 240.
Can I just explain to listeners who don't understand what you're referring to? This is if you want to punt, if you want to have a bet on. So the spread betting company give you a number. You either go high or low.
Yeah. So when Masood and Shafiq were in, it was 245. I said then I think 275, and then the wicket fell straight away. So then it went down to 215, and now realistically I said I'll stick with 275. I think it's a good pitch, but when I go with that is, but the problem is this 10 minutes now for me, 15-20 minutes are massive. Shan Masood getting back in and Shakil, and Josh Tung I knew was going to come into the attack. So
if you want to make money, you bet higher than 275. Or you want to make, or
no,
if you're bet lower.
215 it was when
when
I said 275. Yeah.
But you still think 275 is the number?
Yeah.
I think that's high. Here's Josh Tongue. Oh, top edge, popped up
now.
into the air, and it doesn't carry to Jofra Archer at mid-on.
Do you know why? When I said it, I thought one of Shafiq or Masood would get 100. That was my thinking behind it, right?
Right.
But one of them has gone. Shafiq's gone, and I thought he was playing really well. He got a decent delivery. It was a good low catch, actually, was from Harry Brook, wasn't it, at slip? Off Ollie Robinson, who was not the quickest. Obviously, he went slowly and lowly to Harry Brook. But I think Sham Masood has looked good so far. He's looked good.
Here's Josh Tongue again, and a drive and an inside edge onto the pad from Saad Shakil. Tell you what, I'm just thinking, not about the spread, but we'll come back to that. But I was told during the lunch break that Ben Duckett has not fielded the ball once in 2 innings, and he made 15 off 28 balls. He's not touched the ball. He's done. That's his test match, and that could be it. He could. He's made 15 and hasn't touched the ball in the field. Pushed straight back down the wicket. Lovely shot from Saad Shakil. Really was. Really composed, calm, just pushed gently. And Josh Tongue's quickest bowler in the match. Well, actually, Jofra Archer's matched him in this innings. But that was a very, very composed shot from Saad Shakil.
That's what I mean. From my experience of here, I just think the pitch is at its best now. I think it's pretty dryish now. The spinner, obviously we got 2 part-time spinners in our attack. It's down to the seamer. Archer did the damage, didn't he, with that new ball, took in those 2 early wickets of Emmanuel Haque and obviously Awais. But Sham Masood's the key now. Shafiq was looking really good. Shakil, his lack form.
Tongue around the wicket bowls. Shakil outside the off stump, left alone.
They're at 68 for 3 now. They had a bit of a recovery in the first innings, if we remember. When it ended up being 90 odd for 2, was it?
Well, they were
on your book
of
figures.
6 for 2, and then a partnership of 91.
There we go. So a partnership's in there. It's a good pitch, but we've seen from the scores, the highest score in the game is 91. And we've seen a lot of scores, guys get in, but there's always something there for the bowler. There's one delivery, something's going to happen, whether it keeps low, whether it nips. So, yeah, look, I went high, but look, that's me, isn't it? I'm positive.
Here is Tongue once again, and that's driven up towards mid-on, fielded by Jofra Archer. Josh Tongue averages in Test cricket 22 against right-handers and 37 against left-handers with the ball. So Harmy would be saying, go over the wicket, wouldn't he? I mean, Harmy's always say, go over the wicket, angle it across.
It amazes me with that action he's got as well. You'd think he'd bowl well to left-handers, right, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, it's strange. But I agree with Harmy. I mean, he hasn't said it. I think he, go over the wicket. Flicked away out towards square leg and caught. The backward square leg is Dan Lawrence, and well, I tell you what, I hadn't actually spotted it. I mean, it's what used to be called no man's land. He's halfway back to the boundary, backward square leg. You can't really tell me that that was the ball that he was bowling to get Saad Shakil caught at sort of halfway back square leg just behind. I mean,
it must be. You wouldn't have a fielder there otherwise. So let's give Joe Root the credit. It's genius. Look, there's a little bit of luck involved as well. I mean, we've had 2 wickets now, haven't we? Which you could say it's a little bit of genius as well with the captaincy, putting them there. But he middled the one. Both of them have been middled to the one at leg slip, right, where Asman Awais got out. And now we've seen Shakil middle one to a deep backward square leg. Well, a mid-deep backward square leg. And we've seen 2 wickets fall that way now. So that's a huge breakthrough now. And now it's just a case of our Pakistan going to approach this now? They're in a situation where they know they're on the back end of it. Do they come out and try and play a positive brand of cricket and try and blast their way out of this trouble, or do they actually dig in? Now, it'll be interesting to see which way they go here, Pakistan. But it brings the captain to the crease. He's not had a great day. Has a great game so far, the skipper. He dropped a catch, dropped Addy Brook on one. Didn't get many in the first innings. I think it was the 20s, wasn't it? And now he's come to the crease, Salman Al-Agha. And it needs a captain's innings if they're going to stay in this.
I'm perplexed. You know that. I mean, do we? In football, we have assists. You know, the man that, or the woman that provides the pass to the goal scorer, and I just think we should give the assist to the analysis team. Archer into Shan Masood, who drives this one out towards Atkinson at wideish mid-on, who slide tackles it, keeps him down to a single. Do you know what I mean, Goughy? I mean, that's what the analysis team do. They go through as much information and footage on a opposition player's career as they possibly can. And if someone has said he tends to whip the ball in the air, behind square, on the leg side, to this length of delivery.
That's about 45 yards. Which
he was
at.
It sounds so far-fetched, doesn't it?
And he ran 2 yards to his right and dived to his right as well. It was a great catch. Look, a little bit of luck, little bit of luck involved, and also a little bit of genius, whether it's from the stats team or whether it's from Joe Root himself. He's the skipper. He's going to take the credit.
Pushed away out towards mid-wicket, and no run. He's not. He will give the credit to the analysis.
Of course
team.
he was. No, but the skipper is the one. Look, it's just gone to Joe Root now. What do you think they're saying now on comms? What do you say?
Well, I think they're having the same conversation as us.
They'll be saying, great captaincy. That's what they've always said when there's a fielding position.
Something like that is all you have to do is follow instructions from the analysis. They're not instructions. They offer the information. That's a low full toss from Archer, and it's hit for 4, and it deserved to be.
Okay, yesteryear you would have been the captaincy, wouldn't it? Because the data wouldn't have been there. So it would have been word of mouth. Genius.
Data was word of mouth.
Yeah.
Word gets round. You ask, you know.
Yeah, but the captain would have got the credit. Without doubt.
Sure. No, that's true.
If you go and put a silly mid-off in, right, and then the next ball it goes to him, genius captaincy, right? That's the sort of stuff that would have been said.
Yeah, but
right?
no captain on earth sucks his thumb and comes up with that position.
Puts him 45 yards back. Was he there for the miss hook?
I don't know. I really don't. Here is possibly, yeah. Archer back of a length, defended by Salman.
You can't get out to it. You can't say that's data when it's an half volley leg stump. If he was there for the flick off a short ball, which would have been in discussion, there's no way I'm having that ball, an half volley leg stump, and he's going to flick it to 45-yard man behind backward square. Sorry, I'm not having that. That wasn't genius bowling or genius captaincy or whatever. That was a little bit fortunate. He was surely there for the flick from a shorter ball.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. Here's Archer again, bowls to Salman Ali Agha. He comes forward and plays defensively on the offside. I'm sorry, that's... yeah, it is, yeah. So Shan Masood is the non-striker, then he's the left-hander. Jofra Archer has 3 slips to the right-hander, 3 slips in a gully. And it's, I mean, they are definitely in the Sky TV commentary box having the same conversation that we are, because it was just completely out of the blue. And I don't think he'd been there the whole time. I think, he just moved a couple of balls earlier. So a stroke of fortune, you have to say, or misfortune for Pakistan. Archer in again, and this one hits the inside half of Salman Ali Agha's bat, and it's fielded by Gus Atkinson at mid-on. All of which, anyway, leaves Pakistan 73 for 4. A very, very long way behind the game. What do you reckon the spread total is now? It's under 200, isn't it?
Yeah, it'll have gone down to around 185, 190, I would say. But I'm still going to...
You've still got someone making 100.
I've still got Shan.
Well, it has to be Shan now.
On this pitch, the way he's playing, look, anything can happen. I don't think. I thought the ball too straight. Sorry, to Shan Masood earlier on. Yes, he got out to the swinging ball, but with Shan, you've got to attack that couple of inch, 3-inch outside off stump. That's his weakness area. Nicks off a lot. We've seen he's very, very accomplished when he's hitting the ball through the leg side, backward square and through mid-wicket. They've now got a catcher in, and look, there's a catcher in there now in mid-wicket, and I think that is a good field there to Shan Masood.
Yeah, very good off his pads and off his hip. The tuck edge gone, taking a first slip. Ben Duckett touches the ball. He's taken a storming catch, low to his left at first slip. New position for him. Josh Tongue has another wicket to go to his 5 in the first innings, and Pakistan are collapsing. 3 wickets before lunch, 2 quick ones after. Well bowled Josh Tongue, well caught Ben Duckett.
I want to take some credit for that as well. What did I say? You bowl the attack outside that off-stump line to Shan Masood. Edge plays away from his body sometimes, goes through to Duckett, takes a comfortable catch, and that's a great bit of bowling. A great bit of catching from Ben Duckett, and Shan Masood, the one guy I had on, if he could get past and get going this afternoon for 100, falls for 29 off 56 balls faced, and that is game over really now for Pakistan, if we're going to be honest. A great bit of bowling. Josh Tongue, he comes into the attack late, doesn't he? Wait till the ball gets older, but he has that habit of knocking over the middle order and late order opposition. Fantastic bit of bowling. And we talk about his weakness to left-handers. Well, he's just got 2 out. Shakil and Shan Masood. 2 big players for Pakistan. And brings in Mohammad Rizwan to the crease. 46 matches he's played, Mohammad Rizwan. Didn't get many in the first innings. England are delighted. Having a bit of a chit-chat, Manners, the slip fielding cordon, and the keeper. They're all happy. They know they're going to get a couple of days off at this rate.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. Yeah, and you know what? With just 3 scheduled days between the Test matches, that makes a significant, material difference to the potential performances of both teams. I mean, it should sort of be some kind of assistance for Pakistan as well. With they've only got the five. I was going to say 5 fast bowlers, but only one of them's got any real pace. I mean, they've only got 5 seamers in a squad of 17. So, if it goes to the end of day 5, travel day down to London, 1 day training, and it's not really ideal recovery time. But for England, I mean there used to be an unwritten rule, but an understanding. I'll break off as Rizwan takes strike to Josh Tongue. First delivery flicked away, full and straight. He's gone for the LBW first up, and Rizwan has flicked it to wide long on, where Archer chases, and they come sprinting back for a 3rd run. There used to be an understanding, Goughy, that before a Test match, there's your 5 days. You committed, you've worked 5 days, and so the management, if you won in 4 days or even 3 days, the management sort of had an understanding that they couldn't then say to the players, right, we require you to do this and this and this, or we're going to have a because
they'll be out on the sauce, mate. That's why it take them 2 days to recover.
Well, so if players can play golf or go home for a day, or there was an understanding that they had earned themselves a day or 2 days off.
I would say they'll definitely go on, because remember, some of these guys have been playing the 100 as well, and they've been away from home quite a while. Cricket, you don't get enough time with your family as it is, and I think as soon as they get a day off, these boys, they'll be home. A lot of them have got young families now.
Here is Josh Tongue to Salman Ali Agha, and it's pushed out towards mid-off where Joe Root does the fielding. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, an extra day at home just lifts the spirits, emotionally uplifting, and you've earned it. You win inside 3 days. You've earned yourselves a day off, or a couple of days off.
Well, remember, we've got this Test series, which is back to back to back, right? And then you've got the one-day series against Sri Lanka, and then they'll be going abroad.
They do have, we'll have a month off, won't they? That's Salman playing defensively late on this one. Josh Tongue runs his finger through his hair, thinking that Salman only just managed to come down on that one in time. So the Sri Lanka series ends in September, so they've got, what are they doing in October,
27th, the last one-day international. 27th of September at the Oval. And then I'm sure they're playing someone else, aren't they? It might be only is that it until December? Oh, they've got a couple of months off.
So they do have October and November off. There's a warm-up game before the first test in South Africa, which begins in Durban on December the 9th. 9th, 10th, 11th, I think it is. And then they play the first test at the Wanderers against South Africa on December the 16th. Ah, hang on. We are missing they've got a tri-series between Pakistan and Sri Lanka.
They've got to fit them in on the schedule.
That's T20 50 over. Sorry, it's an ODI triangular series. Actually, I saw that Pakistan announced that. Yeah. Okay. So
where's it at?
In Pakistan. That's October, is it, or November? I think October into November. Here is Josh Tongue bowling beautifully, great rhythm, good pace. Oh, and it hits him on the pad. Up goes the finger. He's caught. He's reviewed it straight away. Well, umpire Alahuddin Palekar thought there was an edge onto the pad. It's ballooned off the pad into the gully. Lawrence takes the catch. Palekar raised his finger, and Salman Ali Agha reviewed it immediately. He's thinking inside edge onto pad.
Well, it's a strange one to give when you have it. There's a lot of doubt in that, isn't it? And it'll be interesting to see what happened here. Whether he's giving it out for that caught in the gully, or he actually thinks it's out LBW.
Really? No.
Well, we'll soon find out.
Yeah, we will.
Here we go.
It's too high for LBW, isn't it?
I think he's giving him out LBW. That's my personal opinion.
We'll use alternate edges.
I honestly think he's giving him out LBW.
I think you're right, and it's too high, isn't it?
Got to be.
Keep running through.
Going over the leg stump, you reckon?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter what it's going over. It's going over. But yeah, there's no inside edge.
Clearly.
So I misread that.
Involved. So it's pad first, and we'll go to ball tracking when ready.
Third umpire Paul Rifle has reviewed for the. Oh, it's hitting. I beg your pardon. What a decision that is from Alahuddin Palekar, the South African umpire. I tell you what. What? It wasn't even clipping.
No, I didn't think it was, but
it was like what you call. Gee, it seemed, that ball has moved very sharply back into Salman, to Mohammad Rizwan. Goodness me. Well, you know what? Pakistan are being massively outplayed in every department, but whatever rub of the green there has been has also gone against them. Salman Ali Agha, LBW's Josh Tongue, has now got 3 for 7, and he's not yet finished his second over.
Some of the figures this last 4 or 5 years in Test cricket, it's remarkable. It's got to be a combination of the pitches and the way the modern day cricketer bats now. It has to be manners. It has to be. There's so many bowlers picking up cheap 5-4s. You know what I mean by that? I mean, not going for many runs, like 5 for 15, 6 for 20. It always, in yesteryear, it was like a 6 for 50, or you know what I mean, because Test matches went 5 days. It's got to be a combination of the modern day batter, the way they play, and the pitches. It has to be. But like we've got here, this is not a bad pitch at all. And Pakistan here, 76 for 6. 76 for 6.
Ali Usman has come to the crease now.
Got first bowler, didn't he?
He's got a
king pair.
He's got a first-class average of 20. First ball at LBW to tongue. So he's facing him now as well. It's
I'm amazed that's out. I'm amazed at giving that out.
Well, exactly. Yeah, you know, even when you look at the third replay, you're kind of thinking that's a bit high.
He's well down the pitch as well.
Well, you know what? In these situations, you have to say that Alauddin Palakar's only in his fourth or fifth Test match. He's not officiated at Headingley before, and well, he's acclimatised. You talk about players getting used to conditions. So do the umpires. Tongue in to Ali Usman. He survives the king pair, pushing that one defensively back to the bowler. And there's some very nifty footwork from Josh Tongue. He flicks it up with his right foot and gives it a couple of kicks, and then boots it into his hand, much to the crowd's appreciation. They enjoyed that. This is 76 for 6.
This is where you want the ball now, isn't it? You really, really do want the ball. If I were Gus Atkinson, has Gus Atkinson picked up a wicket yet in this in the game? I don't think he has he? No, it was 5 and 5 for Robinson and Tonk in the first innings. So Archer and Tonk have took the wickets in this innings. Robinson's took one as well. So Gus Atkinson, surely he'll be desperate to get on and have a ball, won't he? And Josh Tonk will be eyeing up 10 for.
Yeah, right, exactly. Outside the off stump from Jofra Archer. Yeah, I'm sure that everybody wants to have a bowl, but if somebody's in the middle of a decent spell and they want to carry on and they're still bowling well, then you have to wait your turn. And Ollie Robinson's going to have to wait his turn as well. But yeah, you're right. Josh Tongue is eyeing up 10 for. He's got 8 now.
8. With a tail in as well now. He's unbelievable against the tail end.
Archer in again. Bowls. Edge. Thick edge from Mohammad Rizwan. Past third slip. Between third slip and gully, actually. And Pakistan, those 4 runs take them up to 80 for 6. I can't see a way they can survive the day now.
Well, spread now might be 120. No, more like 150.
150?
I'd have lost my money, Manners.
Yeah.
I think I'd have been skinned.
I couldn't understand your logic there.
I was backing one player to get 100, mate. I was backing one player to do something.
Here is Archer again, full wide and quick, but wide enough to for Mohammad Rizwan to leave it alone. He's on 7. Ali Usman has 1. 80 for 6, Pakistan. England earlier today, 409 all out. A decent little unbeaten 23 from Archer. 25 balls, the only 6 of the match.
Amazing that. Well, we know Jofra Archer's capable of hitting 6s, but the surprising factor is that Harry Brook got 91 and didn't hit at least 4 6s.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and so few 4s. Here's Archer again, and squared up a little bit. Mohammad Rizwan there, a little bit inconvenienced by the extra pace. Harry Brook, 13 4s in 91, and yet he scored at almost a run a ball, 91 off 93, with only 13 4s. They're odd numbers.
Yeah,
I mean, you for Harry,
he does
Brook,
everything odd though, doesn't he, when he bats? I mean, it's just like there's no one like him. Let's be straight about it. I mean, the way he plays is ridiculous. Where I like, there were no reverse sweeps, there were no lap slogs off the seamers. He played proper cricket shots.
full and straight, drive that, says Archer, and Rizwan declines but just pushes it firmly to Joe Root at mid-off.
I tell you what, Joe Root must be thinking, it's quite easy, this captaincy lark, isn't it? What's he done, 65 matches as a skipper?
Yeah,
and actually, I think his record is actually all right. If you take out that one...
Take out COVID.
Yeah, take out the 1 in 17.
Yeah.
And it's actually pretty good. What is it? 27, 27 and 11, isn't it? Yeah. So 27 wins, 27 losses and 11 draws. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean...
and 1 in 17 to finish. That's what did him.
3 slips gully. Root is at short mid-off. Not silly mid-off, but halfway between the two ends, the two sets of stumps.
On the kick. Would you say that? He's on the kick, Joe Root. That's what I feel. He's on the kick.
Yeah.
He's on the kick. I like that.
You just thought of that?
Yeah.
Just
On
come
the
to you
kick.
now.
Yeah. On the Mike Gatting. Remember when he used to have them pads and he used to middle it to cover off his pads?
They were made of the same material that hockey goalkeepers, field hockey goalkeepers' pads are made of. And you know, a hockey goalkeeper wears kickers on his feet to kick the ball.
Kickers, they're a nice shoe brand. Them I used to wear them in the 80s.
I don't think they make them anymore.
They do.
Do they?
They do. I've seen them. Yeah, there's one shop where I get all my stuff from. Look, I've got all the 80s kit on. I had the Patricks on yesterday. I've got the Penguins on today. I love a bit of the 80s wear.
3 slips of the gunny. It's Josh Tongue. It's a short leg in as well, and that's short ball. And Ali Usman is not comfortable. Back of a length, heading towards the rib cage, I'd say, and he just about manages to turn it away off his ribs, behind square on the leg side, past Emilio Gay. Jamie Smith rips his right glove off and goes chasing after it. 81 for 6, Pakistan. Still 157 behind. Remember that stat I said before the start of play? on 22 occasions in Test matches at Headingley, a team on only 22, a team has earned a first innings lead of 200 or more, and 15 of those occasions have been resulted in an innings victory. This will be number 15. They're not scoring 157.
It's been
from
predictable, hasn't it? I mean, a good toss to win. Let's just say that as well.
Tongue in again, bowls to Rizwan, pushes it out to Root at mid-off. It was a good toss to win.
I just think for Pakistan, we know they're not as strong a team as they have been in the past, and for them to have any chance in this game, they had to be bowling first. That's my personal feeling. And once the toss went up and Joe Root won, he was always going to have a ball. And I said in one of my interviews before this series, before this Test match, as a captain, you look down your team and you look at your bowlers. Have I got bowlers who can bowl the team out twice? And 100% yes for me with the bowlers he's got, the seamers he's got here at Headingley.
His Tongue again down the leg side, quick, short, back of a length anyway, rather than being a short ball, and Ali Usman leaves it alone. See, I was perplexed, intrigued, curious as to why Pakistani only selected 3 seamers. But then the spinner, Ali Usman's taken 5.
And the first one for an opposition spinner since 1972.
And, you know...
Who was it again? Mallet.
Ashley Mallet. But it's not the fact that they only had 3 seamers. It's that the 3 seamers didn't bowl very well. That was the problem.
And they were all the same.
Yeah.
They were all the same. This England attack, they're all different.
Here is Josh Tongue again, and that's pushed up towards Archer at mid-on. You know, the quickest delivery bowled by Pakistan that we saw on the speed gun anyway was 136 kilometres an hour by Muhammad Ali, and then he slowed down. Khurram Shahzad was 130, and Muhammad Abbas is the same speed he's been bowling for 15 years.
80 miles an hour,
yeah.
Well, I just think England have got, like I said, all different. Gus Atkinson, your gun barrel, through to the keeper.
Tongue in again, bowls, and pushed away by Ali Usman for a single through point. What would you say the key differences between Archer and Tongue are? They're the most similar.
Action. And I think that does make a difference. When you're batting and you're facing 2 guys that are totally different, I think Archer's very much, again, someone who's very much seam up, and he bowls with the wicket, but he's got his pace. But Josh Tongue, his arms and legs are everywhere, and he creates angles with his action, and he gets
comes
a bit
over the
more
top,
cut.
doesn't he?
Yes, it's very much right, and I think he's hard to pick up. I think he's a very good bowler. I like him a lot, Josh Tongue. From the first time I saw him, I thought, wow, he's different. Look at the wide of the crease, open chest. Oof, I tell you
he's
what,
almost through him there. Right, good looks for the Yorker, and almost gets through Rizwan. Little bottom toe end of the bat. Yeah, he's a lot to like about Josh Tongue, not the least of which is his pace, but it also is unusual. That was 92 miles an hour, by the way, Goughy. That was the fastest ball of the match. 92 miles an hour, that last delivery. All right, all changing in the commentary box. Jarrod Kimber taken over from Goughy. Jon Norman will take over from me, and me and Goughy are going to go and look for some food.
There's some Chinese food that Jon bought. It's not as good as the Vietnamese food we've been having the last couple of days, Manners, just to let you know. It will be better, though, than what Manners had for breakfast, which was burnt toast with bacon. Full buffet breakfast, and somehow Manners ended up with the worst possible thing. Even my son's, as he was leaving, does he know his toast is burnt? It's Gough for Archer. 4 slips, a gully comes in, and it's hit towards the gully here, after middle of the bat, to be fair. Down into the ground by Ali Usman, and there's no run. Producer Scott, sorry, there's something going on with our screen. Oh, it's because Josh Tongue is about to bowl from the other end.
Don't worry, Jarrod, I'll commentate this one. Oh, and he did. And then the screen's gone black. Oh, it's a replay of the catch, but it was frozen. That's why. Oh no. Just as well we got an amazing view of the cricket here, as Gough for Archer is in with 4. That's a good ball, just goes past the outside edge of Ali Usman's bat, kind of half forward, and then just sticks the bat out there.
He does look like a number 8, like a sort of half forward proddy number 8. He could clearly bat.
Nothing about that shot would suggest.
No, but you know, those sort of guys that just sort of hang the bat out, but are good at doing that. But yeah, in this sort of situation against it, I mean, that was a beautiful ball.
Lovely ball. And
most people would have missed that.
He was hanging the bat out in front of him, not to the side. Oh, here's another one. This time he pretends he's actually withdrawn the bat at the last minute, but I think he's been beaten.
You came up with what I think is one of the best cricket tweets of all time.
Wow.
Would you like me to tell you what it was?
Yep.
It was, what shot do you play when you're shadow batting?
Yeah.
And I think I actually think it went viral, but not even as viral as I believe it should have gone. If I was practicing shadow batting, I think as a young kid going up, I think one of the things I would practice is the play and then pretend I'm leaving the ball.
That's a brilliant one. Oh, he's done it again. There's a little shout. There was a noise as the ball gone past the bat. Archer's only
pad.
I think it's bat on pad. The cord were more interested than the bowler, who joined in half-heartedly and then just slopes off top of his mark.
Was it Jordan Cox, I think, at third slip, was the one who was... It was definitely a big noise, but no one else seemed that excited. Oh, it is close, but yeah, no, it's just hit his hip on the way through.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Bumble?
That was the best of the 3 defensive player misses that...
He still missed the ball quite a bit.
Don't you think, though? Of the 3
that
he's missed. Oh, that's another good... I'd say that isn't the best one. That was more of a forcing shot. He was actually almost thinking, well, if the ball just happens to hit the bat here, I will get a single.
Can I say, though, excellent work here. We're going to see this again. Watch his bat. So he plays and misses at this. Oh, you just can't see it. They cut it away. And then he drags his bat to the leg side as if to say, I wasn't even pretending to play that, guys. I don't know why you think I was trying to hit that.
4 plays and a miss, and he hasn't played a shot yet.
Yeah, have you ever seen Bumble shadow bat? He always shadow bats, edging.
Last ball of the over. It's bat on ball, but it's just clipped out to backward point. No run.
And the applause is for the maiden.
I think you're right. But what I will say
that
is
was a much better maiden.
That
than
was a
Lawrence's.
really good maiden.
If that had gone for runs, that deserved applause. That over. That was
a really
bowling.
good maiden. I think that was I think that applause justified, or rather the maiden justified the applause. I'm still not sold on the Dan Lawrence maiden.
Oh no, I'm with you there. I don't know why there was such an applause. But,
by the way, Ollie Pope out for a 5-ball duck. Just saying. So there's a big game happening at the moment in County Championship.
Where was he batting?
4 or 5? No, there's a night watch, so 5. Honestly, if you take out his record against Hampshire, I'm not sure.
Or his record at the Oval.
Well, yeah, both actually. Yeah. I'm sure Gary Morgan will tell us what it is. Josh Tongue, who's picked up 1 wicket so far, 2 at 3 wickets. Well, I was eating my banh mi.
Do you know what I think will happen with Ollie Pope? I think he's about to hit his prime as a batter, and by the time he does, there'll be no spots left for him to take.
I'm not sure. I am not sure.
I think his next 4 years will be his best 4 years in his career.
I disagree. I think we've seen the best of him, unfortunately.
He's done at 28.
No, of course he's not done. No.
You want him out of Surrey. You want him dropped by Surrey.
No,
that's what you're saying.
No,
that's what we all heard.
No. His tongue again down the leg side. Little swish of the bat from Rizwan, who was a little unfortunate, I think, to have got out. What did you think of that LBW decision, actually? Josh Tongue, it did seem to hit. Who was the last batter to fall?
Absolutely did not think that was out.
Yeah, Aga. That's right.
Salman Ali Aga, yeah. Absolutely did not think that was out at all.
I thought, this is going to be a clipping. This is going to be a Bale clipper at best.
It was me, Harmy, Bayram and Richard Blakey just behind, all watching it live. And none of us, we thought they were appealing for the catch, which I'm assuming they were.
Here's Tongue. This is driven on the up, but only as far as the fielder at mid-off.
None of us thought it was a catch, which obviously it wasn't anywhere near. And then Harmy said, "Oh, it's a bit straight," and me and Blakey would like, yeah, "It's definitely high, and it doesn't look right to us." And then it wasn't clipping; it was hitting the stumps, and
smashing them.
We were all like, "What?" And then they showed the replay afterwards, and I was, "Is that the same ball?"
There was a Cole Jamieson wicket that was slightly similar in the New Zealand series that's just gone, where you saw a point of impact, you think, no way. And it's like, huh? Yeah, I was surprised by that one. Here's Tongue again, driven and fielded by the bowler. Crowd thinks it's a chance, but it was bump ball.
I think...
2 balls away from another applause. More applause for a maiden.
I think Ben Duckett's LBW that was given not out in the first over to Muhammad Abbas was 1,000% more out than the one. It was a beautiful ball by Tongue, though. It was almost unplayable, the seam coming back. I thought that was fantastic. Wait, they just showed the wickets then, by the way. His little, glowing chart of where the wicket. It didn't look like the ball was hitting the stumps on the chart that they showed, the beehive.
Here's Josh Tongue, driven again, back past the bowler, sticks a hand out, but can't stop this. That's a nice shot, actually. A little bit of a release shot for Rizwan. Here's a question for you. I was thinking of this. Bayram's here as well. So I was thinking of this as I was coming back from the Vietnamese for the 3rd time in a row.
I thought you got Chinese.
Well, it's a Vietnamese restaurant, but it's blatantly Chinese.
Did you order from the same restaurant?
No, it's a different restaurant.
Phew.
Do you know the majority of the majority of Chinese restaurants in this country, in the UK, are actually run by Vietnamese?
The majority of the Indian restaurants are Bangladeshi.
Bangladeshi, yeah. Here is Josh Tongue. There's no maiden. Oh, nearly chops on. There's Rizwan is hopping. And this inside edge goes back past the stumps and he goes through for a single. Gary will be able to answer this definitively. Has there ever been an example of a bowler bowling the last over of a session and everybody forgetting and then coming back and bowling the first over of the next session?
Warwick Armstrong.
Really?
I don't know if it was 2 sessions. Gary will need to Google the story for me, but Warwick Armstrong, the Australian captain, bowled an over. Something happened. Maybe it was a rain break. Maybe I can't remember. No, I tell you what it was. It was even more bizarre. The game had been restricted to like a 2-day game or a 3-day game, so the declaration rules changed because of how much rain there had been.
So this is a test match?
Yeah, so England declared...
So when you lose a day, the declaration target basically drops, right? If it's rained off.
It was something even more random than that, but yes, basically, let's go with that for now.
3 slips in a gully, backward point, and catching cover, and Jofra Archer bowling to Mohammad Rizwan, who again loses his body shape here. It looked like he was trying to play this through extra cover, and the ball has been fielded at fine leg.
So England declare, and they're starting to go off, and I believe Warwick Armstrong, the captain, who knew the laws of cricket better than anyone in the world, said, "You can't declare." And they went, "Of course we can declare." And he was right. They couldn't declare. So they all, after 20 minutes of discussing this, they all went back out, and Warwick Armstrong bowled the next over, and then everyone went, "You bowled the last over. So you know this law, but you don't know that law." I'm not sure it's the only time it's happened in Test cricket. Gary again will correct me, but it's not. It's only happened a couple of times. I don't know if it's ever happened on either side of a break, but I'm assuming that's the other way that you would make the mistake.
Knew you were the person to ask. 4 slips in place. There's Ali Usman, who's 2 not out, just Gets behind the line of the ball and pushes it out to Carver, fielded by Gay. Okay, so there's that one, right? Has there ever been an occasion when 2 or more balls were not bowled in and over? So you get one short every now and again and everyone acts like it's the end of the world, and how could that happen? Has there ever been 2 short?
So a 4-ball over.
Yeah, or when it was 8 ball over, or when it was 8 ball over, 6 ball over. Here's Archer, short delivery, and Ali Usman gets into a bit of a tangle, shapes to play and then ducks.
I can't think of one, but that would be more of a Gary question, I would have thought.
No, not 5 ball over, Scott.
See 5 ball overs all the time.
I'm asking for a 4 ball over. Or a 7 ball over. Has that ever happened?
No, there's definitely been 7 ball overs.
Yeah, but when there were 6 ball overs, not 8 ball overs.
Yeah.
So people have bowled 1 more.
Yeah, that's happened before.
I can't remember. I mean, I'm
we've
not surprised it's happened.
We've definitely covered a test where that's happened, haven't we?
I'd say it doesn't happen as often as 1 short, does it? Fuller and pushed out to cover where it's fielded.
It's easier. So if you have the 7th ball as the bowler's coming in, it's easier for the 3rd umpire or the match referee to go, whoa, you've made a mistake.
So it doesn't happen as often, right?
Yeah, in modern cricket, but I think historically it would happen heaps. Unless the scorers start flashing the lights at the umpires.
All I know is that Ali Usman will be hoping this is one of those overs where there are only 5 balls.
Well, it goes back to whether Jarrod's made the point a few times about how a batting team should be able to decide whether to take a no ball. Driven, square of the wicket. That's a nice shot from Ali Usman. Languid. It was almost a left-hander.
I take it back.
Crease. Takes 4 through backward point, and the score moves on, 93 for 6.
That's a proper shot, and he does average in and around 22 with the bat in first-class cricket, but then he's played all of his first-class cricket in Pakistan. I haven't really seen him bat much, seen him bowl a bit, but this is a good audition for him. Game's already done, score some runs, impress the management. Got
some wickets as well. Look, he's not a number 8 at test level. I don't think anything in this innings is going to change my mind on that. But any handy batting will help in a lineup like this.
4 slips in place, full delivery, and Ali Usman deals with it relatively comfortably. No run. Warwick Armstrong in 1921 at Old Trafford. Now, I'm not sure if it's Moore or Moyer. Alex Moyer?
I think it is Moyer, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm asking you. New Zealand against England in 1951. And then Alex Coxon in 1950 for Yorkshire.
I believe that's Cox on.
So that's and then I wonder if there's ever been a 4 ball over or a 6 ball over. Has there only ever been 8 ball and 6 ball overs in the history of Test cricket?
Yeah, I think first-class cricket had 5 at one stage, or if not first-class cricket, then certainly a serious form of cricket. 7's the only one that hasn't been used. There were 4 ball overs as well.
Oh, okay.
But that might have been before first-class. Yeah, I would assume 6 and 8. I can't remember 5.
This is clipped fine by Mohammad Rizwan from the bowling of Josh Tongue, who's picked up 3 for 16 in second innings.
I actually think 8 ball overs is a better option, but once Kerry Packer came in and adds at the end of every over came in, it just made more sense to do 6. And the rest of the world was doing 6 by that point, weren't they?
Where was the first ever honours board erected?
Hambledon?
Was it?
I have no idea.
Bayroll?
I mean, I only know of Hambledon because of Jarrod.
Is there a ground in world cricket without an honours board, a physical honours board, or is it quite common?
I don't think it was always common, was it? I think it's more of a
bit like a baggy green kind of modern phenomenon. This is down the leg side, short, and Usman gets out the way of this. He's 6, Rizwan is 15, 94 for 6, Pakistan.
I think a lot of grounds had them, but I don't think every ground had them. But I think probably from the 1980s and 1990s onwards, it's become a much bigger thing, hasn't it?
I know that all the major test centres in Pakistan have them.
I think now, I'd be shocked if there's a test ground that doesn't have them unless they haven't played a game. Where do you put it at Malahide? Do you put it in the club? It's Malahide clubhouse.
Wheel it out. Temporary.
Submerge it in the ground.
Tongue continuing over the wicket, and it gets behind the line as Ali Usman. He's had a decent test match. Push back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, if you look at Pakistan performances, it's just been Ali Usman with his maiden test fifer, and then Abdullah Shafiq, you could say it was a really, really classy innings. Those 61 runs, all of those on drives and square drives and the flicks, and it was pretty good for someone batting in their first ever test innings in England, especially walking out when Pakistan were 2 down for 6.
Murali bowled a 5-ball maiden over against England in 2001. I mean, we did
There must be heaps of
loads of
5-ball
5-ball overs. Come on, Gary, tell me there's been a 4-ball over. Short delivery, and Ali Usman, who looks pretty compact so far, again defends.
Seems like Rizwan just wants him to play in this innings. Keeps taking single first ball. But I suppose it's not a bad thing if you do average 22 in first class cricket. This could be a good time to showcase your skills, because it's not like Pakistan are winning this game.
But also, like, if you're a number 8 and you've been picked partly because you can hold the bat, I don't think the wicketkeeper who's batting one spot above you can shield you. And if he, and it might even be a, you giving him an opportunity, as you say, but he can't shield him, right? There's 3 more tail enders to come.
Tongue again, moves across the line, he's struck on the pad, possibly hit outside the line, did seem to take a bit of a movement. Root is just asking a question. They've got a couple of reviews in the bag. Jamie Smith is where really should come to the party here. Well, they're going to go upstairs.
Jamie Smith gives me no... I just watched him, and you suddenly realise that everyone had their conversation, they're waiting for Jamie Smith. The amount of times he doesn't look sure.
Director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision's not out. Check the feed, fair delivery.
Here's another question for you while we wait for this review. What is the most amount of balls bowled in an over in the history of Test cricket? Is that an inside edge?
I don't know, but it's outside the line, isn't it?
Just confirm no bat with Aldridge, please.
It had to be outside the line. He was
miles across, wasn't he?
I tell you
it's not a very good shot.
It was a terrible shot. It looked like, when you train a young kid, it'd be like you have to stand across the ball, but they leave their back foot at leg stump, and so they go sideways on the crease rather than at the ball. That's what it looked like.
Looked like me batting out there.
I've seen Bayram bat. It did, in fact, look like Bayram batter. What was your question that I've now forgotten? Because this is going to be not out, right?
The longest over in the history of Test cricket. So obviously it's involving non-legal deliveries.
Going through.
Assuming 11?
Why would you assume 11?
I've got a feeling
as a number.
I thought 11.
Assuming 11.
Is 11 wrong?
Well, I don't know.
Feels right.
It might feel right, but I don't know why you're assuming it would be 11.
Because I just feel like I've seen an 11.
Okay, no bat involved. We'll go ball tracking when ready.
Okay, here we go.
Original decision's not out.
Yep. Outside the line.
That's impact outside. Go back on field. Pelika, stick your original decision.
I mean, we're at an angle here. Imagine that it's a left-handed batter. We are essentially at what?
Well, no,
first
slip,
and we're miles away. And we could tell that he was too far across the stumps.
We could also tell,
and the batter's got his back to us.
We could also tell that Jamie Smith didn't really think that, and then he was the one who gave the last signal. But even the way he gave the signal, he wasn't sure.
Yeah, it's almost like Jamie Smith is daydreaming about West Ham, and then suddenly he's like, oh, they're all looking at me. Yes?
West Hambledon.
Ooh. Review? Here's that tongue, and that's clipped away for a single down to fine leg. For a minute there, I thought it was going towards Emilio Gay. It would have been some catch, but no. Another run to the score, 95 for 6. Pakistan need 144 to make England bat again. Question really is, will we make tea?
It's a good question. Right now, Ali Usman is shielding Rizwan. It's the opposite. But I just don't think Pakistan's tail has enough fight in it. I mean, this is the last pair, really, who could extend the day's play. And I mean, England have been on a roll. I'd imagine that Ollie Robinson would come back at some point. Maybe Gus Atkinson takes a wicket. And
I think Ollie Robinson will probably come back on now. Because he's got the ball in his hand. He's just taking his jumper off. These are the kinds of things I look for, Bayram. For the kind of, it's an advanced thing, cricket commentary. I'll take you through it one step at a time. But when you see a man take off his jumper and hand it to the umpire,
here's another question for you.
God, poor Gary.
Well, he's not even answered the other one.
Well, that's because he's passed
No,
out.
he hasn't answered any of them. I'm only joking, Gary. Loving your work. Has cricket always had 2 umpires, or was there ever a time when there was more than 2 or less?
As far as I'm aware, there's always been 2, but I don't know. So we have a position called cow corner,
Yeah.
and cow corner comes from apparently from Dulwich.
Yes.
But that doesn't make any sense to me if you're bowling from each end. Did the cows move at the end of each over?
Well, maybe there was...
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
So is it possible that at the very beginning of cricket we only bowled from one end?
That's what I was about to say, yeah.
But we still would have had a square leg umpire, I would assume.
You'd need the
'Cause the
square leg umpire for run-outs.
Well, the keeper would have been up the stumps in those days too.
Robinson with the edge, and the catch has been taken. Looks like it's taken a deflection off Jamie Smith standing behind the stubs. Might have actually made the catch easier though. It was in the air for a long time, and Harry Brick, I think it was, who just jumped forward. He's taken the catch two-handed. Pakistan 95 for 7.
Yeah, it's just that same shot over and over again, isn't it? As I said before, he looks like a number 8 with kind of one method. He just pushes forward. It hits Jamie Smith, and then it goes through to Jordan Cox in the end. So it was a very full ball to edge, actually, and hits Smith's thumb, I want to say. I don't know if it hit his thigh as well, and very slowly up to Cox. And a good effort by Cox. I know that would look like an easy catch if you haven't played cricket, but if you field it in the slips, it's actually very hard to dive forward because none of your weight is set for that. So good effort that he managed to get his hands under it.
But back to the real question.
Well, the real question is that Hansi Cronje bowled a 4-ball over.
Get out.
Which I believe might have been in South Africa's first test after readmission.
Oh.
And Kapil Dev, I don't know what, and Kapil Dev might have also done a 4-ball over in 1990 against England.
This is amazing. This is the best thing that's happened in this test match.
Oh,
4-ball over, apart from Bayram. 4-ball over, 2 of them. Oh, I love that.
Yeah, I mean, I would just like to know who the umpires were, really.
Yeah, it's not... You can lose count, though, I must admit. It's very rare for both umpires to lose count.
Brilliant. Gary, tell me what the longest over is.
If you're umpiring with someone who's pretty good, I think you can, between the two of you, one of you will have the count. For both of you to lose count's pretty poor.
And these are the 1990s, it's not the 1890s. They should have had some technology available to them.
Bayram, how many balls do you think is the longest over? Jarrod says 11 balls.
I'll go 13.
I'll go 17. Here's Robinson bowling to Shahzad, who steps forward and just pushes this out to the covers. No run.
I would imagine that over to go somewhere like, the bowler's just losing balance, bowling a lot of filth.
Yeah, wides. Lots of wides.
I don't think it can be that many because remember the guy who did it in that club cricket game? He couldn't hit the pitch from Durham. Do you remember the guy? He played at Lords in like the club cricket final.
Oh no, county cricket. It was. Yeah, I watched it live.
Yeah,
it was horrible. It was on national TV. Oh, he's beaten. Here's Karam Shahzad. Doesn't know where that ball is going and just pushes at a length delivery from Ollie Robinson, which just has a little bit more bounce. Boom, and just goes past the outside edge. It's actually over the top of middle stump.
Great tail end batting there. The way his feet just got him out of the way, gave himself some room. Bayram.
Yeah, he's good on the drive, Khurram Shahzad, but I mean, Ollie's done him over here, and he's bowled fantastically well all test match. England have caught really well, by the way. They've only dropped 1.
Wow. Just had the answer. It's not a bowler I would have expected to see. Pushed out to point. The answer is 15 balls. So me and Bayram are split, right? But the bowler...
I actually watched that over and I've forgotten.
Really? What happened?
It was I think it was just no balls. I can't remember any wides unless there was a bouncer. Was it the whacker, was it? Yeah. I think he just had a no ball problem. He kind of just got the yips.
It's Curtly Ambrose for all those listeners tuning in, wondering. 15 ball over against Australia at Perth in 1997. Maybe some high wides? Maybe?
Might have been.
This is straight again, forcing Shahzad to play. No run.
The other player.
Because there was that crazy over I'm thinking of a Jasprit Bumrah over. Oh no, he didn't. He was
The
batting.
Stuart
I think.
Broad over, yeah. That was maybe where I got the 11 from. But that's a different record anyway. That's the most runs in and over, isn't it?
Yeah. It just came to mind. And Matt Horn, 14 ball over against Zimbabwe in 1999.
I thought Matt Horn was a batter.
I was thinking, no, I thought he was as well.
I don't remember him bowling at all. Maybe he
I
did.
thought he was an opener. I'm thinking of somebody else. There is it's kind of a checked push drive, and Shazad doesn't take. I mean, what? Shazad doesn't take the run.
No run there.
95 for 7. I mean, there's a single there all day long, but for some reason he doesn't take the run. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense if we had 2 overs to go in the day.
Perhaps instructions from Rizwan that he wanted strike in the next over, I would assume.
Yeah, guess so.
I mean, Josh Tongue versus Khurram Shahzad is a contest that probably none of us want to witness.
Mohammed Sami, we talked about him the other day. I'd completely forgotten about him.
How many balls? Because I remember Sami being very wayward on his day.
17 ball over in an ODI in 2004. 7 wides and 4 no balls.
Was this against India?
It doesn't. No, versus Bangladesh.
I don't know if this is the record, by the way, but I'll give you a fun one from first class cricket.
Rizwan facing Josh Tongue. Runs here. Should be 4 of them as well through square leg. 99 for 7 then. I've got another question for you as well.
Can I just give you my...
Oh, sorry, yeah, go
on. So Lee Jamon scored 70 runs in an over from 22 balls.
Say that again. He scored
70 runs in an over from 22 balls.
What?
And the reason it happened is that they were blocking out a draw and the bowling team needed them to go for the win. So they purposely brought on their worst bowler to bowl, intentional no balls and full tosses.
A bit of declaration.
But it was worse than that. It ended up, I don't know if it's officially a record because I think the over was expunged from...
More runs here through mid-wicket, 2 of them.
We did a bit on this.
Sets off quickly and comes back Archer Fields with his boot, I think.
There was only one legitimate ball in the first 17 balls that was right, and in the end they actually only bowled 5 balls in the over because the umpires lost count, and they should have won the game too, and they didn't realise the scoreboard lost count as well, so no one knew what was happening in the game at that point.
Stupid cricket 101.
It's one of my favourite moments. I found the video of it the other day. Yeah, I'll show you the video. It's not good bowling. It's not even good bad bowling.
Tongue again, hurries Rizwan up, who takes a single.
Yeah, another question.
102 for 7. If there was to be another umpire on the field of play, where would they go?
I would want an umpire on the line of the slips and gully.
Why?
Because that's where the most low catches go.
To a judge on the catch?
Yeah.
Well, that's a great question, isn't it?
He could have said it was a great answer. Did you see what he did? Instead, he said, "How good's my work? Geez, I'm good." I thought that was a pretty good answer on the fly to your stupid question.
Clip that up, Scott. Add it to what's your favourite, the best tweet you ever did, John. Oh, there's a thick outside edge. Absolutely flies past Jordan Cox at 3rd slip down to the boundary. I'd like to see this again, actually, because he's done quite a good job of not touching the ball at 3rd slip. Probably being a touch harsh. Tried to play to mid-wicket.
Oh, I think he did touch it. I think that's a drop. Barely, just a fingernail one. But
when does a drop become a drop?
Whenever I say it does.
So when does it become a drop then?
If it hits the hands, it's a drop, isn't it?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
I think
if it grazes the top of the fingernail, is that a drop? Fuller and just pushed out to mid-off, no run.
But me and Bayram work with Rob Barron, who's occasionally been on talkSPORT. He thinks things are drops when they're meters from fielders. He claims everything is a drop. Yeah, I think you have to be able to get a reasonable amount of a hand on the ball. But I'm not sure I think that much. I don't know if drop is the right term. I think mischance is the right term. So Sarfraz didn't actually drop that catch yesterday, did he? Because he did. I keep saying Sarfraz, wrong wicketkeeper. Rizwan didn't drop that catch yesterday because he didn't actually hit his hands. but it's a missed chance because he could have caught it if he wasn't appealing.
Here is Tongue, and there's more runs through fourth slip. Told you Jordan Cox does that dive without stopping the ball well. He's done it twice in succession. Okay, here's another question for you before you go. So I don't know if it's just that scoreboard, which I'm pointing to over to the right, which is
That'll
just
help
never
everyone.
shows a scoreboard.
Everyone listening, that
But
scoreboard.
when did overs bowled get replaced by age of ball?
That's just that scoreboard. I don't think I've seen that anywhere else. Have you?
Nor have I. But I was wondering.
Sometimes you do see MCG
Age
and
of ball.
Lords. I think I've never seen the phrase age of ball,
Have you seen it there?
but I've seen
only
time
noticed it
remaining
today.
to new ball. I've
Yeah.
seen, yeah.
Have a
Age of
look
ball.
when it comes out. It
What?
says age of ball.
Which is silly because that ball could have been born 3 years ago.
Are we all out? Yep. We are. Manners is coming back. Harmy's coming back. Bayron's staying. Bayron, just talk about whatever you like.
I'm just curious, how long do balls stay alive? When do they die?
Ollie Robinson is charging in. Oh, looked for the Yorker actually. That was right up in the block hole. Rizwan manages to chip it up to Gus Atkinson at mid-on. I only heard the second half of that sentence because with the noise of the crowd in our beautiful outside commentary booth. I just heard, when do they die?
So you see that score card or scoreboard over there, it mentions age of ball, which I can't spot anymore. But yeah, I was just curious, how do they check that? When do we know when balls are born, when they die, what the lifespan's like?
I bet you Jarrod knows.
He'd come up with a theory anyway. He'd pretend he does. Oh, edge gone! Cox takes a screamer at third slip. That is a very, very good catch. You know what? It was at least alongside him, if not behind him. I reckon that's gone so quickly, and he's standing in such a forward position at third slip. I reckon that's started to go behind him by the time he's grabbed it in his right hand.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a fantastic catch. Just seen again. They're very, very close. The slips are very close, especially at third slip, because Ollie Robinson. And he has, you're right, perfect manners. He has gone behind him. He's got on one knee and he's twisted all the way around. So he's turned, his whole body has gone round. I think that's the wicket keeper in him. The wicket keeper in him. Jordan Cox, a wicket keeper. And I think he's taken that there. He's taken it on the inside and he's took it and he's gone all the way around. It's a very, very good catch from Jordan Cox. It classes a drop in the previous over when he dived full strength and got a fingertip to it, but he only got a fingertip to it, so it goes down as a chance because it went on the full and he got a touch. He had no chance of catching it. That there is a fantastic catch and another wicket. 3 for 25 for Ollie Robinson.
Yep, almost curtains for Pakistan. And Jordan Cox, well, Khurram Shahzad gave him some catching practice. Tough one. The first drop, I reckon, was also a really, really difficult chance. There was another opportunity which went past him, and this time, as Army said, he brings his wicket-keeping skills to the fore and pulls off a specky.
8 down now, Pakistan, 111. They're going to lose by an innings. They'll become the 15th team to lose by an innings here at Headingley after conceding a first innings deficit of over 200. And so, Harmy, so with two bowlers now on 8 wickets for the match, does the captain just say that's it now? Right, Jofra, you won't be needed again. Gus, you won't be needed again. You just let these two bowl.
Yeah, the way they're going, yeah. It's not as though they're going to be exerting themselves too much. I don't think they're going to be into their 7th, 8th and 9 overs in this spell. I think this is going to happen very, very quickly. So you basically say, right, good luck, Ollie. Good luck, Josh. We're not taking sides. We'll try and catch every single one. The first one to 10 for wins the match.
How many times are you and Monty Panesar took 19, shared 19?
Yeah. The run out was a run out for the last wicket.
Gary Morgan, I don't know whether how quickly you can do this. You might have to research this quite quickly. But has there ever been a perfectly symmetrical two bowlers, all 20 wickets, 5-5, 5-5? Has that ever happened in a test match?
Probably not. There have been two bowlers take wickets the whole 20 wickets, because Jim Laker got 19, and who's the other one? Gubby Allen? No, not with me, Gubby Allen. Who took the other wicket in that game? But yeah, Jim Laker got 19 in the match. So there was I don't think it was Titmus. But anyway, so there will be 2 bowlers there. Me and Monty got 19. Then there was a run out. I'm sure there will be many times where 2 bowlers have took all 20 wickets, but to go down the way you're saying it, 5-5-5-5. Obviously, Jofra's got 2 in this match, so that's not going to happen. But
no.
What you're going to have is a 10-for for either Ollie Robinson, possibly a 10-for for Ollie Robinson or Josh Tongue. And I think the way Robinson set this game up, I think it's hard to say which one deserves it the most, but I just think the way Robinson set this game up right at the very start when Jarrod won the toss, I think Ollie deserves the 10-for because he's been brilliant.
Here is Robinson once again, and it's played away defensively on the onside by Mohammad Abbas.
Yeah, as good as Josh Tongue has been in this game, and he is a tail hoover, he can crank it up. He's been the fastest bowler on display at Headingley in this Test match. But I agree with Harmy. Ollie Robinson in the first innings opened the floodgates early on. 4 of his 5 victims were frontline batters, and he's just been on a roll. I think if someone deserves a 10-for, it's probably him, but it's probably more likely the Tongue gets it, right?
Well, who knows? Steered away on the offside by Mohammad Abbas, and they go through for a single. Rizwan returns to strike. I'm assuming then, from what you're saying, that Ollie Robinson at this stage is your man of the match.
Ollie Robinson's man of the match for me. Yeah, definitely, 100%. Harry Bratt brilliantly setting it up. 4 or 5 50s that, 3 or 4 50s that England had. But I think when you're a captain, Ben Stokes used to win the toss, bowl first, because he was setting the match up to make a grandstand finish towards the end. Joe Root was the conventional winning the toss, bowling first, because there was something in the surface. I'm going to put my bowlers under pressure. They need to deliver. I think Ollie Robinson deserves man of the match because he delivered on that first morning.
Yeah, easily.
Do you know what? I'm thinking that if Harry Brooks 91 had been 150, he still wouldn't have been my man of the match. Here is Robinson again, and tucked away on the onside by Rizwan to mid-wicket.
I think even if Josh Tongue gets to 10, I think I'd be tempted to still go with. Yeah.
Really?
I just think this game was set up, and this game was won when Pakistan got 171 all out. And the main reason why Pakistan was 171 all out was because of the way Ollie Robinson bowled in that first 2.5, 3 hours of this Test match.
Yeah, 100% agreed. I'd give it to him as well. And England just have been so ruthless, so clinical, and they've made very little mistakes.
Here's Robinson again. He goes Yorker again, and Rizwan clips it away off his toes out towards mid-wicket, and they go through for a couple. 2 more runs. Pakistan 114 for 8. You could argue that Robinson and Tongue have done their respective jobs. Robinson is a top order bowler, and Tongue is possibly the best in the world at knocking a tail over.
Absolutely, 100%. Well, in the first half, they got 5 wickets in each one, so they cut the ball in half, and they got half each. And they might share. The likelihood is, I'm sure they could share a bottle of champagne between them, but they're probably, as a team, not wanting to portray that since Baz Ball's gone. But you might be able to get 2 medals, or split the medal in half and give them man of the match each. Player of the match each. I wouldn't agree with that. I think a player of the match
such a compromise, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think you make a decision on who it would be at this moment in time. Even if Josh Tongue goes 5 and 5, I think I'd still punt for Ollie Robinson, because I think he's the main reason why England have got in this position to win a match.
5 slips, leg slip, short leg, driven by Mohammad Abbas. I think that's a flattery that he wasn't driven. It was just very full and straight, and he just pushed it away for a single. Shoveled. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Ollie Robinson, the only thing he needs to probably nail down now is his fitness, because his body falls through after that first Test versus New Zealand. He's been phenomenal in this one, and I too would give him the Player of the Match award, because he sets it up. and the game is won in the first innings as well. And he's a really, really good one-trick pony, isn't he? He knows how to do this one thing, wobble seam, nip it around off the same length over and over and over again, and the rewards will come. And Josh Tongue is someone who really complements him well, because he can provide that X factor, target the stumps, hurry batters, and he's really good at what he does.
I'm not so sure about one-trick pony. It's more one of those Spanish dancing horses.
Yes,
I think, if that's your trick, it's a really impressive one. Tongue in again. Rizwan gets an inside edge to the long leg.
I think the fitness, what I'd say about the fitness of Ollie Robinson, and you know where I stand on this, Manners, because I was very, very vocal when Ollie Robinson was selected. I didn't think it was a good idea. I've seen a big difference in Ollie Robinson. I see a fitter Ollie Robinson. I see a mentally sharper Ollie Robinson. I see a more durable Ollie Robinson. And possibly personal circumstances off the field have settled down now. Became a father again during the week. So I think from that point of view, when he didn't play in the second and third test match, I don't think it was fitness. I think England decided that the surface possibly wasn't going to suit him, and they decided to keep him for games coming forward. I think he's improved a hell of a lot on that side.
Here's Tongue again, bowls. Rizwan drives, cover drive. Hasn't quite timed it. I think it'll be caught by Joe Root just inside the boundary rope. The England captain slides, jumps and slides alongside the ball and scoops it back a yard or so from the boundary, and they didn't go for 4 there. They just went for 2, didn't they? They ran for 2. Probably could have run 4 actually, but they didn't. They just ran 2. Rizwan moves to 27. Did you see Ollie Robinson's partner or wife?
Wife.
Wife.
Yeah,
no.
wife.
Did you see she posted a video, a short video or a photograph anyway, of her and their 3-day-old baby at home in front of the TV watching Dad take his 5?
No, fantastic. You know, somebody gets 5 for, the elation of becoming a father.
Short, pulled away, very, very powerfully. Gee, Emilio Gay down at deep back of square leg didn't have more than 10 yards to go to cut that one off. He couldn't get there. That was hit really hard.
Bonus runs for Rizwan over here, and he needs some runs because he's been out of them in recent times. But coming back to Ollie Robinson, becoming a father. Of course, I became a father 5 months ago, so kind of get it myself now. And I just have a question for the both of you, which is very random, and I think Manners will enjoy this one. Is Ollie Robinson England's finest Ollie? Because we've had a few Olivers recently, haven't we?
What other Ollies have we had?
Pope.
Ollie Milburn.
Stone.
Ollie Pope. Ollie Stone. Ollie Stone. Ollie Pope. The amount of test matches. He's been England captain. So he'll give him a good go.
Straight up in the block hole and driven by Rizwan. Past the bowler down to the boundary for 4. Defiant runs these. I tell you, it's interesting that. I mean, statistically, obviously Ollie Robinson has played fewer tests than Ollie Pope, but Ollie Robinson's wickets per test and average at the moment, I mean, let's wait and see where he finishes. But at the moment, his figures are amongst the greatest of all time.
Yes, I mean, he's taken 91 wickets now in Test cricket, if I'm not wrong, in 41 innings at around 21 apiece. That's phenomenal.
Yeah, exactly. As I say, the average is amongst the greatest of all time. Here's Tongue again. Hits Rizwan on the inner thigh, on the back leg. That hurts. That really hurts. You can get pieces of protective equipment that go there, but they're never as shock absorbent as other bits of kit, and they always move about. And if you're hit on the inner thigh, on the back leg, it hurts. It always hurts, and Rizwan doesn't mind people knowing about it, giving it a good rub. 125 for 8.
There's this theory I have about Rizwan, is that he only gets switched on once he's copped a few, or he gets a cramp or 2. He's just that kind of character, but Josh Tongue is a really fast lad, and I reckon that would have stung. And Pakistan need a bit of sting, I suppose, in this Test series if they are to come back.
Well, they need a complete rethink, don't they? I mean, I think if they're genuinely interested in getting back into the series, and I'm not saying that sarcastically or facetiously. Robinson in once again, pushed up towards mid-on. I mean, if they really want to win at Lord's and give themselves a chance to win this series, and you know what, there's an argument to say, look, it's going to be a gradual rebuild. Let's not just throw all the toys out the cot and randomly gamble. We try and carry on rebuilding, and what will be at Lord's, but let's just put in a good performance. They can do that, that's fine, but they need some pace. And if the 20-year-old pushed away defensively by Mohamed Abbas, and if Ubaid Shah, is he 20 or 21? I haven't got it. Ubaid Shah is 20 officially, and if he's the quickest bowler in the squad, he's got to play.
I think you have to go with a 4-pronged pace attack at Lord's anyway, given the conditions that we've seen there in the recent past. And I mean, a lottery pitch might be beneficial for Pakistan, a straight shootout and anyone's game, I suppose.
Here's Ollie Robinson again, bowls, beats the outside edge of Mohamed Abbas's bat. He's he's holding his pose as if to say, well, I didn't do anything wrong. Look at this. This is the perfect forward defensive.
Yeah, if I was bowling at my bat now, I would have missed that. I think there's nothing he can do with that from Mohamed Abbas. The one thing I'll say about Lord's, I don't think it's going to be a lottery pitch. I don't think it'll be as bad as what it was against New Zealand. The amount of level of criticism MCC got and ground staff got, I think we'll end up with a flat one at Lord's.
Here is Ollie Robinson again, and that's pushed away defensively by Abbas. And by that, you not only mean flat as in lack of movement, you mean lack of pace, and it's going to keep low.
Good surface, lack of pace. The game might last 3-4 days, might go into the 5th one, but so I've always liked the spinner at Lord's because of the slope, especially a left arm one that just goes down the hill. And I think Ali Usman, I would play him at Lord's. I think he plays anyway because he's got a 5-4, but I think he could be useful going down the hill at Lord's, the right-hander.
4 slips await in anticipation. 2 straight from Robinson, doesn't deviate off seam or in the air, and Abbas clips it away off his pads down to long leg.
So if we are to take Harmi's advice and Pakistan, play Ali Usman as a frontline seamer, Manners, which of the 3 seamers would you remove to make room for Ubaid Shah?
Well, my initial thoughts would be Shahzad, but
yeah, I think there is a but.
There is a but. I think Mohamed Ali is similar to Mohamed Abbas, and he's not really pulling any trees up here. So I'd be tempted to leave Mohamed Ali out. I've got to win the test to stay in the series. So I'd be tempted, if you've got another seamer or another bowling option, play a Mohamed Abbas, the spin bowler, and then play 2 new bowlers. Short turnaround.
Here's Ollie Robinson bowls, and Abbas drives a little bit early at this one, pushes a cover drive to mid-off. Oh, by the way, are you off?
I am. I'm done for
just
this
before
test
you go, boy or girl?
Oh, boy, Zoran.
5 months old?
5 months old.
5.5 months old, and the day I left, literally, that's the day he learned how to roll over. And the other day I caught him on video eating his first meal, mashed potatoes.
Oh, good lad. Well, what I will say from a man of huge experience with four children and 3 grandchildren, it doesn't get any easier as they get older. Enjoy the peace while you can get it. When they're asleep, don't wake them up. Enjoy the fact that when they're quiet, leave them quiet. And unfortunately, as they get older, they get more expensive and more worrying. And unfortunately, with having daughters as well, Manners, just before you get them to leave, they tend to bring somebody else along to complicate the matter in your house for 2 or 3 years, which are Velcro to the couch with elastic band to the fridge, and it costs an absolute fortune to keep them. So my daughters are listening, of which I'll tell you, stay there, I'll tell you a good one in a second, man.
Gus Atkinson's back in the attack. Josh Tongue won't take his turn for slap drive through the offside by Mohamed Rizwan. It's running away across the old wickets. It will be caught, intercepted by Tongue, and they go through for a couple. 127 for 8.
21-year-old daughter who's got a one-year-old little boy, been living with us, and she got a mortgage approval on Tuesday, and I'm not sure who was more happier, Isabel or my wife. Because when Isabel rang me to say, Dad, we're getting our mortgage approved, then the next phone call 30 seconds later from Haley was, I've got the bunting out, they're going, see you later. So I'm over the moon with 3 kids down and out, 1 to go.
Atkinson in again. Rizwan plays defensively, and there's no run. What are you going to do with all the space? Are you going to downsize, you and Haley?
Enjoy it. We're going to enjoy it, man. We're going to sit in 2 separate rooms and be quite happy in silence. I go on a 4-day holiday. She reads about 5 books and have a silent competition. We have a sponsored silence in our own house. It's going to be brilliant.
3 slips for Atkinson as Rizwan slap drives again, doesn't make contact. He's trying to overhit it. Really tried to cut. But incidentally, 127 for 8. You said, I'm assuming that this was a metaphor. You said Tongue and Robinson cut the ball in half.
They did.
Is that real?
Yeah, it was real. Yeah. So
no.
they were asked in the press conference who keeps the ball, and I think it was Ollie Robinson said, the groundsman sliced it in half.
Here's Gus Atkinson again. Rizwan gets inside edge down the leg side. See, I remember many years ago being in Alan Donald's bar, because us men in South Africa do have our own bar, you know, like that. But yeah, there's a photograph actually. Producer Scotty Taylor has just found a photograph. They actually cut the ball in half. Anyway, being at Alan Donald's, and he had a few souvenirs around the bar, as you do. And there was a ball on a little bit of a stand, and it had, you know, Donald at 5 for whoever it was against. And I looked at the ball and I said, gee, how did you take 5 with that? It's in the right state. He said, no, that wasn't like the ball, because Sean Pollock took the other 5 and he took the ball down the leg side, and flick and a miss from Mohamed Abbas. And so, yeah, it wasn't the actual ball, so he had got a replacement. Actually, Donald was the senior bowler, so he would have said, Sean, you have it. I think it might have been his first.
I'm going to sound like Darren Gough here, but the only one I haven't got of all my 5 was like 9 5-ers, 10 5-ers, whatever in Test match cricket. The only one I haven't got is from the Pakistan game that we keep talking about.
When you
when
took
we got
11.
19 wickets, I took 11 because I got 5 in the first and Monty got 5 in the first.
Here's Atkinson, bouncer, just gets over the head of Abbas, who ducks underneath it.
So what happened was, obviously we came off, and we went back on the field. We bowled them out again, didn't we? I got 6 in the second. So Monty got the 5-wicket ball from the first, and I got 6 wickets in the second. So I give Monty that one, and I had mine from the second. And I've got, like I say, I've got something where I've got stumps. I've got all the the souvenir stumps that I'd picked up over the years, and on down the side of each of the stump, where the stumps are, is all me sort of 5-foot balls. And the only one that's missing is the 5 wickets against Pakistan at Old Trafford, because Monty's got that one. I got 6 in the second innings, so 11 in the match, but I've only got obviously the ball from the 6 because I wanted Monty. It was the right thing to do for Monty.
Who would? So let's say there's no equipment to cut the ball in half, and the 2 bowlers really want the ball, and neither of them wants to accept a replica or a replacement, a fake. Chopped away behind square on the offside, down towards deep backward point. Rizwan takes a single off the first ball. And so the team manager or the captain is called upon to adjudicate which was the worthier or more valuable fifer. Would the criteria be most top order wickets or the cheapest return?
It would be hard. It would be a hard one to split.
So it's like you took 5 for 70, he took 5 for 40, therefore the 5 for 40 gets it. But 3 of the 5 for 40 were 9, 10 and 11. Here's Robinson again. Mohammad Abbas has missed that by 6, 8, 10 inches. No run. 129 for 8.
It would be a hard one to adjudicate that. It'd be a one that I wouldn't want to adjudicate it. If there was no way to split or anything like that, I think if I was team manager, I'd be hoping it happened at somewhere like Lord's, and there's a Lord's museum, and I'd cop out and go, well, do you know what, let's donate it to the museum, and then you've both got membership of the museum for life because you've got something in it. Apart from that, I'm going to run for the hills, and you two can fight over it.
Robinson again to Mohammad Abbas, beaten again outside the off stump. Robinson needs to bowl a couple of straight ones here. Stop nipping it away. You're doing too much with it. See, the other thing then is that, you know, criteria 3, you might say, well, the senior player gets it. But then, hang on a minute, the senior player's probably got a couple already. So, you know, does not the junior player, you know what I mean? It's impossible to decide.
100%. Yeah. I can't remember how that conversation went with me and Monty, but I think Monty did get. I know Monty got the first one. I got the second one.
Oh, and there's a inside edge onto his pads here. Mohammad Abbas has walked right across, and a little nick onto the pad. 129 for 8. Mohammad Abbas has 2 off 14. Mohammad Rizwan has 39 off 33. Just a reminder for those of you joining us late, England bowled out for 409 today. A little bit of a tail wag from Jofra Archer, 23 not out. He then took the first couple of wickets, removing both openers before lunch, and Abdullah Shafiq also dismissed before lunch. Pakistan 59 for 3, the deficit of 238 on first innings, and there's been a flurry of wickets, a clutter of wickets after lunch. We're still some way away from tea. I'm not sure that we're going to reach tea. Pakistan currently 129 for 8, with Josh Tongue having taken 3, Ollie Robinson having taken 3. They're both on 8 for the match, and there are 2 remaining, but Josh Tongue is out of the attack. Ollie Robinson.
I think this will be Ollie Robinson's last ball, man, as I can't see him bowling anymore after this. He looks... Oh, Jofra's warming up. I mean, Mohammad Abbas has faced 15 balls. He's played and missed it, 13 of them.
Robinson make that 14, now 16. This one, again, keeps a bit low, and Abbas, he's now rehearsing the leave. He's just withdrawing the bat inside the line. Yeah, this is maybe what I should be doing.
He's rehearsed it, he's played it, he's practiced it, and he's executed it perfectly against Ollie Robinson, the leave. I'm sure, or the miss, would you say it was the miss? I wouldn't say it was the leave, but no, England have bowled beautifully, they really have.
We've gone out of our way, I think, to be fair to Pakistan on the first 2 days, and you know, you've pointed out that the toss went against them and they didn't have the rub of the green, and there were a couple of, you know, odd DRS, a couple of odd not outs. DRS showed umpire's call. Just a couple of bits of, you know, and we pointed out how well England bowled, in Pakistan being bowled out for 171. Here's Atkinson, clipped away behind square on the leg side by Rizwan, who doesn't take a single off the first ball of the over. I've also been very aware that I may have been guilty in the past of like overdoing the, you know, mercurial unpredictability of Pakistan, that kind of thing. So, but at the end of the Test match, which will be today, I think it's also very important to point out that it has not been good enough in Pakistan.
Definitely not been good enough. I think the supporters of Pakistan, the people in Pakistan, will look at their, and I've said this, and I don't want to go over it again, but they said, you know, this about the players, the 11 players that have played today, it's not been good enough in international cricket.
Atkinson again bowls, and this one bounces a bit. He's not the quickest, Gus Atkinson. He can be, but he's not been in this Test match. But every now and then he does just get a little bit of extra bounce. Is it a bit of extra effort? Is that just what it is?
I just think that this surface has got a little bit in it. It started off damp, it's drying out. that there's gone off. He's deceptively tall, Gus Atkinson. He's not somebody that charges in and hares in. That delivery was at 85 miles an hour. But when he gets it right and his front leg is split and his front knee's not bent, gets over his action, he does get the ball to bounce.
Here's Atkinson again, bowls, and Rizwan clips it nicely off his pads out towards deep mid-wicket. Emilio Gay does the fielding and they come running back for 2. 131 for 8 now. It's raining in Barnsley.
Raining in Barnsley. Gough will be there soon. No, he's not. He's gone to Wakefield. He's going to the Indians. I'm sure he's told you the story.
I've got no idea if that is Barnsley over there. Absolutely no idea whatsoever.
But I think it's Bradford way over
there.
Is that
Bradford, is it?
Well,
okay.
The Leeds Bradford Airport's
that
way, isn't it? So, you know, to our left as we're looking
anyway,
out.
it's a long way in the distance, and I don't even think it's coming from that direction.
No, it's not.
Oddly.
No, it's not. It needs to stay away now.
Surely won't be long now. 131 for 8. Here is Atkinson again, bowls. Rizwan driving at this, not timing it. He remains 41 not out from just 37 deliveries.
Gough's going to Wakefield, where there's a Darren Gough, Jal Frazier, I think it is. I think that the Indians, he told me the name of the Indians, I can't remember what it was, but they've got 2 or 3 dishes and platters that are named after the great man, Darren Gough, and he's going to sample what they've got this afternoon tonight. Loaded naan bread. Have you ever been to an Indians with Goughy? I mean, it's
loaded naan bread.
Loads of naan breads. Because he doesn't use a knife and fork. He uses naan breads, and he's got like a little shovel, and he hoovers it into him.
Here's Atkinson again, bowls. Rizwan drives up to mid-off, thinks about a run, but Joe Root prevents it. I haven't had the pleasure of going to an Indian restaurant with Darren Gough, but you know what? He was telling me about the platter, and he's saying it has everything on it, you know, from bhajis to samosas to, you know, the list went on, and he said pork chops, and I'm like, what? How many Indian restaurants do you get pork chops?
Yeah. If Darren wants a pork chop in Wakefield, Darren gets a pork chop in Wakefield.
Pork chops on an Indian platter. Bowled in! Slog sweep from Rizwan. Ugly looking end to the Pakistan wicketkeeper's innings. Ugly looking end. I mean, doesn't matter. Irrelevant. Just an observation. Nasty way, I think, to get out. But not for Gus Atkinson. He's very happy. Actually, is that his first wicket of the match?
It is. First wicket of the match. Well done, Gus Atkinson. He deserves that. He bowled better than his figures suggested in the first innings. In this one, Cannon in 2 off stump. Rizwan, obviously last ball of the over. Fielder's in. He's gone to try and hit he tried to get a single off the ball before. Couldn't get it. Gone for the big 6. Gone for the big hit. And unfortunately, he wasn't watching the ball when he's gone for the slog sweep. Rizwan goes. He's faced 39 balls, 41 runs, 131 for 9. Pakistan a long way back, a long way behind England. They still trail by 107, 1 wicket to go, and Gus Atkinson now 1 for 11 off 8 overs. He deserved that wicket because over the course of the 3 days, Gus Atkinson, he's only going to get 1, possibly 2 wickets in this match, but he's bowled a hell of a lot better than that. And speaking of, we were just talking about the Indian restaurant and the platter and everything that comes, and Goughy's here.
Platter including pork chops is what has caught my attention.
Just talking about how you eat your curry. I mean, there's no knife and fork involved. It's a naan bread. It's a
number 8,
shovel into the.
We've all been to India enough. How many knives and forks are involved in India?
It's called the number 8.
Number 8.
My number, wasn't it? I used to play number 8. The number 8.
Little swivel.
Yeah, bit of chapati. I'm not into the naan. I like a chapati meat army.
And the pure resistance of that, it's the sweat drifting down the side.
Give over. That's not me. That's
sweat
you.
Drifting down the side of his face as he shovels his Joe Frazier.
I never sweat, mate. I never sweat when I bowled. Never mind eating a curry.
I beg to differ. I think I saw you sweat when we were having something very, very spicy in Barbados many years ago. It was a lot chillier than, or had more chilly than you were expecting.
What was it, a Banks?
Here's Jofra Archer, bowls to Mohamed Abbas, who actually plays a really nice off glance down towards the cover boundary, and it's reached the cover boundary, deep backward point. They've gone through for 4. It's gone through for 4. That was actually remarkably deft from Mohamed Abbas. Just opened the face of the bat, steered it away through the vacant gully region, using all the pace of Jofra Archer, and picks up 4 runs, his first boundary. So no 10-wicket haul for Josh Tongue or Ollie Robinson. They look destined to finish with 8 apiece. Only 1 wicket left. Here is Jofra Archer bowling, and a swing and a miss from Mohamed Abbas there. Muhammad Ali is the new batsman at this stage. England would win by an innings and 103 runs if Pakistan were bowled out now.
I don't think they're going to be messing around, are they, these two lower order batters. I'm pleased for Gus Atkinson. I think he has bowled actually quite well. He's bowled wicket to wicket.
1 for 11 off 8.
He's bowled really well.
Oh, down the wicket, slog, up into the air, underneath it is Dan Lawrence, who takes the catch to win the match. Wild swing, good old traditional tail-ender swing from Mohamed Abbas, the number 10 in the company of number 11 Muhammad Ali, and England have won by an overwhelming innings and 103 runs. Jofra Archer finishing with 3 wickets on the 3rd day. Bear in mind that play on day 2 didn't start until 2:45 in the afternoon, and England have won by 20-4 on day 3. There is actually it's almost a 2-day test match. I mean, it's like 2 days and a session. Actually, England winning by an innings and 103 runs. 8 wickets apiece for Ollie Robinson and Josh Tongue. I have to say that there's not very much for Pakistan to smile about. They've underperformed, I'm afraid, by their standards. They've been outplayed in every single department, and Joe Root's second tenure as England captain begins with the most emphatic victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to England, and well bowled to England. They've seized the moment on that first morning when Joe won the toss. Robinson and Tongue throughout that first innings were excellent. They've been excellent throughout the test match. I thought it was a very, very what's the word, from a batting point of view, Darren, the way they batted, I wouldn't say sensible, I wouldn't say cautious, I would say patient in taking the game that was offered to them. Something a lot of people have been asking for quite a while for this England cricket team. Nobody got 100, plenty of 50s. Harry Brook probably best chance he'll have for getting 100 without getting that 100. But for me, Ollie Robinson was magnificent, setting the tone. Josh Tongue towards the end of both innings has been absolutely fantastic. And Harry Brook, well, he played an innings where I thought was very, very mature, very, very astute, and the situation from England has been played perfectly and thoroughly deserved the win.
Absolutely. They played proper test match cricket, won the toss on a pitch that was going to do a little bit of that first session. They bowled beautifully. They were well captained by Joe Root. All the bowlers bowled really well. Jofra Archer probably in the first innings was the only one who wasn't 100%, but he made up for that in the second innings. His rhythm with that opening spell, picking up 2 wickets, was fantastic. All the bowlers offered something different. They were great. Pakistan, let's be honest, were poor from start to finish. They were poor with the bat, they were poor in the field, and they were poor in that second innings. In fact, they were horrendous in the second innings, and the only shining light was the spinner. Picked up 5 wickets, the first time an opposing spinner since 1972. Can you believe it? But overall, Pakistan have showed why they hardly have won a test match this last 2 years.
Ollie Robinson 3 for 29 to go with 5 for 51, so 8 for 90, and Josh Tongue 3 for 43 to go with 5 for 46, so 8 for 89. 8 for 89 and 8 for 90.
There really isn't much to choose between them.
Much to choose between them. But for me, Robinson set the tone. Robinson was the one that was put under the pressure because of the toss, the conditions. This is what Ollie Robinson's in the England cricket team for, and he delivered. So well done, Ollie Robinson. And for me, I would have given him, even if Josh Tongue had gotten the last 2 wickets, got to the 10, I still think I would have given player of the match to Ollie Robinson.
I agree with you. I think Ollie Robinson comes in a pitch. This is the perfect pitch for Ollie Robinson. He's just near to he's like a Chris Woakes, he's like a Jimmy Anderson. Anything in the pitch, they exploit it. He's one of the best at it. Sometimes on a flatter pitch, you can probably say, but he might not be as effective. But he's a great weapon for England to have when they play on these sort of pitches. Same as Woakes was. Well, Anderson did it all around the world, but Woakes in English conditions was as good as anything. And I honestly believe that Ollie Robinson is made of the same cloth. I think when the pitch is offering a little bit of seam or uneven bounce, I think he will come to the party time and time again.
Okay, guys, it's time for Following On. Hello and welcome to Following On. I'm Jon Norman alongside Steve Harmison and Darren Gough, 2 former English fast bowlers. Looking back at England's big win over Pakistan. Joe Root's shortest test, I'm reading here on Cricinfo, just 1,023 balls. The length of a test match, which started with the wickets of the Pakistani opener with the very first ball of the match, and it did not get any better for Pakistan, did it? Really poor. Azan Awais out first ball to Ollie Robinson, who will be named player of the match at some point in the next 10 minutes or so. 5 wickets for him and Josh Tongue in the first innings. There was 3 wickets apiece in the second innings. 50s for Lawrence, for Root, for Brooke, for Cox. Might have missed one when England were batting. And it's been one-sided fair. You know, people who know nothing about cricket say, oh, how can you like Test cricket? It goes on for 5 days and then it's a draw. That's not the worst thing about Test cricket. The worst thing about Test cricket, unfortunately, is when it's so one-sided. You know the destination of the game from pretty much ball one, and that's been this Test match.
Well, we saw it, didn't we? We were sat here, and I think Pakistan, they were slightly believed they could do something after a decent tour to the Caribbean, but English conditions, the weather didn't help them. They turned up to Headingley, this first Test match. There was a little bit in the pitch. Because of the dry weather, he's had to water it a little bit, and that first day it was going to be the best time to bowl. And England winning the toss, had no doubt whatsoever. Joe Root's his home ground. Yep, we'll have a ball, and that England attack was fantastic. They were disciplined, the ball wicket to wicket. Jofra Archer probably wasn't at his best that first innings, but everyone else cashed in. They were excellent. Robinson and Tongue, 5 wickets each. And then in the second innings with ball in hand, they were excellent. You can't fault them whatsoever. They showed Pakistan what they did wrong. Pakistan bowled either side of the wicket, terrible length, terrible lines. England, again, wicket to wicket, made the pitch do the work, let the pitch do the work, and skittled them for 135. Totally dominant performance from England.
There has been a that was the word about the Ashes over the winter, wasn't it? A relentless Australian pace attack, and we saw a relentless England bowling attack here today. And over the course of the last 3 days, Harmy, against a callow, inexperienced Pakistani team. They're not used to the conditions. They're not coming in with any great form. And it really showed. But, England bowled and batted and fielded very well in this Test match.
Absolutely, they have. And, I back up everything that Darren's been saying. And I think you look at it and you think, well, you try and work out, were Pakistan that bad? Were England that good? I think there were facets in your arguments for both. I think what I would say from an England point of view, with both bat and ball, they didn't try and reinvent no wheel. There was no histrionics. There was no crash bang wallop. There was no funky fields. There was no short ball tactics. I know they didn't need to go down that route. It was very simple. England have beat Pakistan in a very, very simple way. Their bowlers have bowled at the top of the off stump. Their bowlers have challenged the inside and outside of the Pakistan batters' bats and their front pad. And when England batted, they took what was on offer. And yes, I agree with Darren saying they bowled both sides of the wicket, but there was no ramps, there was no sort of reverse sweeps, there was no scoops, there was no running down the wicket. Harry Brook got 91 in second gear. He didn't run down the wicket once. He didn't try and scoop anything. He played the situation very, very well. And is that now because I'm loath to say adults in a room, but is this the new England? Is this the way England's gone? You know, Bazball's gone out the window, Stokes is gone, McCullum's gone, Root's a bit calmer, Trescothick a little bit calmer, Fleming coming in. England won by playing sensible and I think predictable cricket, which was, you know, challenge the opposition, it's technique, and then when you're batting, you know, respect the bowler, and if he's offline, punish him.
Let's look at the wins for England. Jordan Cox at 3.
Liked it a lot. I don't know about you, Darren. I thought his temperament looks good for batting 3. I think his technique looks good. There's a lot of question marks about him not moving his feet, but I think you can survive in Test match cricket and international cricket by not moving your feet as long as you're not off balance. And he doesn't look in a lot of times off balance. Somebody like Zach Crawley doesn't move his feet that well, and you know you'd think a good gust of wind would blow him over. Jordan Cox looks as though he's in control of his foot movement, control of his hands, and control of his balance. Got a great chance at batting at number 3. So a tick in the box. The one thing I will say about Jordan Cox, which he will not get tested, I don't think, in this series, but it will give him confidence going forward if he does get runs. I still think the question mark of the short ball will be in play. Not that I think he's frightened of the short ball. I just think he gets into awkward positions when he tries to play it, and against somebody a little bit taller, a little bit quicker, and a little bit more aggressive into the pitch, might then ask him different questions. Apart from that, very good.
Dan Lawrence at 6. Goughy?
Yeah, again, I think he came into this game. There's a little bit of pressure. There's people breathing down his neck. You've got Ollie Pope wanting to get back into the side and openly saying he wants to bat 6. You don't want to bat 3 anymore. You've got Jacob Bethel. Is he going to come in back at 3 and Cox go to 6?
I'd go the other way. I'd go Bethel.
Or is Bethel going to bat 6 and Cox stay at 3? So look, there's a lot of pressure on him. He went out of the side when they asked him to do a job and he got dropped. He thought that was probably the end. He's got another chance now, and I think he come in and he's put it to one side, and he come in and he played aggressively from the off. He played smart. He looked to go on the front foot and attack the bowlers. Wasn't slogs, but he looked to be dominant, and I really enjoyed his knock, 51. I think he'll be disappointed he didn't go on and get an 80 or 90. But he'll be pretty pleased with his performance, and he puts his name in the hat now for the next game. The problem England are going to have is when they have to play a spinner.
Well,
and at some point they're going to have to.
Question.
Well, where's the next game? Lords? So they might not even play a spinner at Lords if the weather stays like it has been this week. And we know, but what is it, 88% of wickets at Lords fall to seam, right? They played Bashir the last game at Lords and he didn't bowl a ball. So they might even go into the next test with no spinner. But the problem will be is when they do play a spinner.
So what happens when they do play a spinner? Who drops out? How do they change things around?
I don't think they can. I honestly, at this moment in time, don't think they can. Unless they play, if you look at it...
It's Rayan. Unless Rayan comes in and then he replaces Dan Lawrence.
But if you look at it, right, Goughy, if you put the sort of roadmap of English cricket out there, they don't need to play a spinner at Lords next week. They might not need to play one at Edgbaston. They could go to South Africa and not need to play a spinner in them 3 test matches. They might have to play 2 spinners in Bangladesh. So then there's a call to be made. But Ollie Robinson doesn't play in Bangladesh. And then you come back to the Ashes. Now, we're playing on surfaces like what we have here. Obviously, we're not playing here. We play on good wickets. We might be able to go all the way through to the end of next summer and only go to Bangladesh thinking we have to play a spinner. We don't have to play a spinner. If the spinner is not going to be in the game, your part-time spinner of Jacob Bethel possibly at number 6 or number 7,
or Dan Lawrence,
and Joe Root can get you through what you need. We've not had a spinner. We've not had a spinner to win a game for us 4th innings. So I don't see the point of having if not.
Well, we have Bashir. Bashir, as much as he's took some criticism, has managed. He's got 50 or 60 Test wickets, hasn't he? So look, he has got 5.
He's got 90 Test wickets.
90 Test wickets already.
He's got 90 Test wickets already. But
Well, there you go.
But I don't
so
see.
we have got a spinner who can take 5.
But I don't see. But he's not gone into a fourth innings game, fourth innings of a Test match, and going, I'm going to win the game for England. He's got 5 for players of getting. I don't want to disservice to Shoaib Bashir. It's just, we shouldn't be having a go at him because he's not even in the team. But I don't think Shoaib Bashir comes into the conversation now when we haven't got Ben Stokes. We might have to play Sam Curran. That might come into it. So he might be the one that plays instead of the Dan Lawrence or that number 6 role with Smith or 7th role with Smith going to 6. That's how you get your spinner in. I wouldn't even go down that route. You pick your 4 best bowlers. That's going to take 20 wickets. And a spin bowler in English conditions at this moment in time, I don't think gets in the team over that 4th seamer. They've just proven it here today. This would be my model going forward.
Who is the better spinner, Jacob Bethel or Dan Lawrence?
Probably Dan Lawrence, because he's probably got more experience bowling spin, but I still think if you've got Joe Root, you've got Jacob Bethel, you've got a left and right armour. I'm not looking at Dan Lawrence. I'm not looking at Dan Lawrence and going, I'm picking Dan Lawrence because he's a better spin bowler. I'm picking Dan Lawrence because he's a batter who can bowl spin. I think we've got to get away from the bits and pieces or covers all bases. Jacob Bethel gets in England's top 6 because he's a top 6 batter. Bowling spin, I think, is a bonus. I think the same with Dan Lawrence. So for me, the best option in that position for me would be Jacob Bethel. But I think Dan Lawrence is a better spin bowler than him. It's a better disciplined spinner. But I'm picking the batter all the time because he's a number 6.
I think Jacob Bethel's the better spinner. But look, it's either way, innit? I think all 3 of them are part-timers, Dan Lawrence, Joe Root and Jacob Bethel. I think out of the 3, Joe Root's the best spinner. But Joe didn't bowl himself today, he bowled Dan Lawrence. So that was interesting. But look, at some point we're going to have to play a spinner. So it's obvious who the spinner they want. It's Bashir. He's in the squad now. I was surprised Rayan Ahmed's not even in that the squad. I think he is someone who could play the all-rounder role. But he has to be, like I said, that second spinner. Your first spinner has to be Joe. I know it sounds daft this, but your go-to defensive bowler's got to be Joe. But more in the second innings, I think Rayan Ahmed, and to lower order batters, Rayan Ahmed comes to the attack. It's not a Shane Warne, but he's someone who can bamboozle the lower order, and in the second innings, if it's turning, he can be an effective bowler.
If you're playing a spinner, right, you're saying the wicket's flat, it's going to turn, then Ollie Robinson's not playing. So that's where you get him in. That's how you get him in. Ollie Robinson.
No, he's not. Gus Atkinson doesn't play, I think, at this moment in time in a 4. If it's Archer, and I think England will always be in a position, to be honest, mate, with the amount of Test matches to play, where there's always one of them going to be rested anyway. Archer will be rested, Atkinson will get rested, Josh Tong will get rested. So there will always be an option where one of them will be rested for the spinner to come in. Yes, I agree totally. If it's going to be an absolute shirt fronter and they're convinced it's going to be flat and there's going to be no swing, no seam movement whatsoever, yes, Ollie Robinson is the obvious pick. If they go to Bangladesh, yeah, you'll be looking and thinking Ollie Robinson's the one who misses out. But in England, if it's flat, even in England when it's flat, there's still always a little bit there for the seamer. And he's got a record like he's got Ollie Robinson in England because he's skillful.
That's why my fourth seamer will always play over the spinner. We haven't got. If we had a spinner good enough, the times in the past where we've had four bowling options, the only time we could play spinners were Graham Swan. Graham Swan is a one in sort of 30, 40 years. There's nobody been like Swanee. But if you haven't got the all-rounder in England to take 20 wickets, the fourth seamer for me will always play ahead of the spin options we've got now. Whether it's Rayan Ahmed, whether it's Liam Dawson, whether it's Jack Leach, whether it's Shoaib Bashir, I'd rather have, if it is going to be Gus Atkinson, I'd rather have Gus Atkinson. If it is going to be Bryden Carse, I'd have Bryden Carse. If it is even on a flat one in England, I'd still probably go with Ollie Robinson to utilise and front load with a new ball. I think the spin bowling option for England in England is possibly going to have to be a luxury, and we're going to have to play on pitches which are giving assistance to, not minefields, but give assistance, a better contest
like
between
this is
ball.
not a minefield.
That's not a minefield.
Game's finished in 2 days. This is a good pitch.
That's technique, that.
This is a good pitch, and the technique of Pakistan fell short.
Let's talk about Pakistan then. Will Lords suit them more? Can you see any glimmer there?
Well,
that
not if
maybe
it's like the last Test match we've just had
that's it, right?
the other week. But if it's like this, I think again. I try to think, what is the best way for Pakistan to win a Test match against England? The only way I think they can beat England is play on an actual pitch that does do a bit, and it brings them in again, it brings England down to the level of Pakistan. That's the only way they can win. On a flat pitch, how are they going to bowl England out with that bowling attack twice?
This is the problem they had in Pakistan, didn't they? If they lost their first one, then they basically doctored the pitch.
Basically they went to the beach, didn't they? They went to the turn. Now, look, I think if Pakistan had won the toss and bowled first, I'm not saying we would have had a different game.
Better game.
We would have had a better game. I think we would have had a better game. I think Mohammed Abbas, like Ollie Robinson, would have had a field day on that first up. I think they might have to look at their bowling unit. Mohammed Abbas, I didn't think he bowled great, but he bowled a hell of a lot better than the other two seamers. The other two seamers I'd possibly change. I think the spin bowler, Ali Usman, got 5 for, but I mean, there was a lot of inconsistency in there. I think they've got a 20-year-old who can bowl at good pace in Ubid Shah. I think he probably has to play at Lords. And what's the other bowling options that Pakistan have got? Baba needs
spinners. They've got a few spinners in there.
The other thing
Jamal, the all-rounder, I think he might come in.
They might go Sajid Khan with...
The weather's not good next week.
Yeah. I think all-rounder's got to come in. Jamal's got to. I think Jamal somehow's got to get in. He does another one. He can swing the ball both ways. He's batting. He likes to be aggressive, doesn't he, when he bats? He's a competitor. I like his attitude. I think they have to try and get him.
Does he come in for a batter or does he come in for a bowler? Because Rizwan batted at 7. They look pretty toothless with the ball. They put a huge amount of pressure on the 3 seamers until the spinner eventually got it right. Pakistan might have to look at it and think, right, we leave a batter out and play Jamal as an all-rounder, Rizwan at 6.
Well, Babar Azam's coming in, remember, so he's going to strengthen him.
Babar comes back, so Babar comes in to strengthen the batting. Rizwan goes up to 6. The all-rounder comes in, and then they potentially give them a chance to play the young 20-year-old who can bowl in excess of 85, 88 mile an hour. That's the way I'd be looking at trying to get back into the series.
And for Pakistan, look, I think Shan Masood's going to go up top. I think Shan's going to bat, or Abdullah Shafiq, he's opened as well. One of them's going to open with Iman Ulak, right? I think the young lad Asman away he's going to be out, right? I didn't think he was going to play this game, but they brought him in because Baba is injured. So you can see that they're all just going to pop up one. I think Shad Shakil will keep his place. I mean, he was a bit unlucky today. I mean, he was there for the short ball really, and he flicked it, middled it straight to a fielder that you would not have placed there any day of the week. So I think Baba comes in and it strengthens that batting naturally with Baba coming in and Salman down there, Rizwan, and then they've got to decide, as we've just been talking about England, they've got 4 guys then to pick from. Do they go with 4 out-and-out seamers? The all-rounder comes in for Usman, but he's just got 5 for. But I don't think if Lords is anything like it's been here, they have to go in with 4 out-and-out seamers, because 3 for them today, this game, wasn't enough. Neither of them were good enough, right? And we know the skill of Abbas, and he wasn't at the races. He bowled poorly, except for that first spell. So they're going to have to play 4 seamers in there, without a doubt. They've got to. I don't think they've got any option. I can't see them playing a spinner in the next game.
That's why they might have to bring the all-rounder in for a batter.
And that's why I'm saying I think the all-rounder comes in for Usman. No, I think he comes in for Usman. They have no spinner, and then they decide then on Ali and Kuram which one stays out for Ubid Shah.
Okay, Goughy, Harmy, thank you very much for your time over the course of the last 3 days. It's been great having Goughy back in the commentary box here at Headingley. He's heading off on a cruise. We will be at Lords for that second Test match, and hopefully you'll be joining us too. Hopefully we have a 4-day test, maybe 5, and a little bit more competition. But it's been a resounding victory to start Joe Root's second term as England's skipper. Ollie Robinson on another return to the England team, player of the match. An innings win. It's been nigh on perfect, really, all around the England team. So can they continue where they left off? We'll find out on Thursday, and we'll hopefully see you there.